Chapter 404. The energy shield's energy consumption is 72%. When the energy of the protective shield was left with 28%, all the meteorites had completely collapsed and were scattered in front of the interstellar battleship. Yang Feng looked at the surrounding meteorite fragments with lingering fear. Astral meteorites are really dangerous. If I had come here alone, I might have been killed. The scanning range of the Level 2 optical computer was 100 kilometers, while Yang Feng's reconstruction of the astral boundary's environment was only 10 meters. If his true body had suddenly encountered the astral meteorite swarm, he would have been smashed into mincemeat. After the battlestar withstood the attack of the astral meteorite swarm, it immediately stopped and began to recharge the energy shield. A dense crowd of engineering robots equipped with flight equipment suddenly flew out of the battlestar, flew towards the surrounding meteorite fragments, and began to collect the meteorite fragments scattered around the battlestar. This is astral stone and astral gold. It seems that the harvest this time is not small. When the meteorite fragments were collected back into the battlestar, the feedback information immediately made Yang Feng overjoyed. The meteorite fragments contained many astral stones and astral gold fragments. Astral stones were a necessity to operate astral gates, while astral gold was one of the precious materials necessary to manufacture an astral gate. In the demonic realm, Yang Feng used more than 400 million merit points to exchange for astral stones that could be used for about a year. The amount of astral stones he obtained from the meteorite shower was more than 10 times that of the astral stones he exchanged for in the demonic realm. Just the harvest from resisting the astral meteorite shower was enough for Yang Feng to recoup all of his investments. There were countless precious resources in the astral boundary. It was because of this that top powerhouses, despite knowing that the astral boundary was fraught with dangers, still entered the astral boundary like moths to a flame in search of treasures. When Yang Feng thought of the few days of fruitless flight, he pondered for a while, and then made a decision. It's really inefficient to search in the astral boundary without a clue. Release the drones. Watermelon-sized drones flew out of the battlestar like raindrops. Their speed rose to the limit, and with the battlestar as the origin, they flew in all directions. The moment the drones were sent out, the holographic projection on the interstellar battleship expanded rapidly. At the same time, the hatch of the arc-shaped interstellar battleship opened, and a dense swarm of battle robots flew out and stood on the surface of the interstellar battleship, vigilantly defending. Inside the astral plane, there was an area filled with countless floating meteorites. A watermelon-sized unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, which was dozens of times smaller than a fighter jet, flew over the meteorite zone. Suddenly, as if awakened, the meteorites in the meteorite field stretched and turned into freaks with a pair of miniature dragon wings on their back. They have no eyes, nose, or ears, but only a mouth full of sharp teeth. Terrifying great warlock rank auras gushed out of the freaks and rushed towards the unmanned drone like raindrop. In the blink of an eye, the unmanned drone had disappeared. Inside the astral plane, a sun-like celestial body radiating countless rays of light was suspended in the void. An unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew over from afar. 2,000 kilometers away from the sun-like celestial body, it began to vaporize, turned into a ball of flames, and turned into a strange magma state that was sucked into the celestial body. Inside the astral plane, there was a boundless, seemingly devoid of light, dark area. An unmanned reconnaissance aircraft had just flown to the edge of the dark area, when it emitted a click and stopped, completely losing contact with the battlestar. Inside the astral plane, there was a world full of ice cubes. In the world full of ice cubes, there were countless existences sealed in ice. There were giants, humans, ancient demons, and many astral monsters. There was a deathly stillness, without a trace of vitality. An unmanned reconnaissance aircraft had just flown to the edge of the world, when it was frozen and turned into an ice cube. Similar scenes continued to play out in the astral boundary. A month later, of the 1 million unmanned reconnaissance aircraft released by the Battlestar, more than 800,000 had lost contact with the Level 2 optical computer inside the Battlestar. Of the 800,000 unmanned reconnaissance aircraft, 400,000 had lost contact with the Level 2 optical computer for some unknown reason. Clearly, those places were very dangerous. In the astral plane, the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft encountered many astral life forms, but they were destroyed by the astral life forms in a flash. There were even many unmanned reconnaissance aircraft that were destroyed before they could discover the astral life forms. Yang Feng could only let the Battlestar sail along the already explored safe routes, while gritting his teeth and continuing to send a large number of unmanned reconnaissance aircraft into the astral plane to search for safe routes. In the astral plane, once the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were destroyed, they were destroyed for good, and could not be recycled. However, for the sake of safety, Yang Feng could only continue to send unmanned reconnaissance aircraft into the depths of the astral plane. In the astral plane, a demon powerhouse with a horn on the head, a wolf-like head, and a pair of wings on the back was flying. The level of civilization of the demons was not inferior to that of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks. When the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were still slaves and playthings of the archgods, the demons had already set foot in the astral plane. The wolf-headed demon powerhouse suddenly exclaimed in surprise, then extended his hand, surged with demonic chi, and grabbed an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft from the void. "Hey, what's this?" "This is a reconnaissance aircraft of the Golem dynasty's 9th astral plane fleet. Those who receive this order are to report to the Blacklight warship immediately. Those who disobey will be exterminated." A domineering and peerless command was issued from the reconnaissance plane in a mechanical synthesized voice. The wolf-headed demon showed a look of ecstasy on his face instead of being alarmed. Golem Dynasty. The Tsangji Plains 6th Warlock Dynasty's fleet in the astral plane. Haha, this time I, Sly Wolf, seem to be in luck. The Golem Dynasty was a terrifying dynasty of human warlocks that suppressed countless planes. Even if something leaked out from the ruins of the Golem Dynasty, as long as it was thoroughly researched, it might be possible to establish a terrifying force similar to the demonic battle sect. At the time, demons were as obedient as dogs in front of the Golem Lord. They knew how terrifying and powerful the Golem Dynasty was. Now that there was an opportunity to obtain the inheritance of the Golem Dynasty, the demon powerhouse Sly Wolf was naturally excited. This thing came from this direction. Sly Wolf turned its head and looked in the direction from which the reconnaissance aircraft came, and its eyes shimmered with greed. It blurred into motion, turned into a stream of light, and flew in that direction. On the bridge, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he ordered. It took the bait, activate the camouflage system. The exterior of the huge Battlestar changed rapidly. From a brand new Battlestar brimming with a metallic texture, it changed into an ancient warship riddled with scars and mottled, looking as if it had gone through countless battles and withstood the baptism of time. It flew in the astral plane by inertia. Although the astral plane was shrouded in fog at all times, but in fact the astral plane was in a strange state of vacuum. Many objects could drift in the astral plane by inertia as long as they weren't attracted by celestial bodies, meteorites, or freaks. A black ray of light flew over from afar and stopped not far from the Battlestar. Looking at the Battlestar from afar, it was Sly Wolf. Sly Wolf stared at the Battlestar for a while, then its eyes flickered a few times, and it revealed a look of delight. So many mechanical golems. It seems that this is the mechanical golem legion of the 6th Warlock Dynasty's 3 golems that struck terror into the hearts of many planes. Sly Wolf pondered for a while, then silently recited an incantation, pointed at the Battlestar, and cast Disintegrate. A green ray of light turned into a streamer and shot towards a starry sky ripper on the surface of the interstellar battleship. In an instant it hit the starry sky ripper. With a flash of light, the the Starry Sky Ripper disintegrated and dissipated in an instant. As if a hornet's nest was poked, the Starry Sky Rippers outside the Battlestar flew up in an attempt to fly towards Sly Wolf. However, after flying several kilometers away from the Battlestar, the Starry Sky Rippers turned around and flew back to the Battlestar, where they patrolled in a fixed orbit. Sly Wolf's eyes flickered, and it revealed a smile. Its figure blurred, and it turned into a black ray flying towards the Battlestar. When a Starry Sky Ripper sensed Sly Wolf's arrival, its eyes flashed red, and it suddenly slashed at Sly Wolf. The power of the Starry Sky Ripper's slash was comparable to that of a human sacred swordsman of the Fesua Plain. Even if it was a human great warlock, they would still be cut in half. Sly Wolf smiled ferociously and extended its right claw. 2 clouds of demonic chi condensed on its right claw, and it forcibly grabbed the super high-frequency oscillation blade in the Starry Sky Ripper's hand. The super high-frequency oscillation blade in the Starry Sky Ripper's hand vibrated wildly, and the demonic chi in Sly Wolf's hand dispersed. Sly Wolf smiled excitedly and slashed with its claw, and black claw rays flashed and cut the Starry Sky Ripper into countless pieces. Interesting. As expected of a golem of the Golem dynasty. Even such a low-level golem's weapon can threaten this demon king. Chapter 405. As if poking a hornet's nest, the Starry Sky Rippers outside the Battlestar flew towards Sly Wolf. A bunch of trash golems, break for this king. Sly Wolf smiled malevolently, surged with demonic chi, and spread Starry Sky Warlock rank might. It turned into a black ray that shuttled back and forth among the Starry Sky Rippers. Boom, boom, boom. Black light flashed around the Starry Sky Rippers, and they immediately exploded, with all kinds of parts splashing everywhere. After a dozen Starry Sky Rippers were destroyed, the chests of the Starry Sky Rippers shone brightly, and level 3 energy shields activated in an instant and enveloped them. With a flash of black light, Sly Wolf slammed a blow into the energy shield in front of a Starry Sky Ripper and set off ripples, yet didn't destroy the energy shield. This is a defensive spell. Unfortunately, it's at most equivalent to the strongest level 3 single-target defensive spell. It's useless against me. Sly Wolf's eyes flashed with surprise, and it smiled coldly. Demonic chi boiled on its claws, and it slashed out, and black claw rays enveloped a Starry Sky Ripper and slashed it to pieces in an instant. Starry Sky Rippers pounced on Sly Wolf, but they were sliced and destroyed one by Sly Wolf at a ghostly speed. A few hours later, the hundreds of Starry Sky Rippers outside the Battlestar were destroyed by Sly Wolf one by one. What powerful mechanical golems, they actually made me spend so much effort. I'm really looking forward to the relic site of the Golem dynasty. After the Sly Wolf destroyed the last Starry Sky Ripper, it heaved a long sigh of relief, took out magic crystals, stuffed them into its mouth, and ate them with crunching sounds. At this moment, the hatch of the interstellar battleship opened, and various special battle robots such as Starry Sky Ripper, Space Disruptor Eye, Gravity Manipulator Eye, Hurricane Manipulator Eye, Ice Manipulator Eye, and other special battle robots rushed out, forming a mechanical torrent that surged toward the Sly Wolf. Sly Wolf looked at the dense swarm of battle robots and inhaled a breath of cold air. Sure enough, the relic site of the Golem dynasty isn't that simple. The relic site of the Golem dynasty doesn't have a powerful barrier, yet it hasn't been swept clean. It seems that it's because of these mechanical golems. Although Sly Wolf destroyed hundreds of Starry Sky Rippers, but it also consumed a lot of magic power. It naturally knew how powerful these battle robots were. The evolved gunner robots locked onto the Sly Wolf with their 6-barreled railguns and frantically bombarded it. Railguns comparable to level 4 single-target offensive spells shot towards the Sly Wolf like shooting stars. Even many Moonlight Warlock rank experts without the protection of a life force field would be injured when hit by the railgun beams. Sly Wolf silently chanted an incantation, demonic light surged, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped his body. He stretched out his hand, and a strange spatial hole appeared in front of him. The electromagnetic beams blasted into the spatial caverns, and then disappeared one after another. Holding umbrella-shaped space disruptors in their hands, the Type 1 space disruptors opened, and spatial ripples spread in all directions. The railgun beams of the railgun, and then, one after another, covered Wolf. The densely packed electromagnetic cannons completely enveloped the werewolf. Sly Wolf's face fell, and it gushed with fearsome demonic chi. Strengthened by the demonic chi, it resisted the bombardment of the railgun with its fleshly body. Countless rays of light flashed, and the Sly Wolf directly rose into the sky while withstanding the bombardment of countless electromagnetic cannons. Dozens of huge wounds appeared on its body, and drops of demonic blood continuously dripped from its body to the ground. The Type 1 gravity manipulator wielded the gravity gun and fired wildly at the werewolf. The densely packed gravity spheres formed a net of light that completely covered the werewolf's movement path. This was a net of light calculated by the Level 2 artificial intelligence using its terrifying computing power. The werewolf simply had nowhere to hide. The Sly Wolf's figure twisted a few times, and its speed suddenly rose to the extreme. However, it still collided with a gravity ball, and directly fell on the outer layer of the interstellar battleship like a meteor. The densely packed gravity balls bombarded the body of the ghoul wolf like raindrops, causing it to spit out blood again and again. It couldn't even move a finger. The starry sky rippers erupted with terrifying speed in an instant, rushed to in front of the Sly Wolf, and brandished their super high-frequency oscillation blades and slashed at the Sly Wolf. Amidst a wave of incomparably shrill cries, the Sly Wolf was instantly dismembered into countless pieces, and only its head remained intact. Interesting. This Sly Wolf seems to know a lot about the astral boundary. On the bridge, Yang Feng browsed through the information he read from the Sly Wolf's head, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Sly Wolf was born into the winged wolf demon race, a branch of the demon beast. It was one of the demon monarchs of the winged wolf demon race. According to ranks, demons were divided into junior demons, intermediate demons, advanced demons, junior demon generals, intermediate demon generals, advanced demon generals, demon commanders, demon monarchs, and demon emperors. Demon commander rank experts were comparable to human great warlocks, demon monarch rank experts were comparable to human starry sky warlocks, and demon emperor rank experts were comparable to human moonlight warlock. Above demon emperors were demon god rank experts. The Sly Wolf set out from a demon base in the astral boundary, the astral demon realm, and headed for a demon base located near a planar star river. It wanted to see if it could buy a semiplane from the demon base. A planar star river was a very strange place in the astral boundary. Within the planar galaxy, demiplanes would be born. Not long after these demiplanes were born, they would disappear from the planar galaxy due to the astral boundary's laws, and very strangely appear in secret places in the astral boundary. According to many legends, countless planes were born from the astral boundary, and the source of the planes was the planar star rivers in the astral boundary. In the astral boundary, there was more than one planar star river. However, it wasn't that simple to obtain the specific location of a planar star river. Demons were one of the strongest races known to human warlocks, so it wasn't strange for them to find the location of a planar star river. In the past, when the Tsangji Plains humans were at their peak, they controlled more than 10,000 planar star river locations. But later on, after the decline of human warlocks, the planar star river locations they controlled were seized by other powerful races, and they became very rare. In a planar star river, many semiplanes were born, and it was possible to obtain a semiplane seed in a primal chaos state. This attracted countless powerful races to come here in an attempt to obtain a semiplane. The planar star river was filled with strange astral laws. Only experts below the Great Warlock realm could enter the planar star river. Once experts above the Great Warlock realm entered the planar star river, they would be strangled by the astral law. In addition to great warlocks, only peerless archgods, primordial archfiends, or warlock emperors of the 8 great warlock dynasties, who were proficient in the astral law could ignore the astral law and enter the planar star river. A celestial body quietly suspended in the astral boundary. This celestial body was the Azure Demon Star, one of the demon bases in the astral boundary. A black demonic light fell from the sky, entered the Azure Demon Star like a meteor, and landed on the edge of the Azure Demon City, a giant city in the center of the Azure Demon Star. The black demonic light disappeared, and a winged wolf demon expert with a wolf head and a pair of wings on the back was revealed. It was Yang Feng who used the magical mechanical cloak. Although the Azure Demon Star was the size of the moon, but it was extremely barren of resources. Besides, it wasn't one of the rare life celestial bodies in the astral boundary that could support life. Therefore, there was only one city in the Azure Demon Star. A huge barrier was opened in the Azure Demon City. The incomparably powerful barrier enveloped the entire Azure Demon City, filling the Azure Demon City with devil chi. At the same time, it also blocked the interference of the omnipresent astral fog in the astral boundary. Who are you? At the entrance of the Azure Demon City, an advanced demon general with a tiger head and a human body covered in strange demonic runes and exuding level 3 warlock rank fluctuations of power swept Yang Feng with a glance and asked vigilantly. Yang Feng widened his eyes, erupted with fierce demonic chi in a flash, and barked. I am Kuei Wolf, the son of the winged wolf demon King Ogre Wolf. Open the gate, I want to go in. If you don't open the gate, I'll kill you. Demons had a strict hierarchy, and demons were extremely ferocious. They were not only like outsiders but also like outsiders. Superiors would kill inferiors at the slightest provocation. The more ferocious and powerful a person was, the more people feared them. Those who kept a low profile would be targeted by many people and become prey to be bullied. The advanced demon general with a tiger head and a human body immediately softened and said respectfully, So it's Sir Demon Commander. Please come in. The gate of the Azure Demon City slowly opened, and Yang Feng strode into the city. As soon as he entered the Azure Demon City, Yang Feng saw all kinds of grotesque demons shrouded in dense demonic chi. Within the Azure Demon City, most demons were still demon general rank existences. Inside the Azure Demon City, there was a powerful barrier. Even the devil general level experts could survive inside the Azure Demon City. Once the demon general rank demons left the Azure Demon City, they would be eroded by the astral laws and turned into crazy, strange, and chaotic astral life forms. Although there were many grotesque demon experts in the Azure Demon City, but there were also many humanoid demon experts with a horn on their head and covered in demonic runes. These humanoid demon experts were called humanoid demons, and they were an extremely powerful race among demons. Chapter 406. According to the ancient records of the Zhangji Plain, humanoid demons were very rare in the ancient times. At that time, the strongest demons were beast demons, other demons, and ogre demons. Beast demons, other demons, and ogre demons were considered to be the most beautiful beings. Very few demons were willing to mate with humanoid demons. The Zhangji Plains, 7 great warlock dynasties, emerged and suppressed countless planes. The third warlock dynasty, the demonic divine dynasty, captured countless gods and demons from various planes and used them as slaves. After the third warlock dynasty, the humanoid demons rapidly multiplied and prospered. The humanoid demons became the most powerful race among demons, suppressing other demon races. By now, the humanoid demons had become one of the most powerful races among demons. In fact, before the 7 great warlock dynasties, the aesthetic standards of the various top planes were different. With the emergence of the 7 great warlock dynasties and the suppression of many planes, human warlock civilization and aesthetic concepts spread to many planes along with the footsteps of the human warlock. By now, powerful beings of many planes would have a human avatar or take human form, which was due to the influence of the 7 great warlock dynasties. Strength was the truth, strength was the mainstream. Before the 7 great warlock dynasties, the civilization of the Eastern world swept the entire Tsangji plain, and the forces and subordinate subcontinents of the Tsangji plain took pride in learning the civilization and customs of the Eastern world. The King of Dawn appeared out of nowhere and suppressed the entire world. He founded the Dawn dynasty, which allowed the Western world to rise and stand on equal footing with the Eastern world. Furthermore, the Western world's civilization began to gradually infiltrate the Eastern world. After strolling around the Azure Demon City for a while, Yang Feng saw demon commander rank experts everywhere. As for demon monarch rank experts, he could occasionally see them. The demon monarch rank experts came to the Azure Demon City with only one purpose, and that was to find a way to get a semi-plane. The uses of a half-plane were extremely broad. If one wanted to become a god and have their own divine kingdom, then they would need to have a half-plane, and then use the planar laws and the various laws they comprehended as the framework, divine power, and countless rare resources as the filler. It would take hundreds or even thousands of years to establish a divine kingdom. In addition, if the demiplane was carefully nurtured and countless resources were invested, that demiplane might grow into a complete plane. Even if that demiplane couldn't become a complete plane, having a demiplane was equivalent to having a vast private space and nest. Thus, many experts would come to the astral boundary in search of a half-plane. It was very difficult to find a demiplane in the boundless astral boundary. The probability of finding a demiplane in the planar star river was much higher than searching aimlessly in the astral boundary. Therefore, those Demon King-level powerhouses would come here, hoping to obtain a half-plane. After walking on the street for a while, Yang Feng walked into an inn, arrived in front of a room on the 3rd floor of the inn, and punched the door of the room. With a loud bang, the door of the room was blown to pieces. In the room stood a demon with a tiger's head and a human's body, a sexy and gorgeous young woman with a horn on her head, dazzling blonde hair, and large breasts, a ghostly powerhouse with 2 30-centimeter-long horns on his head, and a 3-meter-tall giant demon powerhouse with taut muscles and an ugly and ferocious face. Surging with demonic chi and exuding demon commander rank might, the 4 demon powerhouses stared coldly at Yang Feng. The eyes of the demon with a tiger's head and a human's body shimmered with a cruel and tyrannical glint, and he barely suppressed his fierce nature and asked slowly, "Who are you?" Yang Feng smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a fist-sized skull flew towards the demon with a tiger's head and a human's body. "I am an emissary sent by Sir Sly Wolf Demon Monarch. This is my token." When the demon with a tiger's head and a human's body grabbed the skull, he poured demonic force into it, and the skull exuded terrifying might unique to Sly Wolf Demon. The demon with a tiger's head and a human's body had an unsightly expression on his face, and he asked coldly, "Does Sly Wolf Demon Monarch not trust us?" The faces of the other demons also became somewhat unsightly. In this room, the 4 great warlocks were semi-plane hunters who specialized in searching for semi-planes. Demon King rank powerhouses and above found it difficult to enter the planar star river, so they would hire many demon commander rank powerhouses to enter the planar star river and search for semi-planes. Semi-plane hunters were such existences. In the Azure Demon City, there were tens of thousands of demon commander rank powerhouses. These tens of thousands of demon commander rank powerhouses were semi-plane hunters who specialized in searching for semi-planes. The rest of the low-grade demons in the Azure Demon City were specially migrated here to serve the demi-plane hunters and vent their lust. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Sir naturally trusts you. However, Sir thinks that it's more appropriate for me to watch from the sidelines. The fierce glint in the eyes of the demon with a tiger's head and a human's body converged slightly, and he said fiercely, "Since it's Sir Sly Wolf Demon Monarch's will, then join us. However, I hope that you won't get in the way during the mission. Otherwise, even if you are Sir Demon Monarch's subordinate, I will still tear you to shreds." Yang Feng smiled faintly and didn't argue. The five of them exchanged indifferently for a while, and Yang Feng got to know the basic situation of the other four demons. The demon with a tiger's head and a human's body was called Taikan, the demon with blonde hair and blue eyes was called Pohana, the ghost demon was called Sel, and the troll demon was called Azal. The four demons were very indifferent to Yang Feng. Clearly, they didn't have a good impression of Yang Feng, who came to monitor them. 2 days later, Yang Feng and his party walked out of the Azure Demon City. As soon as he left the barrier of the Azure Demon City, the strange astral fog appeared in front of Yang Feng. He frowned slightly and put on a headband inlaid with an intermediate magic crystal. Strange light gushed out of the headband, allowing Yang Feng to see through the astral fog, as if the astral fog didn't exist. The reason why the Sly Wolf Demon Monarch could cross the astral boundary with his fleshly body, apart from his tyrannical strength, was that the headband-like secret treasure allowed him to see through the astral fog easily. The other four demons equipped themselves with secret treasures that could see through the astral fog, and came to a flat ground outside the Azure Demon City. Taikan silently recited an incantation and waved his hand. With a flash of black light, a 30-meter-long black flying boat engraved with mysterious runes appeared in front of the five demons. With a light leap, he landed on the black flying boat. Yang Feng followed the other three demons and jumped onto the black flying vessel. Taikan silently recited an incantation and pointed at the black flying boat. The black flying boat immediately released demonic light and flew into the sky. A few days later, exuding silver light, as if it contained a small universe, a silver fetal membrane with no end in sight appeared in front of Yang Feng and company. Yang Feng looked at the huge silver fetal membrane, and shock flashed past the abyss of his eyes. So this is a planar star river. Even from thousands of kilometers away, Yang Feng could still sense the fearsome aura of a nurturing plane coming from the silver fetal membrane. There was endless wealth in a planar star river. God knows how many powerhouses were eager to break into it and plunder wantonly. But since ancient times, apart from the Tsangji Plains' 7 warlock emperors and a few peerless powerhouses of the same rank, only powerhouses below the great warlock rank could enter a planar star river. Many powerhouses above the Moonlight Warlock rank had never entered a planar star river in their lives. Similarly, some Bright World Warlock and Infinity Warlock rank powerhouses had never entered a planar star river in their lives. After flying for half a day, the black flying boat reached the edge of the silver fetal membrane and touched it. After setting off ripples, it entered the silver fetal membrane. The silver fetal membrane was about 300 kilometers thick. After flying for 300 kilometers, the black flying boat finally flew out of the silver fetal membrane. As soon as he entered the silver membrane, a resplendent galaxy appeared in front of Yang Feng. Countless stars were scattered in the dark void. It was as if he was looking at the countless stars in the Milky Way galaxy from a spaceship. Taikan took off a black headband and said lightly, "In this planar star river, there is no interference from the astral fog. You can take off the headband." Yang Feng smiled, took off the headband, and looked into the distance. There was no longer any interference from the astral fog. With his great warlock rank extraordinary vision, Yang Feng could clearly see stars radiating gloomy light everywhere in the planar star river. Taikan said with a dignified expression, "Kuei Wolf, due to the restrictions of the astral laws, we outsiders can only allow great warlock rank powerhouses to enter the planar star river at most. However, the life forms born in the planar star river are not restricted by the astral laws. There may be demon monarchs, and even demon emperors and transcendent rank powerhouses. Don't be careless. Yang Feng nodded, took a deep look at the celestial bodies, and asked curiously, "The celestial bodies are so far away from us, and there are so many of them. How do we find semiplanes?" In the planar star river, the distance between celestial bodies was calculated in light years. Yang Feng didn't want to stay in the planar star river for decades. Tychon said lightly, "Most of the outer celestial bodies have been explored. They are all worthless and dead celestial bodies. We can only search in unknown areas to find a valuable half-plane." Chapter 407. In the boundless star river, the distance between the celestial bodies is too great. Only by using the astral boundaries laws and using the astral passageway can we travel between the celestial bodies. Tychon took out a fist-sized astral stone and placed it in a groove on the black flying vessel, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the black flying vessel. A black ray entered the black flying vessel. The black flying vessel swayed, then shone with black light, and a twisted track appeared in front of the black flying vessel. With a flash of light, the black airship entered the twisted track and disappeared. After a few breaths of time, a twisted hole suddenly appeared in front of a celestial body, and the black flying vessel flew out of the twisted hole. Amazing! Standing on the black flying vessel, Yang Feng turned his head and saw that the silver membrane was already who knows how many light years behind him. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Tychon glanced at the flying vessel underfoot and sighed lightly. The star magic vessel's grade is too low. It can only travel through the astral passageway once a day. It would be great if I had a high-grade star magic vessel. The star magic boat was an extremely precious artifact among the demon race. Tychon and them accepted Archwolf's employment in order to have their own star magic vessel. Even Archwolf, a demon monarch rank expert, could only afford a low-grade star magic vessel, which could only travel through the astral passageway once a day. Even if they had enough astral stones, they still couldn't go to a second celestial body. Yang Feng glanced at the celestial body next to him and said, "Tychon, have you been to this celestial body before?" Tychon replied indifferently, "This is a worthless celestial body. There is no life on this celestial body, nor are there astral stones, astral gold, or other precious resources unique to the astral boundary. There are only some ordinary iron, copper, and other metal ores. It's very barren." Yang Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. 4 demon experts like Tychon, iron, copper, and other metal ores weren't of much use. Demons wouldn't spend precious astral stones to come to planar star rivers to mine low-grade ores such as iron and copper. But it was different for Yang Feng. He could obtain energy through nuclear energy, electrical energy, wind energy, solar energy, and various other methods, while the metal minerals required to manufacture a mechanical legion were relatively limited. The metal resources of a subcontinent in Tyrannid subcontinent were not enough to support the establishment of an unlimited mechanical legion. Yang Feng said, "Tychon, I want to take a look at the celestial body." Tychon said indifferently, "Sure, but you have to remember to come back before this time tomorrow." "All right." After Yang Feng agreed, he circled around the star magic vessel and carefully observed it. At the same time, he recalled the star magic vessel's refining method in his mind. In the Battle Demon sect, there was also a method to refine secret treasures like the star magic boat. However, refining an astral secret treasure like the star magic boat required an alchemist with an understanding of the astral laws. Such alchemists were extremely rare in the Battle Demon sect, less than 5. Additionally, refining a secret treasure like the star magic boat also required a large number of astral stones, astral gold, and other precious astral ores. Even moonlight warlocks would find it very difficult to get their hands on a secret treasure like the star magic boat. Most of the star magic boats used by demon commander rank experts in the Azure Demon City were treasures given to them by demon emperors and demon gods. Demon commander rank experts couldn't get their hands on a star magic boat. By chance, Archwolf obtained a star magic boat, which was how he was able to rope in Tychon and the other 3 demon commander rank experts to help him look for a semiplane. Tychon and the other 3 demons returned to their respective rooms on the star magic boat. After confirming that the star magic boat could only cross the astral passageway once a day, Yang Feng raised his hand, and nano-robots turned into dust and sprinkled it on the star magic boat. After doing all this, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the celestial body below. The celestial body below also had a thin atmosphere. As soon as Yang Feng flew into the atmosphere of the celestial body, he felt his body sink slightly. Attracted by the celestial body, he flew towards the interior of the celestial body and landed on the ground very smoothly. After he landed, Yang Feng looked around and saw that the surroundings were earth-yellow, empty, and full of a deathly stillness and desolation feeling. Yang Feng pointed at a rock on the ground and cast the spell stone to mud. An earth-yellow magic light enveloped the rock, and the rock immediately softened and turned into a pile of mud. An invisible mage hand grabbed the large pile of mud and threw it aside. A copious amount of mud splashed, and a huge hole quickly appeared, forming a very wide underground base. Yang Feng took out a top-notch warp gate, installed it, and started to operate it. Activating S2 warp gate. Scanning and analyzing the environment. The environment is in a distorted and unstable state. Activating the warp gate consumes an additional 100% of energy. Activating S2 warp gate consumes 50% of the energy in the inventory. In addition, maintaining the warp gate also consumes a lot of energy. Do you want to activate it? Yang Feng ordered decisively. Activate. Inject energy. Activating warp gate. Along with the messages, the top-notch warp gate shone brightly and slowly opened. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and returned to the secret base on the Tyrannid subcontinent. Before long, Yang Feng returned from the warp gate. He used the engineering robots to quickly dig out a huge space in the ground and directly released a Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold. At present, the second Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold was under construction. At present, Yang Feng only had the Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold that had already been built. From the Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold, engineering robots were released from the distant Level 1 mobile fortified stronghold to excavate or build a nuclear power plant, collect energy, and methodically develop the celestial body. When he saw this, Yang Feng showed a look of satisfaction. His figure fluttered, and he rushed into the sky and flew towards the star magic vessel. A month passed in the blink of an eye. With the power of the star magic vessel, Yang Feng and his party passed through 30 celestial bodies in succession. These celestial bodies were all abandoned celestial bodies without any life. At the same time, they didn't have precious resources like astral stones and astral gold. Tychon and the other 3 demon powerhouses didn't even bother to go down and check, because they had been through this route many times. Yang Feng, on the other hand, went down and checked each celestial body. In this way, he could easily lock the position of these celestial bodies. Although there were no treasures like astral stones and astral gold on the surface of these celestial bodies, but they were rich in resources on the inside. On the celestial body that Yang Feng placed in the mobile fortified stronghold, some astral stones, astral gold, and other rare ores were excavated from inside the celestial body. On this day, on the star magic vessel, Tychon and the other 3 demon commanders were fully armed and had dignified expressions, contrary to their previous lazy state. Kuei Wolf, the place we took previously was a safe route in the outer layer of the planar Star River that has been explored countless times. In the outer layer of the planar star river, most of the celestial bodies are abandoned and of little value. The probability of semiplanes appearing there is not much higher than in other places in the astral boundary. Next, we're going to the inner layer of the planar star river. In the inner layer of the planar star river, it is relatively easy to come across semiplanes. However, the inner layer is also 10 times more dangerous than the outer layer. You have to be prepared, Taiken said solemnly. Yang Feng nodded. Taiken silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel. With a flash of black light, the distorted astral passageway reappeared, and the star magic vessel flew into it. With a flash of distorted light, the star magic vessel passed through the distorted astral passageway and appeared on the edge of a celestial body. Pohana looked at the meteorites surrounding the celestial body, and her beautiful eyes flashed with ecstasy. Astral stones! Astral stones! The eyes of Sel, Azal, and the other demon powerhouses lit up and flickered with ecstasy as they stared at the meteorites surrounding the celestial body. The establishment of planar passageways, astral gates, star magic vessels, and other secret treasures that used the astral boundary required a large number of astral stones. Astral stones were a hard currency in both the demon race and the human race. They could be used to trade for many precious treasures and cultivation resources. On the Tsangji plane, astral stones were a precious or resource slightly inferior to purple sage demonic gold, and were also measured in grams. The three demon commanders Pohana, Sel, and Azal surged with demonic chi, turned into rays of light, flew into the meteorite belt, and took away the meteorites containing astral stones. Yang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, then he blurred into motion and flew into the meteorite belt. With a wave of his hand, numerous fist-sized level 2 extraordinary life form, the giant strength bees, flew out of a beehive in his hand and scattered in all directions. The more than 100,000 giant force bees pounced on the meteorites containing astral stones, grabbed the meteorites containing astral stones, and flew towards Yang Feng. A large number of meteorites containing astral stones disappeared in front of Yang Feng and entered his storage ring. When the three demon commanders Pohana, Sel, and Azal saw this scene, their countenances changed slightly. They looked at each other, then surged with demonic chi, turned into 3 streams of light, and flew away from Yang Feng in an instant. They cast secret methods to collect astral stones. Chapter 408. In the asteroid belt surrounding the celestial body, there were countless meteorites of various sizes. Suddenly, a meteorite split open, and a strange astral world demonic insect with a silkworm-like body and a pair of transparent insect wings on its back flew out. It had no eyes, ears, or nose, and only sharp teeth like a wild beast. As soon as the strange astral demon insect flew out, a spatial force enveloped it, causing it to disappear in an instant. A distorted space suddenly emerged in front of Azal, and the strange astral insect instantly flew out of the distorted space and pounced at Azal's head. The speed of the astral insect is extremely fast. The defenseless Azari only has time to roar. Demonic energy surged all over his body, and the muscles on his head tightened. Even a level 3 secret treasure may not be able to penetrate the defense of his head. The astral insect's mouthpart spun wildly and stabbed at Azal's head. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the defense of Azal's head, ran through his skull, and drilled in. Azal bled from his facial orifices in a split second, and he issued a ferocious roar of pain and extreme fear. "Save me! Save me!" Astral insect. Pohana, Sel, Yang Feng, and Taiken were attracted by Azal's roar. When they saw the astral insect run through Azal's head, their complexions changed dramatically. Without saying a word, Yang Feng blurred into motion and quickly flew towards the star magic vessel. Countless giant force bees chased after him and flew into the hive in his hand. Pohana also flew towards the star magic vessel without hesitation. Cell hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and cast blink. His figure flickered and he flew towards Azal. Crack! Crack! The sound of meteorites shattering echoed, and silkworm-like astral demonic insects flew out from the meteorites in the asteroid belt. Their bodies surged with spatial fluctuations, and then they disappeared. Besides Cell, the space around him distorted. Numerous astral demon insects flew out from the space and shot towards Cell. Cell's face changed greatly. He roared, tensed his muscles, and erupted with quasi-demon monarch rank fluctuations of power. The claws on his hands shot out and swept towards the astral insects like a storm. The claws of a ghost demon expert like Cell were extremely sharp. Once scratched by him, even Starry Sky Warlock rank experts would have their flesh lacerated and their bones broken. Even human Starry Sky Warlock rank experts weren't willing to engage in close combat with a ghost demon expert like Cell. Once a ghost demon expert like Cell got close to them, then even human Starry Sky Warlock rank experts might fall. The astral demon insects were shrouded by the heavy claw shadows and exploded one by one. Streams of black mucus burst out of their bodies and splattered towards Cell. The black slime contained an extremely strange power. When it landed on Cell's protective demonic aura, it extinguished it and dripped onto his body. When the black mucus fell on Cell, he immediately faced upwards and issued miserable screams, a pained expression on his face. Black chi surged, and his movements slowed down a lot. Taking advantage of the moment Cell's movements slowed down, the dense swarm of astral insects passed through his line of defense, pounced on him, and started devouring him. Within a dozen breaths, Cell was covered by the densely packed astral demonic insects. It was a sight that made one's hair stand on end. Retreat. Yang Feng and Pohana had just flown onto the star magic vessel, when black light surged from the star magic vessel, and it suddenly turned into a streak of black light and fled into the distance. The sound of chewing that made one's hair stand on end came from the meteorite belt. Yang Feng took a deep look at Taiken, and his eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. If he had come back a little slower, he would have been abandoned by now. Pohana glanced at Taiken, and a peculiar glint flashed past her beautiful eyes. Taiken looked behind him, and his face changed dramatically, and he shouted, "Shit, the astral spatial silkworms are catching up! You two, quickly use spatial interference spells." Astral spatial silkworms were the terrifying astral insects that devoured Cell and Pohana. They were born with the power to control space. An adult astral space demonic silkworm had the strength of a primary demonic commander. Moreover, they were social creatures. Once surrounded by them, even Starry Sky Warlocks would find it hard to escape death. Behind the Star Devil vessel, a dense swarm of spatial devil silkworms flickered in and out of existence, and they ceaselessly traversed through space as they pursued the three of them. Pohana's pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation, pointed behind her, and cast the level 4 spell Spatial Interference. A series of strange spatial ripples suddenly spread out behind him. The space behind them distorted and then calmed down. Unable to use their innate spatial ability, the astral spatial silkworms continued to chase after them. Yang Feng also silently recited an incantation and cast spatial interference alternately with Pohana, hindering the astral spatial silkworm's spatial ability. An hour later, the star magic vessel really got rid of the astral spatial silkworms. Taiken glanced at Pohana and said, "Hand it over." A wooden expression on her face, Pohana handed 1/3 of the astral stones to Taiken. Taiken was responsible for controlling the star magic vessel. The rest of the team had to hand him 1/3 of the resources they collected. This was the rule of the team. Taiken took a deep look at Yang Feng and frowned slightly. He didn't ask Yang Feng for the astral stones. Suddenly, the surrounding space distorted, a large hole appeared, and a 100-meter-long extravagant star magic vessel, far more luxurious than the one Tychon and his party rode, suddenly appeared in the void. Sitting on the star magic ship was a handsome man from the human devil clan with a horn on his head. He was surrounded by more than a dozen beautiful women from the human devil clan. Each of them exuded a terrifying aura that was comparable to a demon commander. The handsome man from the human devil race exuded the terrifying aura of a half-step devil king. When Tychon saw the handsome human demon, his face turned pale, and he uttered in a trembling voice, "Heart-eating young demon monarch." Pohana's pretty face turned pale, and her tender body trembled. Yang Feng frowned slightly. He quickly searched the memories of the sly wolf demon monarch, and a dignified look welled up in his eyes. The heart-eating young demon monarch was a powerhouse among human demons. Although he had a quasi-demon monarch-ranked cultivation base, but his battle prowess was comparable to that of some demon monarch-rank powerhouses. Moreover, he was cruel and bloodthirsty, and liked to eat the hearts of all kinds of powerhouses. Even among demons, he was an extremely ferocious and loathsome character. The heart-eating young demon monarch raised his eyebrows, glanced at Yang Feng and his party with great interest, and revealed a cruel smile. "Oh! You little ants also know of this monarch's name. Very well, this monarch is in a good mood today. Hand over all your secret treasures and resources, and this monarch will be merciful and let you live." A gloomy expression on his face, Tychon said coldly, "Nothing the heart-eating young demon monarch says can be trusted. Those who believe in him are all dead." The heart-eating young demon monarch smiled ferociously, stared at Pohana with a snake-like gaze, and said coldly, "Ha ha, that's right. Those who believe in this monarch are all dead. However, this monarch has always been gentle to women. The woman over there, if you don't want to die, then come and join this monarch. Otherwise, this monarch will be the first to cook you alive." Pohana's pretty face paled, her tender body trembled slightly, and her face revealed a wavering look. She was not a chaste woman to begin with, and she had no objection to becoming the woman of the heart-eating young demon monarch. She was just worried that the heart-eating young demon monarch would go back on his word and kill her. The heart-eating young demon monarch looked at them with a playful expression, his eyes filled with peculiar intoxication. Yang Feng calmly retreated a few steps to the side. Tychon's complexion changed slightly, and he shouted, "Pohana, have you forgotten our friendship of hundreds of years?" Pohana's complexion changed slightly, and her eyes shimmered with determination. She took a step forward, raised her head, and said loudly, "Heart-eating young demon monarch, don't try to sow dissension. I will never betray my companions." Tychon's eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Pohana retreated briskly. Sharp claws more than 30 centimeters long ejected from her right hand. Carrying frightening demonic chi, the claws suddenly stabbed into Tychon's heart with lightning speed, and then dug out Tychon's heart. After her attack succeeded, Pohana's figure blurred, and she flew towards the star magic vessel where the heart-eating young demon monarch was. Wise! As a demon commander rank powerhouse, Tychon's vitality was dozens of times greater than that of humans. After his heart was dug out by Pohana, his eyes were bloodshot, and he bled from his facial orifices. Pohana showed a bewitching smile, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule. "Because I want to live! Tychon, you idiot! How could I disobey the heart-eating young demon monarch for you? Are you out of your mind? You actually believe me?" Tychon's eyes were filled with anger. His body swayed slightly, and he fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, and he died with everlasting regret. "Well done!" The heart-eating young demon monarch grinned and extended his hand, and a tremendous suction force pulled Pohana to his side. He tore off her clothes and fiddled with them. Pohana's pretty face flushed, and her eyes wandered. Exuding a charming aura, she said coquettishly, "This is what I should do." Chapter 409. The heart-eating junior demon monarch showed a sinister and playful smile, then extended a finger and rubbed Pohana's heart, saying, "Very well, darling, help me do one more thing. That was to kill him. As long as you kill him, I'll make you my woman. Otherwise, I'll eat your heart." Pohana's delicate body stiffened, and she squeezed out a smile and said, "Yes, I'll kill him." Pohana's figure fluttered, and she flew towards the star magic vessel. "Kue Wolf, please die for me." A sinister glint flashed in Pohana's eyes. Demonic aura surged on her body, and purple demonic patterns surged on her body. A layer of black battle armor suddenly covered her body. A pinnacle demon commander rank aura diffused from her. Pohana was able to join the planar search team because she was strong enough. Even among the Azure Demon City's demon commander rank powerhouses, she could be ranked in the upper middle. Pohana's figure fluttered, and 3 afterimages suddenly appeared and shot towards Yang Feng lightning fast from 3 different directions. The 3 afterimages exuded the same aura, making it impossible to tell which one was the real one. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and Starry Sky Rippers suddenly appeared. 3 Starry Sky Rippers brandished super high-frequency oscillation blades and slashed at the 3 afterimages. The afterimage on the left flashed, and a large amount of blood sprinkled in the air. The afterimage screamed and turned into a cloud of black mist. The Starry Sky Rippers slashed at the black mist, but to no avail. The level 4 spell Vaporization was one of the most suitable spells to resist physical attack. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation, pointed with a finger, and unleashed the level 4 spell Fire Dragon. A 30-meter-long fire dragon suddenly appeared and pounced at the black mist. Blood-curdling screams came from the black mist, and it quickly condensed into the figure of Pohana with a weak aura. "No! Don't kill me! Kue Wolf, spare me! I beg you, spare me! As long as you spare me, I'm willing to do anything! I'm willing to do anything!" Pohana let out a miserable shriek as soon as she appeared, a look of terror on her face. The 6 Starry Sky Rippers instantly erupted with speed. Leaving afterimages behind, they suddenly appeared in front of Pohana at the terrifying speed of Mach 10 and slashed with their super high-frequency oscillation blades, cutting Pohana into pieces, leaving only her severed head. The heart-eating junior demon king's eyes flashed with ridicule, and he said condescendingly, "What a ruthless method! They didn't even hesitate to kill their own companions. I admire you very much. Hand over all your treasures and become my dog. I can spare your dog life. Kill them all, don't leave a single one alive." With an indifferent expression on his face, Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and hundreds of Starry Sky Rippers, space disruptors, gravity manipulators, wind manipulators, ice manipulators, and other special battle robots suddenly appeared and flew towards the heart-eating young demon monarch and company like meteors. "How dare you!" When the heart-eating young demon monarch saw this, his eyes flashed with anger. As if a lofty monarch was provoked by a commoner, demonic chi churned and surged around him, and his eyes flickered fiercely. He silently recited an incantation, pointed at the battle robots, and conjured the level 4 meteorological spell Corrosive Tempest. Clouds of terrifying demonic chi churned and surged, before condensing into drops of terrifying demonic rain that could easily poison a level 2 warlock to death, suddenly appearing. A fearsome demonic wind suddenly erupted and swept the corrosive demonic rain towards the hundreds of battle robots. To deal with a large number of weak beings, large-scale meteorological spells were undoubtedly the best way to deal with them. Transparent energy shields suddenly appeared on the surface of the hundreds of battle robots. Inside the Black Tempest, countless black corrosive demonic rain hit the energy shields of the battle robots, and the sound of rain hitting banana leaves echoed. Yet, the energy shields of the battle robots could not be broken. Almost in the blink of an eye, a starry sky ripper flew out of the demonic storm and appeared in front of a beautiful devil race powerhouse like a bolt of lightning, slashing at her with its blade. The complexion of the beautiful demon expert suddenly changed dramatically. Demonic chi surged, and a layer of black scales with astonishing defensive power covered her in an instant. The starry sky ripper slashed down and mercilessly chopped the beautiful demon race powerhouse in two, and blood splattered everywhere. One after another, starry sky rippers rushed out of the demonic rain, appeared in front of the beautiful demon commander rank powerhouses at Mach 10 speed, and slashed the beautiful demon commander rank powerhouses in half. Although the beautiful demons were demon commander rank powerhouses, but they had little combat experience. Moreover, they were unguarded against the starry sky rippers, which was why they were insta-killed by the fearsome starry sky rippers. No. Damn it. You bastard. You damn bastard, how dare you kill my concubine? How dare you kill my most beloved concubine? I swear, I will tear you to pieces. After I torture you for hundreds of years, I will let you die in the most painful way. The heart-eating junior demon king was enraged and roared madly. Demonic chi surged all over his body, and his body suddenly swelled up. His face twisted, and he turned into a 10-meter-tall blade ghost troll with a ghostly face and a sharp blade at every joint of his body. Blade Ghost Troll was a branch of Ghost Troll. Adult Blade Ghost Troll possessed Demon Commander rank strength, and the elites among them could even fight some ordinary Demon Monarch rank powerhouses. They were an extremely fearsome fiend. After the heart-eating junior Demon Monarch transformed, his aura swelled wildly and approached the Demon Monarch rank. 5 starry sky rippers flew to in front of the heart-eating junior Demon Monarch in a flash and slashed at him. Trash shatter. The eyes of the heart-eating junior demon monarch shimmered with madness, and he ejected 1-meter-long claws that turned into claw shadows. The energy shields in front of the 5 starry sky rippers shattered and turned into countless parts that scattered on the ground. At this moment, gravity balls suddenly shot out and barreled towards the heart-eating junior demon monarch like raindrop. The heart-eating junior demon monarch smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation, and a layer of spatial fluctuations enveloped him. Practically at the same time, the Type 1 space disruptor unleashed spatial interference power, and spatial ripples spread in all directions. The layer of spatial fluctuations enveloping the heart-eating junior demon monarch collapsed in an instant, causing his face to change dramatically. The gravity balls slammed into the heart-eating junior demon monarch in a flash and pressed him to the ground, as if he was carrying a mountain on his back. A starry sky ripper flew to the head of the heart-eating young demon king in a flash and chopped down, directly beheading the heart-eating young demon king. No, with a look of incredulity on his face, the heart-eating junior demon monarch issued a miserable scream, and then he bled from his facial orifices and lost his vitality. The heart-eating junior demon monarch was a quasi-demon monarch rank powerhouse. In the Azure Demon City, he was a fierce character ranked in the top 20 among demon commanders. Coupled with the help of a dozen-plus demon commander rank concubines, he was a practically invincible existence among the demon commander rank. Yet now, he was easily killed by Yang Feng's battle robot. He naturally didn't want to believe this fact and died with everlasting regret. Yang Feng frowned slightly, looked at Taikon's corpse and sighed slowly. Losing a guide, this is troublesome. Although Yang Feng could use methods to read memories from the minds of Taikon and them, but it wasn't that simple to memorize and use the memories at will. After reading the memories of Taikon and them, it was like having a database with their memories that could be searched. If Yang Feng encountered any problems, he would have to search through the optical computer, which would slow him down a lot. Moreover, the database didn't have the experience of Taikon and them. It was very troublesome to deal with them instinctively. After Yang Feng extracted all the blood essence of the demon experts, he carefully sized up the heart-eating junior demon monarch's star magic vessel for a while, and his eyes revealed a look of satisfaction. This star magic vessel is not bad. It should be an intermediate star magic vessel. It can cross astral passageways up to 3 times a day. Not bad. Yang Feng put away the low-grade star magic vessel, went to the intermediate star magic vessel, and began to check the harvest of the battle. Taiken and Pohana only had some astral stones and astral gold on them that were more precious. Although the heart-eating junior demon monarch was a quasi-demon monarch rank powerhouse, but he only had some astral stones and astral gold on him that were more precious. In addition, everyone contributed more than 1 million low-grade magic crystals, 500 intermediate magic crystals, and a variety of materials used by demons for cultivation. Yang Feng was very satisfied with this many magic crystals. After all, he had to use magic crystals to practice cultivation. The main contributor of magic crystals was the quasi-demon monarch rank powerhouse, the heart-eating junior demon monarch. He didn't know where he came from, but he had more magic crystals than the demon monarch Sly Wolf. The demon monarch Sly Wolf only contributed a little more than 500,000 magic crystals. After the inventory was done, Yang Feng didn't take back the battle robots. Instead, he had them scattered in every corner of the star magic vessel, and then began to read the memories of Taiken, the heart-eating junior demon monarch, and company regarding planar star rivers. After carefully examining the memories of the heart-eating junior demon monarch, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. It turns out that in addition to the outer layer and inner layer, planar star rivers also have a core area and an inner layer. Finding a semiplane in the inner layer is also a matter of luck. The number of semiplanes in the core layer is more numerous. The heart-eating junior demon monarch wants to go to the core layer. As for the inner layer, it's too dangerous. Even if a moonlight warlock enters, there's a great chance that they will die. No one can enter it. Chapter 410. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Riding the intermediate star magic vessel, Yang Feng crossed more than 100 celestial bodies. Traveling in a straight line, he finally crossed the planar star river's inner layer and arrived at the core area. Along the way, Yang Feng also encountered some astral life forms, but they were either slain by him, or he steered the star magic vessel to move along the astral passageway, avoiding them. At the same time, Yang Feng also collected a lot of astral stones and astral gold along the way. In the astral boundary, astral stones and astral gold weren't uncommon. However, they were consumables, and many astral secret treasures had to be consumed. Besides, apart from the astral boundary, they were practically extinct in other places, which was why they were so expensive. On this day, in front of a celestial body in the core area of the astral boundary, the space distorted, and an intermediate star magic vessel slowly flew out. After the star magic vessel flew out of the space, a dense swarm of reconnaissance aircrafts flew out and scattered in all directions. Every time Yang Feng approached a celestial body, he would release 100,000 reconnaissance aircrafts to search for traces of the semiplane. These days, more than 10 million reconnaissance aircrafts have been scattered in the planar star river, searching for traces of the semiplane. Something seems to be missing. Sitting on the star magic vessel, Yang Feng carefully studied the taboo text in his hand. He put the taboo text aside and looked at the vast starry sky, and a feeling of loneliness and desolation welled up in him. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose. Who knows what he was thinking, but he revealed a smile. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. It seems that I still lack beautiful women to accompany me. If it's safe, I'll take Eunice and the others with me next time. Traces of a suspected semiplane have been found. Suddenly, Yang Feng's sea of knowledge trembled, and a mechanical voice sounded. There's a clue. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he quickly browsed through the specific information, and his eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. It turns out to be near a celestial body I passed by not long ago. Yang Feng immediately silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel, and a black ray suddenly entered the star magic vessel. With a flash of devilish light, the star path suddenly appeared, and the star magic vessel immediately passed through the star path and flew towards the distance. With a wave of distortion, the star magic ship passed through the astral path and appeared on another planet. With a flash of black light, it suddenly flew toward the west of that planet. The black light flew for a long time in the astral plane and suddenly stopped in front of a reconnaissance plane. This is the suspected existence of a half-plane. Standing on the reconnaissance plane, Yang Feng looked into the distance with a scorching look in his eyes. Not far away from the reconnaissance plane, there was a continent floating in the void. The continent was like an island floating in the astral world. It was only 300 kilometers in radius and was shrouded in a thin layer of atmosphere, as if there were no signs of life. Yang Feng flew to the floating continent, silently recited an incantation, pointed at the continent and cast the level 4 spell Plane Will Detect. With Yang Feng as the center, magic ripples that were difficult to see with the naked eye spread in all directions. After a long time, the ripples shrouded the continent, and then trembled slightly and transmitted in human fluctuations. Yang Feng's eyes lit up and flashed with excitement. That's right, this is a semi-plane that can grow continuously. It's also the main material to refine a true divine country. A semi-plane that could grow continuously was the main material to refine a divine country. Without a semi-plane, even gods couldn't refine their own divine country out of thin air. Without a divine kingdom of their own, the divine spirits were inferior to the other divine spirits, and they lacked a sense of security. Yang Feng waved his hand, and a fist-sized black secret treasure semi-plane seal sphere suddenly flew out and landed on the semi-plane. Black rays of light rushed out of the demiplane sealing sphere and shot towards the demiplane below. Under the illumination of the black light, the demiplane slowly shrank inch by inch. Even with a specialized secret treasure, it was still very strenuous for Yang Feng to seal a semi-plane with his great warlock rank cultivation base. 10 days passed in an instant and the demiplane finally shrunk to the size of a fist and flew towards the demiplane sealing sphere inch by inch. Suddenly, Yang Feng's face flickered and he looked north. A warship that was over 1,000 meters long and was completely forged from white jade dragon bone, and it gave off a terrifying dragon's might. It was similar to the Star Magic ship. On the battleship, there were several hundred experts from the dragon clan with dragon horns and handsome appearances. Their bodies were enveloped in a thick layer of dragon aura and their faces were filled with arrogance. In the center of the warship, there was a litter decorated with countless fist-sized pearls, covered in starry sky warlock rank tiger type extraordinary life form fur, and inlaid with countless bright gems. In the luxurious litter sat a handsome young man dressed in a white robe. He had a pair of golden dragon horns on his head, and his eyes flickered with golden light, full of majesty and domineeringness. When Yang Feng saw the dragon expert sitting in the luxurious litter, his heart shook slightly and his eyes shimmered with graveness. This fellow isn't easy to deal with. The golden-horned dragon expert dressed in a white robe glanced indifferently at Yang Feng. His golden eyes radiated excitement, and he uttered loftily, "Semi-plane. Not bad, I didn't come all the way from the Plane of Dragons to the core area of the planar Star River in vain. Demon, hand over the semi-plane and scram. I'm in a good mood today, so I don't want to kill anyone." Dragons were one of the apex existences of extraordinary life forms. In terms of individual strength alone, the strength of the Dragon Clan was far above that of the Devil Clan. If it wasn't for the low reproductive ability of pure dragons, and the scarcity of primordial dragons, archaic dragons, and immemorial dragons, the warlock emperors of the 7 warlock dynasties might not have been able to suppress the Plane of Dragons. According to legend, when the founder of the first warlock dynasty, the Time Lord, ascended to the throne and suppressed the Plane of Dragons, He once fought with a primordial dragon of the Plain of Dragons. Although he managed to suppress the primordial dragon, he was also gravely injured. In the end, he died young and died young. Of course, there were also legends that the Time Lord was seriously injured by the many archgods of the Zhangji Plain when he fought with them, leading to his early death. No matter what kind of legend it was, there were several stories of primordial dragons fighting with the Time Lord. The strength of dragons could be well imagined. Yang Feng pointed with his hand, and the semi-plane seal sphere opened and devoured the shrunken semi-plane. He put it away and sneered coldly. I am the demon commander Kuei Wolf, a subordinate of the demon Emperor Cartman. You bastard, you want to threaten me? Do you want to be exterminated? A very beautiful dragon expert smiled coldly, took a step forward and barked. A trifling demon emperor dares to threaten His Highness Delican. What a fool! Lowly demon commander, the sir in front of you is His Highness Delican, the 9th son of the Plain of Dragons, archaic 8-headed gold dragon King Brannies. Why don't you kneel down and repent for your sins? Do you want your race to be exterminated? Even junior demon gods have to be respectful in front of His Majesty Brannies. Who do you think you are? Delican's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and he said coldly, Enough! Kati, this demon ant dares to provoke me. The few of you go and exterminate him. Yes, Your Highness. A dozen-plus dragon experts bowed towards Delican in salute. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with a cold glint, and he pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and battle robots flew out of the dimensional badge. The situation could break out at any moment. At this moment, whistling sounds came from afar, and a fearsome black demonic wind gushed out from the depths of the planar Star River and swept towards everyone. In the wake of the fearsome black demonic wind, bright stars dimmed and disappeared from the starry sky. When Delican saw the black demonic wind suddenly appear in the distance, his complexion changed dramatically, and he cried out, Shit! Star River Dark Storm! On the huge white jade dragonbone warship, the faces of all the experts of the Dragon Clan changed greatly. They quickly chanted incantations and cast powerful spells on themselves. Star River Dark Storm was a terrifying natural disaster of the planar Star River. Once a star was hit by it, it would be extinguished. Even if it was a bright world warlock rank expert, their fleshly body would be extinguished and their soul shattered by the Star River Dark Storm full of dark energy. As long as a great warlock rank expert was grazed by it, only death would await them. Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the star magic vessel. A twisted passageway suddenly appeared. The astral passageway twisted wildly and became chaotic. Clearly, it was greatly affected by the Star River Dark Storm, and became extremely unstable. Yang Feng gritted his teeth and steered the star magic vessel towards the astral passageway without hesitation. Once he was hit by the Star River Dark Storm, he would be dead. This was the only choice he could make. Delican's complexion changed several times, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger, and magic light enveloped the white jade dragonbone warship. The white jade dragonbone warship exuded astral aura, and light enveloped it and entered the void. A huge hole suddenly appeared, and a twisted and chaotic astral passageway appeared in front of the white jade dragonbone warship, which looked like it could collapse at any time. The white jade dragonbone warship also flew into the astral path without hesitation, leaving traces of light in its wake. Chapter 4:11. On a continent that stretched as far as the eye could see, the space in midair twisted, and a white jade dragon-bone warship flew out shakily and landed on the ground. As soon as Delican flew out of the white jade dragon-bone warship, he cast the spell Dragon Eye and pointed at the sky. A golden vertical eye like that of a giant dragon suddenly appeared in the sky, looking in all directions. Delican's eyes flashed with excitement and he laughed out loud. Here, could it be that place? Haha, it seems that my luck is really good. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a 300-meter tall, glistening emerald green tree suddenly flew out of the space and landed on the ground. A peerlessly beautiful high elven girl with a pair of pointed ears, dressed in emerald green leaf armor, and exuding the aura of nature flew out of the huge tree and looked at the huge spherical mountain range in the distance, and her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement. Is this the place? How lucky! It seems that I haven't wasted the past dozen-plus years in vain. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a huge meteorite 1,000 meters in diameter shot out of the space and landed on the ground. 100-meter-tall bald giant clad in a layer of armor walked out of the meteorite, holding a huge beast bone in his hand. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a demonic ship surrounded by demonic chi flew out of the space and landed on the ground. This scene continued to play out in this endless continent. On the same continent, the space twisted, and a battered intermediate star magic vessel flew out of the space and landed shakily on the ground. When the intermediate star magic vessel was about to hit the ground, Yang Feng suddenly flew out of the star magic vessel, operated the dimensional crest, and stored the star magic vessel away. What is this place? Yang Feng looked around and saw that the surroundings were lush with all kinds of rare plants. At the same time, the continent was filled with formidable life magic energy. With a thought, Yang Feng activated the dimensional badge, and countless drones suddenly flew out from the dimensional badge and flew in all directions of the continent. Yang Feng took out a phone-like holographic projector and pressed it. Beams of light shot out from the holographic projector and formed a holographic projection in midair, gradually projecting the terrain of this continent. When an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft flew over an emerald green lake, a water arrow shot out from the lake and instantly pierced through the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The water arrow then sucked the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft into the lake. When an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft passed by a tree that was thousands of meters tall, a huge blue flower suddenly bloomed, and a blue light enveloped the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft. The unmanned reconnaissance aircraft immediately fell into the mouth of the tree and disappeared. Unmanned surveillance drones flew around the strange continent, gathering information about the terrain, but they were destroyed by the terrifying extraordinary creatures that covered the entire continent. Yang Feng looked at the images of the drones being destroyed, and his eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. What a dangerous place! This should be a rare life star in the astral boundary. Furthermore, it's a high-level life star that can give birth to powerful extraordinary life forms. Life stars were very rare in the astral boundary, and they were divided into 4 grades: low-level life stars, middle-level life stars, high-level life stars, and superior life stars. Low-level life stars could only give birth to level 3 warlock rank experts at most. Middle-level life stars could give birth to Starry Sky Warlock rank expert. Superior-level life stars could give birth to Glorious Dawn Warlock rank experts. Superior-level life stars could give birth to invincible experts comparable to the 7 Warlock Emperors. Of course, superior-level life stars were very rare in the astral boundary. Only the few Warlock Emperors and their strongest subordinates had encountered them while traveling in the astral boundary. Is this the legendary planar celestial sphere? A place that can give birth to a semi-plane seed. Yang Feng's face suddenly flickered, and he willed, and a certain place in the holographic projection of the continent was instantly enlarged. In the center of the vast continent there was a huge hemispherical mountain range, from which traces of desolate and ancient aura diffused. In the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range, there was a dazzling light spreading in all directions. According to legend, in the core area of a planar star river, there were some life stars that could give birth to semiplanes. These life stars were called planar celestial spheres. In the astral boundary, This was one of the few places where semi-plane seeds could be obtained. In the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range, there was a place where semi-plane seeds could be nurtured. Yang Feng willed, and dozens of drones flew towards the center of the huge hemispherical mountain range. The dozens of drones had just flown to the vicinity of a dense forest when a terrifying astral world creature with a height of 100 meters, a crocodile-like head, a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and a long tail that resembled a giant dragon suddenly flew up, opened its mouth, and inhaled. A whirlpool appeared in the mouth of the astral life form, and the drones flew into the mouth of the astral life form. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he willed, and the drones flew towards the huge hemispherical mountain range from all directions. The 100-meter-long astral thunderbirds surrounded by lightning seemed to be alarmed by something. They suddenly flew out of their nests and flew towards the unmanned drones. Bolts of lightning flashed, and the drones fell from the sky one after another. In the middle of a desert, a sand-like yellow storm suddenly took shape and swept toward the sky. One by one, the drones were swallowed up by the terrifying storm and disappeared. Such a scene was not uncommon on the celestial life form. Not a single drone could reach the huge hemispherical mountain range before it was wiped out by the extraordinary life forms along the way. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his face turned gloomy. Yang Feng took a deep look in the direction of the hemispherical mountain range, and his eyes shimmered with a fierce glint. The planar celestial sphere should be located on a high-level life celestial body. These high-level life celestial bodies can give birth to glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouses at most. However, astral life forms don't have the wisdom of human warlocks, so there's nothing to fear. Watch as I crush my way through. A semi-plane seed was more than 100 times more difficult to obtain than a complete semi-plane. Only the 7 warlock emperors and other powerful beings of the same rank could freely enter and exit planar stars and easily obtain a semi-plane seed. Otherwise, even if it was an infinity warlock rank powerhouse or a clone of a strong divine force rank god, they would have to rely on luck to obtain a semi-plane seed. Since Yang Feng had a chance to obtain a semi-plane seed, he didn't want to let it go. Yang Feng pressed the dimensional badge on his chest, and a level 1 mobile fortified stronghold appeared in front of him. Yang Feng quickly entered the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold, installed a top-notch warp gate, and activated it. The doors of the level 1 mobile fortified stronghold opened, and a steady stream of bladed robots, gunner robots, artillery robots, starry sky rippers, and other battle robots poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Not long after, a huge mechanical army poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold. Since the level 2 mobile fortified stronghold had just been manufactured, most of the level 8 battle robots weren't discarded. Instead, they were modified and their weapon systems were replaced, and then directly transported from the Tyrannid subcontinent to be used as cannon fodder. After the bladed robots and other battle robots were replaced with new weapons and equipment, although their performance was still far inferior to that of the new robots, but their destructive power was dramatically enhanced. Yang Feng looked at the dense mechanical legion, mused for a while, and then entered an ordinary mechanical shield troop, and then stayed away from a special captain's mech. The special captain's mech was red, 12 meters tall, forged entirely from divine blood steel, and equipped with a small positron cannon. Even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, they would be seriously injured if hit by the small positron cannon. After Yang Feng hid inside the mechanical shield troop, he operated the mechanical shield troop to stay away from the captain's mech. Although the performance of the captain's mech was far greater than that of an ordinary mech, but the risk was also great. It was very easy to attract the siege of powerhouses. After more than 1 million battle robots poured out of the mobile fortified stronghold, the engines of the battle robots started, and they turned into a torrent of steel that sped towards the hemispherical mountain range. Before long, an extremely dense forest covered by 100-meter-tall giant trees, through which not a trace of light could penetrate, appeared in front of the Mechanical Legion. The bladed troops' engines roared, and they rushed to the giant trees in a few leaps and bounds. They brandished the super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands and slashed at the giant trees. One after another, the giant trees were directly chopped into two by the bladed troops. Lumps of blood-like sap abruptly flowed out from the severed parts. Chapter 4:12. As if poking a hornet's nest, the roots of the giant trees in the forest were uprooted, and countless thick rattans swept towards the bladed troops like sharp arrows. Within a breath's time, 20 bladed troops were directly wrapped by the thick tree vines. The terrifying tree vines forcefully contracted. Shortly after, the protective covers of the bladed troops were crushed, and the bladed troops were squeezed to the point that they started to distort and deform. The bladed troops in the rear weren't afraid in the slightest. As if a steel flood, they plunged into the forest, brandishing their super high-frequency oscillation blades and chopping down the giant trees one by one. No matter how tricky the rattans of the giant trees were, they were all chopped down by the bladed troops one by one, forcibly clearing out a huge passage in the dense forest. In an unreasonable manner, the terrifying Mechanical Legion quickly carved out a path in the forest that originally didn't have the slightest path. If Yang Feng had come here alone, just this huge forest would have given him a huge headache. The giant trees in this extraordinary plant forest weren't strong, only around level 2 extraordinary life forms. However, the number of extraordinary plants in the tens of thousands would even give Starry Sky warlocks some headache. The giant tree-type extraordinary plants also had some low intelligence. After hundreds of thousands of their compatriots fell under the blades of the terrifying Mechanical Legion, they also gave birth to traces of fear. Many of the giant tree-type extraordinary plants uprooted themselves and fled towards other places. After passing through the huge forest, a grassland full of lush green grass appeared in front of Yang Feng and his party. The figures of a dozen bladed troops shook, and they flew into the grassland. The lush green grass suddenly shot up, as if sharp arrows, and shot towards the bladed troops. The dozen bladed troops instantly opened their protective covers, blocking the green grass. As if enraged, the green grass in the grassland shot out countless green grass, turning into a dense rain of arrows that shot towards the bladed troops. The arrows hit the bladed troops' protective covers, producing sounds akin to rain hitting banana leaf. The gunner troops equipped with flamethrowers suddenly flew out and sprayed long fire dragons towards the green grass in the grassland. The raging flames burned the transcendent grass in the grassland into ashes, and the terrifying flames spread in all directions. Countless astral insects of all shapes and sizes flew out from the dense green grass, forming a terrifying insect cloud that swept towards the battle robots. The dense swarm of insects rolled out, swallowing more than 30 bladed troops walking at the forefront, and their protective covers were instantly shattered. When the insect cloud flew out again, the 30-plus bladed troops were blackened, tattered, full of bumps and holes, and turned into piles of scrap iron, no longer able to budge. The gunner troops equipped with flamethrowers charged forward madly. Flames enveloped the sky and swept towards the insect cloud, turning the swarm of astral insects into fireballs that fell from midair. In the sea of fire, large swathes of astral insects died, and the dense insect cloud disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. The huge Mechanical Legion didn't stop advancing. It continued to advance while killing the astral insect. The insect cloud formed by the astral insects disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the astral insects suddenly scattered and fled in different directions. Yang Feng, hidden within the huge Mechanical Legion, passed through the dangerous grassland that could devour great warlock rank experts. At the edge of the grassland, a huge mountain range could be seen. The towering mountain peaks blocked the line of sight of Yang Feng and company. bladed troops equipped with flight equipment rose into the air and flew into the distance. The sound of the bladed troops' engines alarmed the extraordinary life forms hidden in the mountain peak. A 100-meter-long astral storm falcon shrouded in gales, a 200-meter-long astral dragon-winged centipede with a pair of dragon wings, and a 10-meter-long astral thunder lion shrouded in lightning flew out of the mountain peaks and rushed over. The astral storm falcon was born with the power to manipulate wind elemental particles. After reaching adulthood, it possessed quasi-starry sky warlock rank strength. As soon as it appeared, a cold glint flashed in its eyes, and the mysterious natural wind magic pattern on its forehead flickered with radiance. Streams of wind elemental particles revolved around its body, and in the next moment, extremely violent wind blades chopped towards the bladed troops one after another. When the violent wind blades slashed at the bladed troops' energy shields, they split the bladed troops' energy shields and cut them into countless parts that fell from the sky. The astral world dragon-winged centipede opened its mouth and sprayed out a black beam of light, which exploded on a bladed troop. It easily penetrated the bladed troop's protective cover and fell on the bladed troop's body, corroding it into a pile of black poisonous liquid, which sprinkled on the ground from the sky and issued sizzling sounds. The astral thunder lion's whole body flickered with lightning. Lightning, as if lightning snakes, descended from the sky and bombarded the bladed troops. The bladed troops' protective covers as well as the bodies inside were charred black, and the bladed troops fell from the sky. Suddenly, starry sky rippers ejected from the countless battle robots and rushed towards the three quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral life forms. The astral dragon-winged centipede opened its maw, and dozens of black beams suddenly shot out, pierced through the energy shields of dozens of starry sky rippers, slammed into the bodies of the dozens of starry sky rippers, and corroded them into poisonous liquid. But in the next moment, nearly 100 starry sky rippers appeared beside the astral dragon-winged centipede and slashed at the astral dragon-winged centipede with super high-frequency oscillation blade. Along with miserable screams, the astral dragon-winged centipede suffered hundreds of injuries, and the pair of dragon wings on its back was chopped into pieces by the starry sky rippers. In an instant, the astral dragon-winged centipede and the starry sky rippers both suffered heavy losses. Before the astral dragon-winged centipede could react, it was chopped into countless pieces by the starry sky rippers and fell from the sky. On the other side, the astral thunder lion erupted with countless lightning snakes and flashes of lightning, and dozens of starry sky rippers were smashed into pieces. The starry sky rippers were crushed. Railgun beams fired from below slammed into the astral thunder lion and blasted it into pieces, and it fell from the sky. Seeing that the situation was anything but reassuring, the astral storm eagle rode a gust of wind and fled into the distance. A ferocious and tyrannical aura gushed out from the mountain range, and an astral beast more than 500 meters long, looking like a small mountain, with a pair of huge fleshy wings, a snake-like head, sharp teeth, a sharp sword-like tail, sharp bone spurs on its back, a strange magic rune on its forehead, and exuding moonlight warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out. The eyes of the huge astral beast flickered with cruel and tyrannical light, and it looked at the astral storm eagle. The quasi-starry sky warlock rank astral storm eagle screamed, and strange pustules appeared on its body, and then it burst open and turned into a pile of pus that spilled on the ground. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the mechanical legion, frowned and his scalp turned numb. Damn it! I ran into the most annoying enemy! This is a moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form, and one with the innate talent of curses. Moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life forms with the innate talent of curses were extremely terrifying. Some moonlight warlock rank curse extraordinary life forms could cast a curse on a warlock family for generations, making them suffer for eternity. The curse of some moonlight warlock rank curse extraordinary life forms could kill all the people of the same bloodline in a bloodline warlock family. In planar adventures, What human warlocks hated the most was to encounter such freaks with the innate talent of curses. As soon as the astral beast appeared, the massive mechanical legion's heavy firepower poured down on the astral beast in a frenzy. Countless super electromagnetic guns formed a rain of light that blasted toward the astral beast, completely sealing off the space it had to dodge. The astral beast's eyes shimmered with ridicule, and spatial fluctuations surged from it. When the railgun beams slammed into the astral beast, they twisted, and then slammed into the mountain behind it, blasting holes in the mountain. The astral beast opened its mouth and inhaled, and a vortex suddenly appeared in front of it. The starry sky rippers were sucked into the vortex by the terrifying suction force, collided with each other, and shattered into piles of broken parts. Hundreds of starry sky rippers plunged into the terrifying maelstrom and were crushed to pieces. The Type 1 space disruptor launched, and spatial interference ripples suddenly appeared and enveloped the astral beast. The spatial ripples on the astral beast instantly disappeared, and the densely packed super electromagnetic gun blasted its body like raindrops, tearing apart its protective scales. In an instant, countless bloody holes the size of toothpicks appeared on its body. Chapter 413. A black light flashed on the astral beast's body, and the numerous wounds on its body quickly healed in a somewhat despairing manner. The dense bombardment of the super electromagnetic gun seemed to have no effect, and the damage to the astral beast was completely healed in an instant. The astral beast opened its mouth, and a black beam of light shot out from its mouth, sweeping towards the mechanical army below. In the area enveloped by the black beam of light, the battle robots collapsed and shattered. Even if they activated their energy shields, they still couldn't resist the black beam of light in the slightest. After the black beam of light disappeared, a huge fan-shaped ravine extending for more than a dozen kilometers appeared on the ground. The ravine was littered with the remains of countless melted battle robots. With just one attack from the astral beast, more than 80,000 main battle robots were destroyed. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the rear of the mechanical legion, couldn't help but have his complexion change greatly. He calmly slowed down and quietly hid in a hidden corner at the rear of the mechanical legion. After the 80,000 battle robots were destroyed, a look of exhaustion streaked past the astral beast's eyes, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped it. In the next moment, the astral beast instantly appeared in the middle of the mechanical legion and extended its claw towards the Captain Mech. After the surrounding space disruptors were destroyed, the astral beast could freely use spatial force to shuttle through space. The Captain Mech activated an energy shield. At the same time, the small positron cannon on its shoulder fired at the astral beast's claw. With a dazzling radiance, the positron beam slammed into the claw of the astral beast and blasted a bloody hole in it. That astral beast did not dodge or evade. It swiped down with its claws. It seemed slow, but it was actually fast. It grabbed the captain's mech in its hand and squeezed it hard, crushing it into pieces. Yang Feng, who was hiding in the distance, felt a chill in his heart when he saw this scene. If he was hiding in the flashy Captain Mech, he would have been crushed by the astral demonic hand by now. The densely packed gravity spheres blasted out from the mechanical army and bombarded the body of the astral beast. The astral beast's body sank and it fell to the ground. Type 1 frost manipulators suddenly stepped forward and shot at the astral beast's wings with freezing guns in their hands. Rays of freezing light shot at the wings of the astral beast. Immediately, huge chunks of ice formed on the wings of the astral beast, and a terrifying icy force spread towards the body of the astral beast. Starry sky rippers suddenly shot out and flew towards the astral beast's tail. The super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands slashed wildly, cutting the astral beast's tail into a bloody mess and riddled it with scars. The artillery robots were holding small positron cannons. They were like small turrets as they fired at the astral beast's eyes. A dense rain of positron beams slammed into the astral beast's head and blasted open fist-sized bloody holes. One of the astral beast's eyes was shattered. The astral beast's tail suddenly moved, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless afterimages that bombarded the surroundings. Wherever the afterimages passed, all the starry sky rippers were smashed and turned into countless parts that splashed in all directions. The astral beast raised its wings, and the chunks of ice covering its wings were shattered one by one. A faint black mist surged on the body of the astral beast. Its shattered right eye and battered body were completely healed in an instant. Yang Feng frowned slightly. It has the ability to curse and has an almost undying recovery ability. What a troublesome existence! As soon as the astral beast recovered, its eyes flashed with an extremely fierce light. It opened its mouth, and a black beam of light suddenly shot out from its mouth, sweeping towards the huge mechanical army. In the wake of the black beam of light, the battle robots were shattered and turned into countless parts scattered on the ground. A fan-shaped ravine extending for more than a dozen kilometers appeared again, and the 100,000 battle robots were completely destroyed by the astral beast's attack. After releasing such powerful and wide-ranging attacks in succession, a trace of exhaustion streaked past the astral beast's eyes. Starry sky rippers suddenly erupted with a terrifying speed of Mach 10, flying towards the astral beast from all directions. Among the mechanical legion, a captain robot flew out again, fired a positron beam, and slammed into the astral beast's head, blasting open a fist-sized bloody hole. The astral beast was instantly enraged by this provocation. Spatial light shone all over its body. In an instant it traversed through space and appeared in front of the captain's mech. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down, crushing the captain's mech in one bite and swallowing it. A dense rain of gravity spheres blasted out in an instant and hit the astral beast. The astral beast's body sank again, and it fell to the ground. Almost at the same time, Yang Feng released the Ark Battlestar. The main cannon of the Ark interstellar battleship was fully charged. A bright light shone, and a terrifying beam of light containing destructive power descended from the sky. It was like a hammer of divine punishment descending on the human world, and it smashed into the body of the astral beast. Under the bombardment of the fearsome beam of light, the astral beast's upper body was blasted to pieces. After the beam of light destroyed the astral beast's upper body, it continued to blast open a 100-meter-tall, bottomless hole on the ground behind it. After the attack, the light from the main cannon of the Ark astral battleship dimmed, and it slowly began to charge. After the upper body of the astral beast was destroyed by the main cannon of the interstellar battleship, the remaining lower body continued to squirm, and the dense granulation tissue grew rapidly in a very strange manner. Countless starry sky rippers suddenly flew out like a swarm of locusts and flew towards the remaining lower body of the astral beast in a flash. They frantically slashed at the lower body of the astral beast, chopping it into countless pieces. The engineering robots quickly flew forward, collected the remaining pieces of the astral beast's flesh, and put them into transparent crystal containers. The astral beast's remaining lower body was quickly shredded by the starry sky rippers, revealing a fist-sized astral core. After the astral core was taken away by the engineering robots, the astral beast's remaining body suddenly lost its vitality and could no longer regenerate. Engineering robots quickly flew to the area to search, and finally found 2 more astral realm magic cores like that. After fiddling with the 3 astral beast cores for a while, Yang Feng willed and threw them into the magical mechanical cloak. At the same time, he also threw the astral beast's remains he collected into the magical mechanical cloak. When the 3 monster cores and the astral beast's remains entered the magical mechanical cloak, rays of light rushed out and shone on the 3 monster cores and the remains. Countless liquid metal nanorobots and other minerals were injected into the magical mechanical cloak. The three magic cores and the astral beast remains absorbed the superculture liquid containing countless liquid metal nanorobots and strangely condensed into a heart that beat continuously. From that space, countless mechanical tentacles extended out like blood vessels and pierced into the heart, eroding and controlling the heart of the astral realm magical beast. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose into a smile. In this way, as long as I'm strong enough, I can transform into a Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast. The Moonlight Warlock rank astral beast was extremely powerful. Yang Feng used the Battlestar's primary artillery to seal the astral beast's spatial ability and movement ability, and then heavily injured it. Even among Moonlight Warlock rank extraordinary life forms, this astral beast was a first-class existence. If he could transform into this astral beast, Yang Feng's strength would be greatly enhanced. After killing the astral beast, no astral beasts dared to block his way in the surroundings of the mountain range. The huge mechanical legion rose into the air and flew towards the other side of the mountain range. Somewhere in the forest of the continent, a demon commander rank expert radiated demonic light and brandished his claws wildly, turning into countless claw afterimages that cut off countless tree vines. The hundreds and thousands of giant trees and extraordinary plants had already surrounded the demon commander. Countless tendrils stabbed towards the demon commander. The demon commander rank powerhouse struggled to hold on. Suddenly, a dark gold vine ejected from the earth and pierced the demon commander rank powerhouse. The demon commander rank powerhouse issued a miserable scream, struggled a few times, and then was sucked dry and turned into a mummy. Somewhere in the mountain range of the continent, an astral beast more than 200 meters long, resembling a huge flying snake, with a pair of wings on its ribs, no eyes and sharp beast-like teeth, flew in the sky. Surrounding the astral beast were hundreds of dragons of various colors, who had returned to their original form. The dragons belched dragon breaths barreling towards the astral beast. The space around the astral beast distorted, and the dragon breaths were warped to the side. It flapped its wings, flew to in front of a 50-meter-long dragon, opened its ferocious maw at a frightening angle of 270 degrees, then snapped shut in an instant and swallowed the dragon, sputtering a copious amount of blood. Chapter 4:14. Seeing this scene, Delican, who had already transformed into a three-headed golden dragon, felt a chill in his heart, and immediately turned into a golden ray of light and fled elsewhere. When the dragons saw Delican escape, they were all scared out of their wits and fled in all directions. The astral extraordinary life form that resembled a huge flying snake flashed continuously among the dragons like a ghost. After devouring 3 dragons, it flew back to the top of a mountain range with satisfaction, coiled around the top of the mountain range, and exuded rocks all over its body. As if petrified, its aura dissipated. This scene played out all over the continent. A day later, Yang Feng led the terrifying Mechanical Legion to crush all enemies. After killing 135 Great Warlock rank astral life forms and 30 Starry Sky Warlock rank astral life forms, destroying countless astral insects and astral extraordinary plants, he finally arrived at the spherical mountain range. The others are here as well? When Yang Feng arrived at the foot of the spherical mountain range, he frowned slightly. According to the reconnaissance aircraft, in addition to Yang Feng, there were 3 other groups of people who had also arrived at the foot of the mountain range. One of them was made up of 3 high elves, another was made up of 5 giants that were more than 100 meters tall, and the last was made up of Delican and the other dragon powerhouses. Of the 3 groups of people, everyone had injuries of various sizes. Delican originally had hundreds of dragon subordinates under his command, but now only 3 people followed him. Clearly, he had suffered heavy losses. The 3 groups of people were top Great Warlock rank experts. When Yang Feng's huge Mechanical Legion arrived, they were the first to discover it. Their countenances changed dramatically, and they stared at Yang Feng's mechanical legion as if they were facing a great enemy. 3 starry sky rippers suddenly flew to in front of the 3 groups of people, and spoke flatly in a synthesized mechanical voice. "Everyone, please wait. This place has been reserved by my master. Please leave this place. After my master finishes what he wants to do, we can still be friends. Otherwise, we'll become mortal enemies." "Who does your master think he is? A bunch of trash golems, go to hell." Delican's eyes flashed with a fierce glint, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed at the sky. In the sky, fiery clouds were rolling and rolling. Enormous amounts of fire elements were madly gathering in the sky, and a fiery cloud covering a radius of several miles suddenly appeared. In the next moment, fireballs capable of easily burning level 1 warlock rank extraordinary life forms to ashes descended from the sky and swept towards the huge mechanical legion as if the end of the world had arrived. A handsome young dragon clan powerhouse beside Delican sneered. He silently chanted an incantation and pointed with his finger. Violent hurricanes surged around his body and then turned into terrifying gales that entered the rain of fireballs. The gales fanned the flames, making the fireballs even more violent. In the midst of the fearsome rain of fireballs, the battle robots activated their energy shield. When the fireballs blasted into the energy shields, they exploded, but they didn't harm the battle robots at all. Starry sky rippers suddenly erupted. With Mach 10 speed, along with sonic booms, they appeared in front of the 3 Dragon Clan powerhouses in an instant and slashed down. Delican's face fell. A gold dragon tail suddenly extended from his back and blasted into the Starry Sky Rippers, destroying the 7 Starry Sky Rippers besieging him one by one. The other 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses didn't expect that the Starry Sky Rippers would emerge alive from the rain of fire. Their reaction was a beat too slow. They could only erupt with a powerful life force, and thick dragon scales with astonishing defensive power emerged on their bodies. Blood splashed. In an instant, the 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses were chopped into countless pieces by the Starry Sky Rippers, leaving only their heads behind. Shock was written on their heads, as if they couldn't believe that they would die here. When the 3 High Elves and the 5 burly giant powerhouses saw that the 2 Dragon Clan powerhouses were easily killed by Yang Feng's Starry Sky Rippers, their countenances changed dramatically. Delican's face fell, and he shouted, "Everyone, let's join forces. Let's work together to destroy those mechanical puppets and kill their owners. Then, we'll compete for the semi-plane seed based on our own abilities. Otherwise, we'll be killed one by the masters of these mechanical golems." Delican's body shook, and he turned into a 3-headed golden dragon. His 3 dragon heads fired numerous fire arrows, wind blades, and huge ice spikes barreling towards the Starry Sky Rippers. One after another, the magic shields of the Starry Sky Rippers were breached by the spells fired by the 3 dragon heads. They were either blasted apart, cut into pieces, or frozen into ice cubes and fell from the sky. At this moment, a Captain Robot flew out of the swarm and fired a positron beam that slammed into Delican's dragon body. A water tank-sized puncture wound was blasted open, and a large amount of blood gushed out of Delican's dragon body and scattered on the ground. The complexion of the bald giant leader of the 5 giants changed several times, and he shouted, "I am Giant Heart. Human Warlock, if you agree to fight me one-on-one, then I'll give up the semi-plane seed. If you defeat me fair and square, then I'll give up on the semi-plane seed. Otherwise, we'll join the dragons and fight you. Then you can go to hell." Accompanied by a cold and cruel mechanical voice, a dense swarm of Starry Sky Rippers suddenly flew out of the mechanical legion and flew towards the 5-headed giants at a terrifying Mach 10 speed. A dense rain of railgun beams, positron beams, and other terrifying beams shot towards the 5 giants like raindrops. The complexion of Giant Heart changed dramatically, and he roared and unleashed the power of his domain. With him as the core, the power of the Earth domain erupted and enveloped an area 1,000 meters in radius. One after another, 100-meter-tall Earth giants emerged from Heart's Earth domain and rushed towards the starry sky rippers. The other 4 giants also roared and urged their power to rush towards the battle robot. A male high elf asked the tall female high elf in the lead, "Lila, what should we do?" Lila's pretty face changed several times, and she pointed with a finger, and green light surged and formed a huge eyeball in midair. The eyeball looked into the distance and suddenly inhaled a breath of cold air. She saw a huge mechanical legion sweeping towards them like a sea. The terrifying mechanical torrent wasn't something that great warlock rank experts could resist. "Let's retreat." Lila made a prompt decision, and her figure blurred into motion, and she retreated towards the foot of the mountain. The eyes of the other 2 high elves flickered with unwillingness, and they blurred into motion and retreated. A male high elf turned his eyes and silently recited an incantation, and his figure suddenly blurred. In the next moment, he strangely became clear again. Suddenly, artillery troops and gunner troops rose into the air and fired wildly towards an area in the mountain range. Countless railgun beams and positron beams interweaved and bombarded the area. In that area, a male high elf appeared in a flash and shouted with a look of horror in his eyes, "Help!" Before the male high elf's words fell, he was shrouded by countless rays of light and blasted into pieces. Lila's eyes flashed with anger and she shouted, "We've already retreated, so why are you still killing our people? Do you want to become enemies with us high elves? Mountain climbers, die!" Starry sky rippers suddenly flew out from the rear, their engines roaring, and surrounded Lila and the male high elf. In addition to the starry sky rippers, there were also countless battle robots flying over, their electronic eyes flashing with frightening red light. At the same time, the 3-headed golden dragon Delican screamed in midair. Dozens of starry sky rippers flew towards him in a flash and slashed frantically, chopping him into countless pieces that fell from the sky. 2 of the 5 giants were killed by the fearless starry sky ripper, leaving only 3 giants hiding in the Earth domain, struggling to hold on. When Lila and the high elf expert beside her saw this scene, they felt a chill in their hearts. The 3-headed golden dragon Delican was from the dragon race, one of the apex extraordinary life forms. Moreover, he was a 3-headed golden dragon with a quasi-starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Even many starry sky warlocks might not be his match. Lila felt that her odds of winning against him were less than 10%. Seeing that such a terrifying expert was easily chopped into pieces by the starry sky rippers, Lila and the other 2 high elves didn't dare to act rashly. "You win! Let us go!" Heart roared, activating the domain of Earth to form numerous rock giants. The rock giants frantically attacked the starry sky rippers and blasted them to pieces. The starry sky rippers had a terrifying speed of Mach 10, but as soon as they entered the Earth domain, they felt as if they were carrying a mountain on their back. Their speed plummeted to Mach 1, and then they were smashed to pieces by the rock giant. Any great warlock rank expert that entered Heart's Earth domain would be bound by gravity. He could also draw the power of the Earth from the Earth domain, combining offense and defense into one, extremely tyrannical. By relying on the Earth domain, many starry sky warlock rank experts may not be his opponent. Even so, the seemingly endless swarm of starry sky rippers still made Heart fearful, and he admitted defeat and shouted loudly. Chapter 4:15. Go to the netherworld and accompany your good brother. Blood-curdling voices came from the starry sky rippers. 200,000 gunner troops and artillery troops equipped with flight devices rose into the air and formed a mechanical cloud in the sky. In the next moment, countless railgun and positron beams barreled towards the area where Heart and the other 2 giants were located like raindrops. Heart's expression changed drastically. He frantically urged his Titan's power, and within the Earth domain, 100-meter-tall rock giant suddenly appeared, forming a wall in front of him. Boom! 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 When the countless rays slammed into the rock giants collapsed and shattered, and the endless light instantly engulfed Hart and the other two giants. When the light disappeared, all that was left on the ground was a pile of broken flesh and all sorts of holes. Lila and the other two high elven powerhouses felt a chill in their hearts. Hart, who had comprehended the power of a domain, was definitely a genius powerhouse even among giants. Lila wasn't confident that she could defeat him. Under the bombardment of countless robots, such a powerhouse was instantly crushed, leaving Lila and the other two powerhouses not daring to make any unusual movements. Lila said respectfully to a starry sky ripper, "Sir, can we leave now?" A bladed troop flew over from the rear with 2 vials of liquid metal nano-robot elixir in hand, handed them to the 2 high elves, and said coldly, "It's too late. Inject these elixirs and you'll be able to live. Otherwise, you'll die here." The semi-plane seed was extremely important to Yang Feng's cultivation, and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Yang Feng didn't want to be killed by an arrow while he was absorbing the semi-plane seed. Lila's complexion changed several times. She looked around and clearly sensed that the surrounding space was full of chaos. Even if she wanted to use spatial spells to escape, she couldn't do so. After hesitating for a while, Lila gritted her teeth, picked up the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, injected it into her right arm, and injected it into her body. The complexion of the other high elf changed several times, then he smiled bitterly, picked up the vial of liquid metal nano-robot elixir, injected it into his right arm, and injected it into his body. After sensing that the liquid metal nano-robot elixir had the 2 high elves under complete control, Yang Feng followed the huge mechanical legion silently to the top of the mountain range. When he arrived at the top of the hemispherical mountain range, Yang Feng saw a small sphere appear out of thin air in the center of a huge cave. Light brimming with the aura of life gushed out of the huge cave and entered the small sphere. Yang Feng looked at the small sphere with a scorching glint in his eyes. The small sphere was a semi-plane seed. Once the demi-plane seed matured, it would enter the astral boundary in accordance with the astral boundary's law. It would drift in the astral boundary while absorbing all kinds of matter, and finally transform into a demi-plane. The semi-plane would also drift in the astral boundary. If one was lucky, it would enter the astral boundary, and the astral plane, and astral boundary. If one was unlucky, the semi-plane would evolve into an abandoned and dead celestial body. Yang Feng first set up a magic array in the surroundings and covered it with intermediate magic crystals, then silently recited an incantation, conjured Mage Hand, grabbed the semi-plane seed, and pulled it from the cave to his side. Yang Feng pulled the semi-plane seed out of the cave, then silently recited an incantation and pointed at the semi-plane seed. Primal chaos magic light gushed out of Yang Feng's finger and entered the semi-plane seed. The semi-plane seed flew into the air and strangely entered Yang Feng's forehead. In Yang Feng's spirit sea, the semi-plane seed slowly fell into his spirit sea. Yang Feng operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body, and a soul seed flew out of the center of the spirit sea. The soul seed split into 2 halves. One half entered the semi-plane seed, while the other sunk into the spirit sea. The magic array beside Yang Feng lit up, and intermediate magic crystals released formidable life magic energy. Under the effect of the magic array, the life magic energy turned into white smoke that entered Yang Feng's eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. When the life magic energy entered Yang Feng's body, under the effect of the primal chaos imperishable body secret method, it turned into primal chaos force and poured into the semi-plane seed. The semi-plane seed, which had half of Yang Feng's soul fused with it, gushed with traces of the law of space, suddenly expanded, and evolved into a barren and dead space about 100 meters in size with only some rocks suspended in Yangfeng's sea of knowledge. With the help of the mysterious and unfathomable law of space and a trace of the world law, the space born from the semi-plane seed didn't burst Yangfeng's head. A copious amount of pure life magic energy was extracted from the magic array, entered Yangfeng's body, and turned into primal chaos force that poured into the semi-plane. Yangfeng's body seemed to transform into a bottomless black hole. When the life magic energy, which could have caused him to explode before, entered his body, it immediately disappeared and was converted into primal chaos energy that entered the semi-plane. As if it sensed something, the cave born from the semi-plane ejected golden energy into Yangfeng's body and poured into the semi-plane. Under the nourishment of the golden power, the demi-plane expanded inch by inch. At the same time, wisps of faint world power kept brewing within the demi-plane. At the foot of the mountain, the space suddenly rippled, and a 2-meter-tall devil with a pair of ghost horns on its head, a hideous face, and a strange rune engraved between its eyebrows, a pair of black wings on its back, and countless strange runes engraved on its body suddenly appeared out of thin air. When she saw the devil, Lila's pretty face changed, and she exclaimed, "Void Devil!" Void devils were a branch of devils. Void devils were proficient in spatial force from birth. Adult void devils were great warlock rank great devils, and there was no lack of starry sky warlock rank devil barons. Legend has it that void devils could move freely in the void, and many defensive spells and barriers could hardly stop them. Even many starry sky warlock rank experts, if they didn't learn targeted spells, would be silently killed by void devils. The void devil swept Lila and Lila with a glance, and then revealed a malevolent smile. "Two great warlock rank high elves. Stay put. Otherwise, I don't mind tasting the brains of high elves. TSK TSK." As human warlocks spread to countless planes, experts of many planes began to use human warlock standards to measure them. Lila's pretty face changed slightly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with fear, but her body moved involuntarily. She silently recited an incantation and took out a green high elven bow, and the aura of nature permeated her body and formed an arrow of nature. When the arrow of nature took shape, it turned into a stream of light and shot towards the void devil. The high elven Werther beside Lila involuntarily unleashed the arrow of the sun, and a resplendent ray of light shot towards the void devil. The face of the void devil suddenly changed dramatically. The mysterious and profound runes on its forehead flickered, and fearsome void force suddenly emerged. Its figure fluttered, and it entered a space. The arrow of nature and the arrow of sun pierced through space and shot towards the void devil. The arrow of nature and the arrow of sun were secret archery skills of high elves, and they possessed boundless might and the terrifying power to pierce through space. The face of the void devil changed dramatically. The mysterious runes all over its body flickered, and it frantically jumped through the 9 layers of space. When the arrow of sun reached the 6th layer of space, its power was exhausted, and it strangely disappeared from the 6th layer of space. When the arrow of nature reached the 8th layer of space, its power was exhausted, and it strangely disappeared. In the 9th layer of space, the void devil's figure blurred, and it smiled ferociously. "Humph! Unfortunately, your limit is the 8th layer of space. If you want to hit me, you're still missing a layer of space. This time you're dead." The countenance of the 2 high elves Lisa and Werther changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The void devil was proficient in spatial force. Even their secret archery skills couldn't hit the void devil. They were practically helpless against it. At this moment, there were ripples and chaotic fluctuations in space. The face of the void devil fell, it trembled, and it was forced to fly out of the space. In the next moment, dozens of starry sky rippers pounced on the void devil. Blade rays flashed, and the void devil was cut into countless pieces in an instant. Only its head remained, which fell to the ground. Although the Void Devil was proficient in spatial force, but in terms of fleshly body, it was far inferior to the three-headed gold dragon and the giant. The three-headed gold dragon and the giant perished under the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers, and the Void Devil was naturally no exception. When Lisa and Werther saw the Void Devil die just like that, there was a queer look in their eyes, and they looked at the Starry Sky Rippers with apprehension. Chapter 4:16. Time passed, and 7 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 7 days, several groups of great warlock rank powerhouses from different planes were killed by the huge mechanical legion when they approached the mountain range. 7 days later, the semi-plane seed in Yangfeng's Sea of Knowledge expanded into a circular island with a diameter of 1,000 meters and a thickness of 100 meters. The golden light in the cave slowly disappeared and shrank back into the cave. Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and felt his body covered in a layer of black impurities and exuding a foul smell. When the semi-plane seed formed a miniature semi-plane in Yangfeng's Sea of Knowledge, the world force produced by the semi-plane cleansed Yangfeng's fleshly body, greatly strengthening it. At this time, his fleshly body was even stronger than that of Starry Sky warlock rank dragons, and it was full of vigorous life force and power. At this time, there were 3 mechanical baths with hot water and various precious elixirs placed beside him. Yang Feng smiled, then stepped into one of the mechanical baths, took a comfortable hot bath, and quietly felt the changes in the power inside him. Yang Feng felt the nearly endless power inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. After integrating the semi-plane seed, my primal chaos imperishable body secret method can be considered to have crossed the threshold. It turns out that many of the previously incomprehensible things can only be displayed after integrating the semi-plane seed. The primal chaos imperishable body was an extraordinary secret method created by the Second Warlock Dynasty's Taboo Lord in his later years. When Yang Feng's true body first cultivated this secret method, he was able to contend against some weak Starry Sky warlock rank freaks in the Great Warlock realm. But it wasn't until he integrated the semi-plane seed that he truly cultivated the primal chaos imperishable body to the entry level. In the bath, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and spatial aura diffused from him, and formed a powerful spatial domain around him. The semi-plane seed extended into space inside Yang Feng's spirit sea and became a real semi-plane. During this process, Yang Feng naturally comprehended the mysteries of the law of space and formed a spatial domain. Looking at the distorted space in the spatial domain, Yang Feng showed a satisfied smile. After taking a bath, Yang Feng descended from the mountain and arrived at the foot of the mountain, in front of the 2 high elves Lila and Werther. After Lila saw Yang Feng, surprise flashed past her beautiful eyes, and she revealed a look of understanding. A human warlock. Among the 36 primary material planes, only the Tsangji Plane's 6th Warlock Dynasty's Golem Lord has used mechanical golems. None of the other 36 prime material planes had developed in the direction of mechanical civilization. The Feisua plane was a plane ruled by gods, the plane of dragons was a plane ruled by dragons, and the other 36 primary material planes also had formidable existences comparable to gods and demons who ruled over everything. There was no soil for a mechanical civilization to survive. The essence of a mechanical civilization was to allow the weak to rely on the power of machines to display heaven-defying combat power. An ordinary person who wasn't even a knight could possibly destroy a moonlight warlock by pressing the launch button of a nuclear warhead. Once such a dangerous civilization showed any signs of development, it would be destroyed by the powerful existences comparable to gods and demons who ruled over everything in the 36 primary material planes. Yang Feng walked up to Lila and looked at her carefully. His eyes revealed a look of satisfaction, and he said with a faint smile, "Not bad, elves are really beautiful. I am Yang Feng. From today on, you are my maid. As for him, he is my guard. Although Lila wasn't as devastatingly beautiful as the great elven monarch Esramia, but she was still a first-rate elven beauty. Among humans, she was a 1 in a million beauty. She was already qualified to act as Yang Feng's maid. Lila was both ashamed and angry, yet her cherry lips involuntarily said respectfully, "Yes, master." Werther wanted to step forward and say something, but he couldn't control his body, and could only glare at Yang Feng. Yang Feng turned his head to look at the sky and revealed a smile. "Since my goal has been achieved, it's time to go back." Time elapsed, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. The demonic fighting sect's astral gate shone brightly, and Yang Feng walked out of the astral gate with Lila and Werther. The three of them had just walked out of the astral gate, when tremendous spatial force descended from the sky, enveloped the three of them, and teleported them away in an instant. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's group of three appeared in the astral palace. The person sitting next to the counter of the astral palace was Zhang Lei. When he saw Yang Feng and his party, Zhang Lei showed a smile and greeted them. "Senior disciple Brother Yang, you're back. Who are these two?" Yang Feng replied with a smile. "They are my servants in the astral boundary." The two high elves Lila and Werther had wooden expressions on their faces. Zhang Lei's gaze swept Lila, and his eyes flashed with envy, saying, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, you're really lucky to be able to capture two high elves as servants in the astral boundary." Lila was a daughter of nature among high elves. Although she couldn't compare to a peerless beauty like Esramia, but she was still a first-rate super beauty, with an extraordinary temperament and an exotic charm. In the demonic fighting sect, there were only 20+ beauties more beautiful and more outstanding than her. Yang Feng responded with a smile. "I was just lucky." Zhang Lei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, I have to remind you that these other races can only act in your residence. They can't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will." The demonic fighting sect's experts who went to the astral boundary would often bring back some strange life forms. They would even go to other planes from the astral boundary to capture all kinds of intelligent life forms as pet. Many of those things were dangerous, so they couldn't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will. The two high elves Lila and Werther caught by Yang Feng might be beautiful female spies sent by high elves, so they couldn't walk around the demonic fighting sect at will. However, if they stayed in Yang Feng's residence or laboratory, there wouldn't be any problems. Yang Feng responded with a faint smile. "I understand." Zhang Lei said with a smile, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, the great sect competition is around the corner. I'm looking forward to your performance in the great sect competition." Great sect competition? Yang Feng was taken aback, and it took him a while to react. The demonic fighting sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud dynasty. The competition within the sect was extremely fierce. In order to fairly select the most outstanding disciples, the great sect was full of tests of various sizes. The great sect competition was the most important competition within the demonic fighting sect. Apart from the experts who had already promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank, the rest of the demonic fighting sect's disciples would go all out in the great sect competition to strive for a higher level. The great sect competition was the best way for disciples in name to ascend to outer sect disciples to ascend to inner sect disciples, and inner sect disciples to ascend to true disciples. If Yang Feng hadn't been accepted as a personal disciple by Huang Yihe, he would have followed the process and climbed up step by step. Although he was now a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, he still had to participate in the great sect competition. However, he wasn't in the position of the challenger, but rather the position of the challenged. Yang Feng had just returned to the immortal Huang Palace with Lila and Huang Yihe when Wang Zhilan came up to him and said, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, teacher has invited you." Yang Feng pointed at Lila and Huang Iha and asked, "What about them?" Wang Zhilan glanced at Lila, and a glint of jealousy streaked past the abyss of her beautiful eyes. She smiled sweetly, took out a golden bell, and shook it slightly. Two lifelike humanoid golems flew out of the golden bell and landed on the ground. Wang Zhilan said with a smile, "They will take them to your dwelling, senior disciple brother." Yang Feng nodded and followed Wang Zhilan into the immortal Huang Palace. When Yang Feng arrived at the immortal Huang Palace, he sat down on the seventh praying mat at the front. A ray of light flashed. On the high platform, rays of golden light shone and condensed into Huang Iha's figure. Huang Iha said lightly, "Yang Feng, the Fighting Demonic Sect's Great Sect competition is in 7 days. Your cultivation base hasn't reached the Moonlight Warlock realm yet. According to the sect's rules, you must accept the challenges of the top 3 inner sect disciples. You've just joined my sect and haven't practiced cultivation for a long time. If you're not sure, then you can decline the Great Sect competition." Yang Feng asked, "Teacher, can disciples use magic pets in the Great Sect competition?" Huang Iha replied, "Of course. Magic pets, secret treasures, spells, and even luck are part of one's strength. Of course, they can be used in the Great Sect competition." Yang Feng said, "Then disciple is willing to accept the challenges of the inner sect disciples. In the Great Sect competition, once a disciple got a good result, they would get great rewards and tremendous cultivation resources. Many of the cultivation resources even tempted Yang Feng." Huang Iha was slightly surprised. "Are you sure? The top 3 inner sect disciples are basically Starry Sky Warlock rank experts. They even have combat geniuses who comprehended a domain. They're not like those Starry Sky Warlock rank freaks outside." The Fighting Demonic Sect was one of the 10 great sects of the Great Cloud Dynasty. Its cultivation system was very perfect. At the same time, there were countless precious secret methods in the sect, and there was no shortage of secret methods to cultivate to the Infinity Warlock rank. In the Fighting Demonic Sect, there was a place similar to the Demonic Realm that could cultivate the fighting ability of disciples. The top 3 inner sect disciples could basically advance to become true disciples of the Fighting Demonic Sect and were very likely to advance to the Moonlight Warlock rank in the future. Each of them could fight 5 or even 10 Starry Sky Warlocks of the same rank outside of the 10 Great Sect. Yang Feng said full of confidence, "Disciple won't let you down, teacher." Huang Iha took a deep look at Yang Feng and revealed a faint smile, saying, "Then I'm looking forward to your performance. If you do well, I'll give you a pleasant surprise." After chatting for a while, Huang Iha had Yang Feng withdraw. Chapter 4:17. 7 days later, the Fighting Demonic Sect's internal great competition officially began. In front of the Fighting Demonic Sect's grand arena, there was a dais. On the dais sat ordinary elders, as well as some true disciples who haven't promoted to the Moonlight Warlock rank. At the top of the dais sat the chairpersons of the Fighting Demonic Sect's major branches. Each of them was a Moonlight Warlock, and some were even Glorious Dawn Warlock rank powerhouses. As one of the Great Cloud Dynasty's 10 great sects, the Fighting Demonic Sect had countless secret methods. According to the cultivation of different secret methods, different branches were formed. There was the Elixir Peak that specialized in the cultivation of pharmacy, the Alchemy Peak that specialized in the cultivation of alchemy, and so on. The Great Sect Great Competition of Outer Sect Disciples was the day when the chairpersons of the major branches came to select Inner Sect disciples. The peak lords of the major branches would choose the Outer Sect disciples that they liked and then send out invitations to those Outer Sect disciples to join their branches. Sitting on a dais, Yang Feng swaggered down from the dais, overlooking the grand arena below. On the dais, everyone was a Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouse or above. He was the only great warlock, which was very eye-catching. Not far from Yang Feng there were 3 people sitting. One of them was a young man with long blood-colored hair and an unruly glint in his eyes. The other was a beautiful young woman with a sexy and voluptuous figure and waist-length pitch-black hair dressed in a snow-white warlock robe. The other was a young man with an ordinary figure and appearance, but his eyes were bright and spirited, looking like they could suck in people's souls. The space around the 3 young men and women was very spacious. The powerful life force they exuded was different from that of others, second only to the chairpersons of the major branches. Yang Feng's gaze was attracted by the 3 young men and women, and he took a deep look at them. Wang Zhilan, sitting next to Yang Feng, said softly, "Senior disciple Brother Yang, the 3 of them are Zhang Hanzhan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Yu Wuxian, Zhui Yifan, a personal disciple of Great Elder Helian Nu, and Zhou Feng, a personal disciple of Great Elder Yu Jingang." Wang Zhilan was a starry sky warlock with superior level 6 soul aptitude. In addition to being a disciple in name of Huang Iha, she was also a true disciple of the fighting demonic sect. Yang Feng's eyes suddenly revealed a look of understanding. Huang Iha and the other 3 great elders are 4 bright world warlock rank powerhouses of the battle demon sect. Even the sect master is only a glorious dawn warlock rank powerhouse. The status of the direct disciples of the 4 great supreme elders was naturally much higher than that of ordinary true disciples. Similarly, the direct disciples of the 4 grand elders were all geniuses among geniuses. Wang Zhilan was a genius with a superior 6th rank soul aptitude. In many sects, she was a once-in-a-century genius. However, he was only one of Huang Iha's disciples in name. The strictness with which the 4 grand elders accepted disciples could be imagined. After glancing at the 3 young men and women, Yang Feng's gaze fell on the grand arena. At this time, the grand arena had been divided into dozens of arenas. Nearly tens of thousands of battle demon sect in-name disciples gathered around the grand arena. The atmosphere was solemn. How come he's sitting there? Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name of the fighting demonic sect, a pretty and lovely girl with bright eyes and white teeth looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, widened her eyes, and exclaimed. A tall and slender woman with outstanding looks frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Sister Jingman, the ones sitting there are all the direct disciples of the sect, or the 4 great supreme elders' personal disciples. You're being too disrespectful. We are just ordinary disciples in name. A casual word from those true disciples can make it difficult for us to move an inch in the sect." The shock in Xu Jingman's eyes faded a little. Recalling the scene from a few years ago, she whispered, "By the way, senior disciple Sister Yurong, are the personal disciples of the 4 great elders sitting there?" Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy, and she uttered, "That's right, the personal disciples of the 4 great elders are sitting there. That person is Yang Feng, who just became a personal disciple of Great Elder Huang Iha not long ago. I heard that he ventured into the Feisua plane as a level 2 warlock and killed a demigod rank expert, which is how he obtained this qualification." Xu Jingman's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she whispered, "He actually did it?" Jiang Yurong's beautiful eyes flashed with envy, and she said with a light smile, "Junior disciple Sister Jingman, your soul aptitude is outstanding. As long as you practice hard, there's hope for you to become a personal disciple of the 4 great elders in the future." With an inferior level 7 soul aptitude, Xu Jingman was regarded as an outstanding genius in the battle demon sect where geniuses were as common as clouds. In just a few years, she had already cultivated to the level 3 warlock realm. This cultivation speed was already extremely heaven-defying. It should be known that in the Tyrannid subcontinent, many warlocks were trapped in the level 1 warlock realm all their lives, unable to break through until they died of old age. Xu Jingman said with a smile, "Big sister, you're also very amazing. You're ready to break through and promote to a great warlock. Jiang Yurong showed a bitter smile. A great warlock? I've practiced cultivation for more than 100 years before I touched the threshold of a great warlock. Even if I advance to a great warlock, there's no hope for me to promote to a starry sky warlock in the future. In the Tyrandot subcontinent, to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years, one would definitely be regarded as a genius among geniuses. However, the Battle Demon sect was different. There were countless secret methods, knowledge, and resources in the Battle Demon sect. In such an environment, it was extremely difficult for someone to advance to a great warlock after more than 100 years to advance to a starry sky warlock. Xu Jingman could only remain silent, and her gaze fell on Yang Feng on the dais. Personal disciple. He actually became a personal disciple of the great elder Huang Yihe. Among the tens of thousands of disciples in name, He Feng also stared at Yang Feng's figure on the dais, his eyes full of envy, jealousy, and unwillingness. He Feng was originally regarded as a genius in his family, but after entering the Battle Demon sect, he realized that his talent in the Battle Demon sect was just above average. In the Battle Demon sect, geniuses were as common as clouds. Every step up required a lot of effort and effort. Seeing Yang Feng soar in a single bound and become a personal disciple of one of the Battle Demon sect's 4 great elders, He Feng was naturally filled with jealousy. In addition to Xu Jingman and He Feng, the gazes of the tens of thousands of disciples in name often focused on Yang Feng, full of envy and jealousy. Ignoring the gazes of the disciples in name, Yang Feng quietly watched the competition between the tens of thousands of disciples in name. Although the disciples in name did their best, but in the eyes of Yang Feng, who had seen countless spectacles, the spells of the disciples in name weren't worth mentioning. A few days later, the competition between the disciples in name was completed. The top 10 disciples in name were promoted to outer sect disciples, and then the competition between the outer sect disciples began. The Battle Demon sect's outer sect disciples were basically all great warlock rank experts, and the fights between them were much more exciting than the fights between disciples in name. A few days later, the competition between the Battle Demon sect's outer sect disciples ended, and the top 10 outer sect disciples were directly promoted to inner sect disciples. The main force of the Battle Demon sect's inner sect disciples were great warlocks and starry sky warlocks, while the pinnacle powerhouses among the inner sect disciples were all starry sky warlock rank powerhouses. The fights between them were brilliant and varied, and various secret methods emerged one after another. Yang Feng looked down at the great arena, his eyes flashed with curiosity, and he whispered, "That guy seems to be very strong." In the grand arena there stood 2 people. One was a handsome young man dressed in a cyan warlock robe. The other was a man with short black hair, dressed in black and eyes flashing with an untamed and overbearing glint. At a glance, he looked like he was shrouded in darkness. Wang Zhilan said with a sweet smile, "That's the Dark Demon Peak's eldest disciple brother Zhong Sunan. He's the strongest in this great competition. Reportedly, he has comprehended and condensed a darkness domain. Furthermore, his cultivation base has reached the intermediate starry sky warlock rank." Yang Feng stroked his chin and said with a faint smile, "He comprehended a darkness domain? Not bad, right?" Wang Zhilan took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint. To be able to comprehend a domain, no matter where one was, one would be regarded as a genius. After all, even in the Battle Demon sect, some Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses had yet to comprehend a domain. Yang Feng's lack of fear towards Zhong Sunan made Wang Zhilan a bit more curious about his strength. In the Grand Colosseum, the young man dressed in a green warlock robe cast the Battle Demon's secret method, and a set of golden armor enveloped him. As if a golden god of war, he exuded frightening fluctuations of power. The fluctuations of power of the golden battle demon, formed by the green-robed warlock, were more than 10 times stronger than the golden battle demon formed by Wu Ziming. Clearly, he was a top expert among the inner sect disciples. Zhong Sunan's gaze was cold, and he exuded a dark aura, and a darkness domain that seemed capable of devouring all light suddenly enveloped the green-robed warlock with him, as the center. In a flash, the frightening darkness domain engulfed the green-robed warlock, emitting advanced starry sky warlock rank fluctuations of power. After a dozen breaths of time, the green-robed warlock was spat out from the darkness domain. Riddled with scars, he passed out. The eyes of the elder presiding over the competition flashed with surprise, and he announced, "Zhong Sunan wins." Zhong Sunan's eyes shimmered with an unruly glint. He took a deep look at Yang Feng sitting on the dais, showed a sneer, and turned to leave the great arena. Chapter 4:18. The competition for the inner sect disciples continued. Zhong Sunan crushed all his opponents without any mishaps, and became the number 1 inner sect disciple without a doubt. After Elder Liu Yang announced that Zhong Sunan was the number 1 inner sect disciple, he said, "Zhong Sunan, as the number 1 inner sect disciple, you have the right to challenge personal disciples of the 4 great elders as well as any true disciple here." In the grand arena, everyone's eyes were focused on Zhong Sunan. The gazes of the weakest true disciples on the dais fell on Zhong Sunan, and their eyes shimmered with a faint glint of fear. Zhong Sunan, who comprehended the darkness domain and possessed an intermediate starry sky warlock rank cultivation base, was comparable to a pinnacle starry sky warlock rank expert in terms of strength. Among the true disciples, his strength was in the lower middle position. He was much stronger than some true disciples of the fighting demonic sect. If a true disciple was defeated by Zhong Sunan on the spot, they would lose their true disciple status and become inner sect disciples again. Zhong Sunan showed an unruly smile and said loudly, "I want to challenge Great Elder Huang's personal disciple Yang Feng. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." "He wants to challenge Yang Feng." "Sure enough, Zhong Sunan wants to challenge Yang Feng. Doesn't Yang Feng only have great warlock rank strength? He even dares to represent Great Elder Huang's personal disciple in the great competition. Isn't he making a fool of himself? To be able to slay a demigod rank freak on the Feisua plane, Yang Feng must have some skill. But Zhong Sunan is an expert who comprehended the darkness domain, and a starry sky warlock rank expert to boot. He has no chance of winning." Whispers rose in the crowd, and gazes filled with pity focused on Yang Feng. If it was a challenge from an expert of the same realm, the fighting demonic sect's disciples would have some expectations of Yang Feng. After all, Yang Feng once defeated the genius Wu Ziming. But Zhong Sunan was not only a starry sky warlock rank expert, but also a starry sky warlock rank expert who comprehended the darkness domain. Even many true disciples of the fighting demonic sect might not be his match. Faced with such an enemy, no one was optimistic about Yang Feng. "Since junior martial brother Zhongsuan has said so, as your senior martial brother, let me give you some pointers." Acting like a senior disciple brother, Yang Feng got up and walked to the center of the grand arena step by step on the void, facing Zhong Sunan. Anger flashed in Zhong Sunan's eyes. He sneered and said, "Fine. Supreme Elder Huang's direct disciple must be very powerful. Let me have a taste of your ability, senior brother." Elder Liu Yang said lightly, "Let the duel begin. Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, please enlighten me." Zhong Sunan's figure fluttered, and he strangely disappeared from where he stood and appeared behind Yang Feng. With a cold smile on his face, he chopped at Yang Feng's neck with a knife hand. Yang Feng acted as if he didn't hear it and didn't react, letting the knife hand chop his neck. He was defeated just like that? How disappointing! The gap between a great warlock and a starry sky warlock is really huge. A look of disappointment flashed in the eyes of the surrounding battle demon sect disciples. They all believed that Yang Feng wasn't Zhong Sunan's opponent, but Yang Feng was defeated so quickly that they were very disappointed. Zhang Hanshan propped up her pretty face with a lily-white hand and looked askance at the grand arena below. An enigmatic glint flashed in her beautiful eyes and she revealed a smile. Interesting. It seems that this personal disciple of Great Elder Huang isn't an ordinary great warlock. The eyes of Zhui Yifan with long blood-colored hair flickered, and he said faintly, "Not bad, his speed isn't bad." Zhou Feng, who had a pair of bright eyes, shifted his gaze towards an empty space. In the open space, the air distorted, and Yang Feng's figure was revealed. Yang Feng collapsed and disappeared from where he stood. Zhong Sunan's face suddenly changed dramatically, and he suddenly shot back. He turned around and stared at Yang Feng's location with a dignified glint in his eyes. Yang Feng said lightly, "Aren't you going to use your darkness domain? To deal with you, senior disciple brother, I don't think I need to use the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled coldly, then silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. Suddenly, black light gushed out, converged on his body, and formed an armor with a pair of black wings on the back that covered his whole body. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she said with a light smile, "Black Battle Demon, what an amazing little guy! To be able to cultivate the Battle Demon's secret method to this extent." The Battle Demon's secret method was one of the strongest secret methods in the demonic fighting sect, and it was divided into 5 levels. Cyan Battle Demon, Silver Battle Demon, Gold Battle Demon, Black Battle Demon, and White Battle Demon. Ordinary great warlocks could generally cultivate to the Cyan Battle Demon realm. Starry Sky warlocks could cultivate to the Gold Battle Demon realm. For Zhong Sunan to be able to form a Black Battle Demon, his strength was already terrifying. Zhui Yifan said lightly, "SOSO." Zhong's Sun Ani condensed the Black War Demon possession. His whole body was shrouded in dense black qi, and a peerlessly overbearing aura slowly spread out from his body. After Zhong Sunan unleashed the Battle Demon's secret method, his figure shook, an afterimage blurred, and he strangely appeared in front of Yang Feng. A fist shrouded in dense black gas, carrying a frightening aura capable of tearing apart space, blasted towards Yang Feng's face. Under the enhancement of the Black Battle Demon, the might of Zhong Sunan's punch was more than 4 times stronger than when he erupted with his full strength. Even if a dragon was hit by this punch, its bones and tendons would be broken, and it would be seriously injured. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a cold glint. He operated the primal chaos imperishable body, and exuded traces of the aura of a world. As if he had turned into a world, he punched out with the will of the world. When Yang Feng punched out, Zhong Sunan's complexion suddenly changed dramatically. As if he felt the boundless might of a world crushing towards him, the frightening aura nearly crushed him to the point of suffocation, forcing him to raise his fist to block. Bang! A terrifying explosion sounded out, and a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Zhong Sunan coughed up a mouthful of blood, and was sent flying back like a broken rag doll. The black armor on his right hand shattered, revealing his right hand. Yang Feng, on the other hand, didn't even sway. He quietly stood in place, as if nothing had happened. He was sent flying. Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan was actually sent flying. Great warlock. He's just a great warlock. How could he surpass senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan's physique is one of the best among inner sect disciples, and with the support of the Battle Demon's secret method, he's the #1 inner sect disciple. Yang Feng, he's just a great warlock. How could he defeat senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan in terms of strength? Everyone in the great arena went into an uproar when they saw this scene. Everyone's eyes flashed with incredulity. Zhong Sunan was recognized as the #1 inner sect disciple. He was extremely strong, and the battle demon secret method was a first-rate secret method to increase the strength of the fleshly body. With the support of the black battle demon, Zhong Sunan's strength even surpassed that of a starry sky warlock rank dragon. For such a terrifying existence to be sent flying by a blow from the great warlock rank Yang Feng was simply heaven-defying. Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes flashed with a peculiar glint, and she said with some curiosity, "Amazing! Really amazing! Junior disciple brother Yang Feng is really outstanding. It's far beyond my expectations. What secret method did he cultivate?" For the first time, Zhui Yifan's eyes revealed a trace of graveness, and he said solemnly, "Amazing! His fleshly body is very strong." Zhou Feng also nodded slightly. After Zhong Sunan spat out a mouthful of blood, he retreated briskly. After retreating 100 meters, he stopped and looked up at Yang Feng with a dignified look in his eyes. Zhong Sunan's eyes flickered with a peculiar glint. His eyes burned with a fierce fighting spirit, and he enunciated each syllable. "Senior disciple brother Yang Feng, I was originally very dissatisfied that you could become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. However, it now seems that I was wrong. You do have the qualifications to become a personal disciple of great elder Huang. At the very least, when I was a great warlock, I didn't have a fleshly body as powerful as yours. Next, in order to express my respect for you, I will use all my strength to defeat you." Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Bring it on. I'd like to experience the power of the darkness domain." Zhong Sunan smiled slightly and silently recited an incantation. With him as the core, endless darkness turned into a darkness that seemed capable of devouring all light and swept towards Yang Feng. In the blink of an eye, Yang Feng was engulfed by the endless darkness. Once Yang Feng was engulfed by the darkness domain, he felt as if he was in a silent, non-existent darkness. He couldn't see, hear, smell, and his spirit couldn't leave his body. Apart from himself, he couldn't feel anything. Yang Feng silently recited an incantation. A night vision spell enveloped his eyes, and he looked around. However, the night vision spell didn't have any effect. What entered his eyes was still endless darkness. Only a domain can contend against a domain, or an absolute power that far surpasses a domain. This saying is really true. Yang Feng smiled faintly. Fearsome spatial fluctuations diffused from him, and a spatial domain spread in all directions with him as the core. The forces of the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, annihilated, and neutralized each other in this area. Within the scope of Yang Feng's spatial domain, the space became chaotic and distorted. An arrow of darkness shot out from the endless darkness, entered the space, and strangely passed through the layers of distorted space before shooting at Yang Feng's feet, causing the ground to shake slightly. Chapter 419. In the grand arena, two domains appeared. One domain was full of distorted space, and the other domain was full of endless darkness. The two domains intertwined, entangled, annihilated each other, and cancelled each other out. Spatial domain. Yang Feng, he actually comprehended a domain force, and the most difficult spatial domain at that. This is the spatial domain, one of the most difficult domains to comprehend. To be able to comprehend it, that's amazing. Amazing, as expected of a personal disciple of great elder Huang De. When everyone around the grand arena saw this scene, their eyes flashed with astonishment. On the dais, the various factions' peak lords also raised their eyebrows, and many of them revealed looks of regret. Yang Feng was now a personal disciple of Huang Yihe. Otherwise, they would have desperately fought over Yang Feng and taken him into their faction to enhance their strength. Zhang Han looked at Yang Feng's figure in the grand arena with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and she sighed faintly, full of envy. A powerful fleshly body and spatial domain. This junior disciple brother Yang is a little freak second only to junior disciple sister Shi. Both brother and sister are freaks. Zhui Yifan suddenly asked. Junior disciple sister Shi, are you about to advance to a moonlight warlock? Zhou Feng's gaze fell on Zhang Hanshan. There was a complicated glint in Zhang Hanshan's beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, "That's right. Before long, the Battle Demonic sect will be able to hold a moonlight ceremony to celebrate the addition of another moonlight warlock in the sect." Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng fell silent, and their eyes shimmered with unwillingness. They silently looked at Yang Feng with a myriad of thoughts running through their minds. Wang Zhilan stared at the spatial domain in the grand arena with a complicated look in her eyes. Spatial domain! Amazing! In the grand arena, the spatial domain and the darkness domain intertwined, and a steady stream of life force was extracted from Yang Feng's body. If it wasn't for the semiplane in his sea of knowledge continuously supplying him with life force, he would have been unable to maintain the spatial domain. Zhong Sunan clearly didn't have such powerful life force as Yang Feng. The darkness domain suddenly shrank and entered his body. Zhong Sunan flapped the pair of dark wings behind him, and black light flickered. In an instant, thousands of shadow clones appeared in the grand arena. Acting almost identically, the thousands of shadow clones silently recited an incantation and pointed at Yang Feng. Along with flickers of dark magic power, thousands of shadow clones intertwined and formed black ropes that shot towards Yang Feng like vipers. When the black ropes formed from interweaving dark magic power flew into the spatial domain around Yang Feng, they shuttled back and forth in the endless space, unable to touch Yang Feng. As if he didn't see the black ropes, Yang Feng silently recited an incantation and swiped his forehead with his hand, and primal chaos breath filled his forehead and formed a primal chaos eye. The primal chaos eye turned and locked onto Zhong Sunan's true body. Yang Feng unleashed the secret method primal chaos finger recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body and pointed at Zhong Sunan from afar, and primal chaos aura containing a trace of world force instantly flew out and slammed into Zhong Sunan. The Starry Sky Warlock rank life force field protecting Zhong Sunan in midair was easily penetrated, and the black battle demon armor cracked. He screamed and fell to the ground, spewed a large mouthful of blood, and said, face pale and trembling, "I lost." There was a moment of silence in the grand arena, and everyone's eyes flickered with incredulity. Elder Liu Yang's eyes flickered with astonishment, and he paused for a moment before announcing, Yang Feng won. He won. Yang Feng actually defeated senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan. He's just a great warlock. How could he defeat the Starry Sky Warlock rank senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan? Senior disciple brother Zhong Sunan isn't a rogue cultivator without any inheritance. How could he lose? How is this possible? The entire grand arena boiled up. The battle demon sect disciples gathered in the grand arena couldn't believe their eyes. Unable to accept the result, they discussed animatedly. Zhong Sunan has been in the fighting demon sect for more than 100 years. In these 100 years, he crushed all the geniuses of the same generation with absolute strength, and finally crushed countless inner sect disciples in this year's competition with an absolute advantage, becoming the well-deserved number one among the inner sect disciples. If Yang Feng had defeated Zhong Sunan in the Starry Sky Warlock realm, then the demonic fighting sect's disciples could still accept it. But now Yang Feng was just a great warlock, yet he easily defeated Zhong Sunan. This performance was simply heaven-defying. Under the shocked gazes, Yang Feng trod on air, returned to his seat as one of the 4 personal disciples, and sat down. This time, the demonic fighting sect's disciples no longer looked at Yang Feng with disdain and provocation. As a great warlock, Yang Feng became a personal disciple of Huang Yihe, and received a lot of criticism in the demonic fighting sect. After all, there were many extremely talented and hard-working geniuses in the demonic fighting sect. They had to climb up step by step from disciple in name to outer sect disciple, inner sect disciple, and true disciple. Only then could they be accepted as a personal disciple by the four great elders. Now that Yang Feng defeated Zhong Sunan with absolute strength in the great warlock realm, no one dared to question his qualifications as a personal disciple of the great elders. With a bitter expression on his face, Zhong Sunan walked down from the grand arena. Clearly, his defeat at Yang Feng's hands was a big blow to him. If he had been defeated by a Starry Sky warlock, he would have been a little disappointed at most. But to be defeated by a great warlock, it was a huge blow to his pride. The second and third ranked inner sect disciples also issued a challenge to Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. As a result, the second and third ranked inner sect disciples were easily defeated by Zhui Yifan and Zhou Feng. After the duels, the great sect competition officially came to an end. The demonic fighting sect's disciples surrounding the grand arena slowly dispersed. Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, please wait. Yang Feng was just about to return to his dwelling to prepare for the next step, when Zhang Hanshan's charming and pleasant voice came from behind. Zhang Hanshan said with a sweet smile, "Junior disciple brother Yang Feng, I am Zhang Hanshan, a disciple of great elder Yu Wuxian. This is Zhui Yifan, a disciple of great elder He Liannu. This is Zhou Feng, a disciple of great elder Yu Jingang. Let's go to the Jade Immortal Abode and have a small gathering. How about it?" Yang Feng's footsteps paused slightly. He hesitated for a moment, and his gaze swept past Wang Zhilan beside him. Zhang Hanshan's gaze swept past Wang Zhilan, and she said with a smile, "Of course, if junior disciple sister Wang wants to come with us, you're welcome." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "All right." Zhang Hanshan, Zhui Yifan, and Zhou Feng were personal disciples of the other three great elders. They were elite geniuses of the demonic fighting sect. If they didn't die, they would have a great chance of promoting to Moonlight Warlocks in the future, and even have a trace of advancing to Glorious Dawn Warlocks. Since they were willing to make friends, Yang Feng naturally couldn't refuse their good intentions. The Jade Immortal Abode was located in the demonic fighting sect. It was a restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. The warlocks of the Celestial Food Peak were gourmets. They specialized in cooking all kinds of extraordinary life forms and extraordinary plants, displaying their deliciousness and power, so that the diners could enjoy the delicacies and strengthen their strength. The Celestial Food Peak was weak, and their peak seat only had a pinnacle Starry Sky Warlock rank cultivation base. However, they had many industries in the demonic fighting sect. At the same time, they were sheltered by the sect's bigwigs, which was why they didn't disappear. The Jade Immortal Abode was the top restaurant controlled by the Celestial Food Peak. On the 9th floor of the Jade Immortal Abode, on a table, there were dragon livers and phoenix marrow, as well as rare and exotic fruit. Every dish was incomparably precious. If a level 1 warlock were to casually take a bite, their physical constitution would be greatly strengthened and their spirit force would also skyrocket. Yang Feng's group of 5 sat around the table. At the banquet, the 5 people exchanged cups of wine and chatted happily. Both sides wanted to make friends, and so the relationship between them quickly became close. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Hanshan drained a cup of spirit wine, blushed, and said with a charming smile, "In 3 years, the Time Sky City competition assembly will be held. At that time, we should join hands to seize the key of time and strive to enter the Time Sky City together." Yang Feng asked curiously, "Time Sky City competition assembly, what is that?" The Time Sky City is the residence of the first Warlock Emperor Time Lord. It is one of the most precious legacies he left for us human warlocks on the Tsangji Plain. Every 100 years, it will appear in the world once. Only human warlocks with a key of time and cultivation base below the starry sky warlock rank can enter the Time Sky City. In the Time Sky City, there are countless treasures collected by the Time Lord. At the same time, there is a Time Sky Pillar, which records the Warlock Emperor rank time text created by the Time Lord. Previous Warlock Emperors have gone to the Time Sky City when they were young and comprehended the time text recorded on the Time Sky Pillar. Every time before the Time Sky City appears, a secret realm will appear in the holy capital Time City. In that secret realm, a key of time will appear. The Time Sky City Competition Assembly is a grand event where countless human warlocks of the Tsangji Plain compete for the 108 keys of time. At that time, even the experts from the three great dynasties of the Western world, the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Catered dynasty will come here to fight for the 108 keys of time, Wang Zhilan explained. Chapter 420. The Tsangji Plains primary world is divided into the Eastern world and the Western world. In the Eastern world, the Great Cloud Dynasty has the support of the 10 great sects, the 8 great families, and countless large and small sections. The Western world was divided into the Brest Dynasty, the Bajor Dynasty, and the Catered Dynasty. The 8th Warlock Dynasty's Dawn Lord was a peerless expert born in the Western world, and his might was unparalleled. He unified all human warlock forces in the Tsangji Plains origin world. Even though the Eastern world's human warlocks don't have a favorable impression of the Dawn Lord, but they have to admit that the Dawn Lord is one of the strongest human warlocks in the history of the Tsangji Plain, second only to the 7 warlock emperors. After the collapse of the Dawn Dynasty, the Eastern world and the Western world immediately split. After experiencing countless chaos and wars, the Eastern world finally formed the Great Cloud Dynasty through constant compromises and negotiations. As for the Western world, it was divided into 3 great dynasties. Each of the Western world's 3 dynasties is far weaker than the Great Cloud Dynasty, but when the 3 dynasties join forces, they can suppress the Great Cloud Dynasty. After all, back then, the King of Dawn was born in the Western world. While he was suppressing the world, he also treated the Western world well, allowing the Western world to develop tremendously during his 10,000 years of existence. The warlock geniuses of the Brest dynasty, the Bajor dynasty, and the Catered dynasty will gather in the holy city of time, which means that the warlock geniuses of the entire Tsangji Plain will gather there to compete for the 108 keys of time. Yang Feng asked curiously, "Isn't the Time Lord from our Eastern world? Why can the people of the Western world enter the Time Sky City that he left behind?" Zhang Han smiled sweetly and said, "Although the Lord of Time is from our Eastern world, he is still a member of our Eastern world. However, it wasn't just the people from our Eastern world who followed him to fight against the ancient god. Of the 36 Holy Spirit warlocks and 108 warlock monarchs who followed the Time Lord, 1/3 came from the Western world. One of the Time King's 4 queens was from the Western world. Furthermore, a close female friend from the Western world died in order to save the Lord of Time, who had yet to rise to prominence. Naturally, he would not favor one over the other." Zhui Yifan snorted in dissatisfaction. This also gave the King of Dawn a chance to rise. If the King of Dawn hadn't comprehended the heavenly pillar of time back then, he would have been nothing more than a minor character. Yang Feng's thought stirred and he revealed a smile. "I wonder if warp gates can be opened in the great secret realm. If we can open a warp gate, the scene will be very beautiful. The huge mechanical legion could even slay Moonlight Warlock rank astral beasts. If Yang Feng could open a warp gate in the great secret realm, then he would be able to get all the keys of time in the great secret realm by himself." Everyone chatted for a while longer before the host and the guest had enjoyed themselves and left. After the Fighting Demonic Sect's great competition, Yang Feng's name spread throughout the fighting demonic sect, and all disciples knew of his prestige. Yang Feng casually took a mission in the demonic fighting sect and left the sect. On the Feisua Plain, the desolate island's Black Dragon country, in an underground room, dazzling light shone, and a person walked out of the warp gate. It was Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced to the side and saw his clone wrapped in a red cocoon, his eyes closed, desperately resisting the erosion of the divinity of massacre while comprehending the mysteries of the law of massacre. Although Yang Feng's clone killed the 3 clerics who claimed to be subordinates of the King of Dawn in one fell swoop with the help of the divinity of massacre, but he was still eroded by the divinity of massacre. Before he fully comprehended the domain of massacre, he couldn't move freely. Otherwise, he would become a fierce beast that only knew how to kill. Yang Feng walked out of the secret chamber and stepped into the royal palace of the Black Dragon country. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Along the way, when the dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodlines saw Yang Feng, they knelt on the ground and greeted him respectfully. Yang Feng came to the Black Dragon Hall and sat down on the seats that were originally reserved for the 6 dragon gods of the Black Dragon country. Bell tolls rang in the Banij city. Not long after, the Black Dragon Palace's interior was filled with people. Yang Feng glanced at the demigod Black Dragon standing on his right and asked indifferently, "Oben, how is the training of the navy going?" Oben took a deep look at Yang Feng and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, the navy is ready and waiting for your orders." The desolate archipelago was composed of numerous huge islands in the sea. The Black Dragon country had a strong navy to begin with. It was just that it didn't have a legend rank warship. Yang Feng said indifferently, "Good. Pass down my order. Immediately assemble the navy and wait for orders." Oben replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." A few days later, a huge navy headed by the legend Black Steel warship assembled and sailed towards the deep sea. The Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's fleet's lair, the Dragon Bones Island, had warships anchored on the harbor. Around the Dragon Bones Island, there were dragon seagulls with a trace of dragon bloodline flying. A warship more than 80 meters long cruised around the Dragon Bones Island. One by one, the pirates slumped listlessly on the deck, basking in the sun while drinking wine. On the lookout tower, the lookout game looked into the distance with a pair of binoculars for a while, and then cursed in a low voice. Damn it, to actually have to patrol. Who would dare to provoke the Dragon Skeleton Pirates in the vicinity of the Dragon Bones Island? His Majesty is too small. Game suddenly recalled a woman he played with a few days ago, and cursed. The aristocratic chick I caught a few days ago was really fun to play with. Her skin was soft and tender, and her voice was pleasant to the ears. It's a pity that those guys killed her. Damn it, what a bunch of idiots. They don't know how to restrain themselves. That way they can play longer. While Game was reminiscing about the aristocratic young lady he played with before, he casually looked at the horizon. Slightly taken aback, his expression suddenly changed, and he stood up, raised the pair of binoculars, and looked into the distance. He saw a black line appear on the horizon, and the Black Dragon country's fleet, led by the Black Steel warship, braved the wind and rushed over. Game's complexion changed dramatically, and he issued heart-wrenching roars. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" In the next moment, beams of light from the super railgun shot out from the Black Steel armor and bombarded the battleship sent by the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, blasting the battleship into countless holes. Under the bombardment of the super railgun, the pirates were torn apart one by one. After several rounds of firing, the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship sank into the sea. The beautiful eyes of the Black Dragon country's holy maiden Arlette shimmered with astonishment, and stormy waves set off in her heart. So strong! Is this the power of a modified legendary warship? It's so powerful! Amazing! So this is the power of a legendary warship. How terrifying! With this warship, we won't lose. When the Black Dragon country's naval warriors saw the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King's warship destroyed a dozen nautical miles away without being able to fight back, their eyes filled with shock and excitement. Originally, the Black Dragon country's naval warriors were very dissatisfied with Yang Feng, the new emperor of the Black Dragon country. It was only because they were intimidated by the despotic power of the demigod Black Dragon Oben that they reluctantly obeyed Yang Feng's orders. Now that they saw how powerful the Black Steel warship was after Yang Feng's modification, they felt a trace of recognition towards Yang Feng. The demigod Black Dragon Oben was also filled with astonishment. What a fearsome fellow! He can actually modify legendary warships. His alchemy is really terrifying. The legendary warship Black Steel warship was an alchemy treasure passed down from the Age of Gods. No one had ever been able to modify it to become stronger. However, Yang Feng had clearly modified the Black Steel warship to become stronger, far surpassing its original power. Oben was well aware of how difficult it was to achieve this, and he was even more fearful of Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly and assessed. The railgun beam's penetrative power is formidable, but it can't explode. In terms of efficiency alone, it can't compare to large-caliber heavy artillery. The Black Steel warship quickly adjusted itself, and a huge heavy cannon with a caliber of 897 mm extended out. A liquid robot disguised as a crew member quickly went over and pretended to adjust the muzzle of the large-caliber heavy artillery. The Level 1 optical computer installed on the Black Steel warship made frantic calculations and continuously adjusted the 897 mm caliber heavy artillery. Boom! When the large-caliber heavy artillery fired, a 100-meter-long warship anchored on the Dragon Bones Island's port dozens of kilometers away was immediately engulfed by the terrific explosion. Flames soared into the sky, countless wood shavings splashed, and the warship broke in two and slowly sank into the sea. Good, amazing! This cannoneer is too fearsome. To be able to hit a target dozens of kilometers away. What terrifying power! One cannon shot smashed a warship. How terrifying! Legendary warship. As expected of the strongest naval weapon, the legendary warship. This power isn't something that humans can contend against. Invincible. With this warship, we're invincible. When the Dragonborn crew of the Black Dragon country's fleet saw this scene, they were filled with excitement. The Feisua Plains technology was very backward. The power of the bronze cannons on warships was very small. Apart from legendary warships like the Black Steel warship, the cannons of other warships had no power at all. The naval battles of this world were basically close combat. Now that the Black Steel warship destroyed another warship dozens of kilometers away, it simply subverted the rules of naval battles of this world. Chapter 421. After the warship was destroyed, the entire Dragon Bones Island became like an ant's nest that was doused with hot water. Countless pirates poured out and rushed towards the port where the pirate ships were located. From the Dragon Bones Island came the voice of the pirate Lord Lionel. I am the Dragon Skeleton Pirate Lord Lionel. Which friend has come to my Dragon Bones Island as a guest? Is there a misunderstanding between us? Boom! The 897 mm heavy artillery fired again and smashed a 100-meter-long warship of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates into pieces, and the warship sank into the sea. Beams of light formed by the super railgun bombarded the battleships in the harbor of Dragonbone Island. Countless battleships were riddled with holes and slowly sank. Arlette took a step forward majestically and said in a loud voice, I am the Holy Maiden of the Black Dragon Country. His Majesty the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Empire has personally led an expedition to conquer the East Sea. Lionel, hand over the Dragonbones warship in your hands and submit to His Majesty, and you may still have a chance to live. Otherwise, today will be the day of death for scumbags like you." Sitting on a chair on the black steel warship's bridge, Yang Feng propped up his cheek with one hand and looked at the majestic-looking Arlette with a smile in his eyes. A beautiful diplomat is really pleasing to the eye. Lionel shouted anxiously, "Stop! Isn't it common sense to stop attacking when negotiating? Stop right now, I can consider your proposal." While Arlette was speaking, the black steel warship still didn't stop its bombardment. A dense rain of light and artillery bombarded the Dragon Bones Island, destroying the pirates and the warships in the port. Arlette said in a loud voice, "You have no choice. Surrender or die. Until you make a choice, our attack will not stop." A gloomy expression on his face, Lionel said coldly, "In that case, let me show you the true strength of the dragon skeleton pirates." As soon as Lionel's words fell, a terrifying dragon might rose from Dragon Bones Island, and a silver dragon over 50 meters in length flew out, flapped its wings, and flew over. An adult silver dragon that could fly in the sky could even defeat many human demigod-level powerhouses in the ocean. This was the trump card of the dragon skeleton pirate. Oben's eyes flashed and he said solemnly, "Your Majesty, please allow me to fight." Yang Feng said lightly, "Go." "Yes, Your Majesty." Oben's figure blurred and he flew into the air. With a flash of black light, he turned into a 50-meter-long black dragon exuding demigod-rank aura. "You are Oben! Traitor Oben!" When the silver dragon saw the huge black dragon that Oben had transformed into, its eyes flashed with surprise. "That's right, Roy. You really haven't improved. After hundreds of years, he still hasn't stepped into the starry sky warlock realm. Furthermore, he became a thug for a lowly pirate. You're a disgrace to our dragon race. Let me take care of you." Oben smiled ferociously, flapped his wings, and rushed towards Roik along with a terrifying hurricane. The inheritances of dragon experts were much more complete than those of human experts. They were well aware of the division of ranks in the 36 primary material planes. The division of ranks was strictly based on the Tsangji plane's rank, because the plane of dragons had also been suppressed and dominated by the Tsangji plane's human warlocks. Roik roared wildly, "Oben, you're a disgrace to our dragon race. I was ordered by the clan to assist Lionel in dominating the East Sea. Since you attacked me, do you want to ruin the clan's plan? Even though you've already advanced to the Starry Sky Warlock rank, but you're still no match for the clan's elders." Oben smiled ferociously. No longer speaking nonsense, he pounced on Roik and screamed madly. The two fearsome dragons fought frantically in the sky. Among dragons, silver dragons were second only to gold dragons. Silver dragons were a notch higher than black dragons. In the same realm, silver dragons were a notch stronger than black dragons. However, Oben was already a Starry Sky Warlock rank black dragon, while Roik was just a quasi-Starry Sky Warlock rank silver dragon. Even though the silver dragon was a notch higher than the black dragon, but Roik was still not Oben's match. As soon as the two sides fought, Roik was completely suppressed. He cut a sorry figure, and many wounds appeared all over his body. Above the sea, the black steel warship's artillery rumbled, and beams of light slammed into the warships docked at the Dragon Bones Island's port. At every moment, warships were torn to pieces by the black steel warship's artillery fire. The pirates desperately tried to board the warship, but in the end they sank together with the warship. Afraid of the black steel warship's terrifying firepower, many pirates chose to escape or hide and shiver, watching pale-faced as the warships sank into the water. Suddenly, a wave surged. From the side of Dragon Bones Island, a Dragon Bones warship sped over from behind Dragon Bones Island. A terrifying draconic might gushed out from the Dragon Bones warship. A pair of huge dragon bone wings extended from the Dragon Bones warship and flew into the air with a terrifying gust of wind. Among the legendary warships left in the secular world by the god of pirates, only 3 could fly for a short period of time. The Dragon Bones warship was one of them. When the Black Dragon country's navy saw the Dragon Bones warship flying in the air, their countenances changed dramatically. Interesting, Dragon Bones warship. Let me experience the power of your legendary warship. Sitting aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng, dressed in a military uniform, showed a smile, blurred into motion, and strode towards the Dragon Bones warship. Your Majesty! His Majesty is going to fight. It's His Majesty. He's personally taking action. The eyes of the Black Dragon country's naval warriors flashed with excitement as they watched Yang Feng walk in the direction of the Dragon Bones warship. Apart from a few officers, no one in the Black Dragon country's navy had ever seen Yang Feng in action. The naval officers were full of expectations for Yang Feng, the powerhouse who killed 5 dragon gods. The Dragon Bones warship's bow gun shone with light, and the patterns on the bow gun lit up, and a terrifying beam of light capable of obliterating demigod-rank powerhouses shot towards Yang Feng. A fearsome spatial fluctuation condensed around Yang Feng, and distorted space took shape around him. When the Dragon Bones warship's bow gun slammed into the distorted space, it shuttled back and forth, and finally slammed heavily into a dragon skeleton pirate's warship, destroying the 100-meter-long warship. Seeing this scene, the Black Dragon country's navy and the dragon skeleton pirates were dumbfounded, their eyes brimming with shock. So strong! So strong! That's His Majesty for you! So strong! This power is really formidable! His Majesty must be the embodiment of a true god walking in the secular world. The Black Dragon country's navy soldiers were filled with excitement, and their morale was greatly boosted. Freak! How can we defeat such a freak? Even the Dragon Bone cannon can't hurt him. How can we be his opponent? When the pirates aboard the Dragon Bones warship saw this scene, their eyes filled with fear, and their morale plummeted. The Dragon Bone cannon was the strongest weapon on the Dragon Bones warship, yet it couldn't hurt Yang Feng. This fact left them in despair. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared aboard the Dragon Bones warship. When the cruel and vicious pirates saw Yang Feng, they couldn't help but take a few steps back with their blades in hand, and fear shimmered in the abyss of their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze shifted, and his gaze fell on a pirate mixed in with the ordinary pirates, and he said indifferently, "Lionel, come out. Since you don't want to surrender, then I'll send you to hell." Shamelessly hiding among the ordinary pirates, the dragon skeleton pirate King Lionel wanted to mount a sneak attack on Yang Feng. The bones of the skinny pirate with an aged face issued crackling sounds, and he turned into the tall and handsome dragon skeleton pirate King Lionel with a wicked temperament. Lionel stared at Yang Feng with a dignified expression and said while enunciating each syllable, "Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon country, I am Lionel. The dragon skeleton pirates have never plundered the ships of the Black Dragon country. There is no enmity between us. May I ask why you attacked the dragon skeleton pirates, Your Majesty? The caravans that went out to sea have no enmity with you pirates, so why did you attack them?" Yang Feng swept the pirates with a glance, his eyes shimmered with contempt, and he said with a cold smile, "I came to annihilate you in order to enforce justice on behalf of heaven, eradicate scum like you, and maintain the order of the East Sea." Lionel said with a cold smile, "Enforce justice on behalf of heaven? What pompous and hypocritical words. You've taken a fancy to the fat meat that is the East Sea, and you want to take a bite out of it." The East Sea was extremely vast. This sea ran through the Morantz Empire, the Titan Empire, and many coastal neutral principalities and kingdoms. Each of the 3 pirate kings was as wealthy as a state, and each of them had more than 10,000 pirates under their command. Besides, they had planted countless spies and established countless strongholds in the coastal states, relying on the rich resources of the East Sea. Chapter 422. Yang Feng said with a smile, "You're right. I have my eye on the East Sea's financial resources. Therefore, you pirate kings are really an eyesore. You're all going to die." Lionel's eyes flickered and he uttered, "You want to eradicate us? Are you sure?" "Your Majesty, we 3 pirate kings, no, 2 pirate kings have powerful forces supporting us from behind. The dragon skeleton pirates have the support of the country of dragons. If you wipe us out, you'll be making an enemy of the country of dragons. There are countless dragons in the country of dragons, and their strength is beyond your imagination. It's not too late for you to leave now." Yang Feng sneered, "You talk too much nonsense. Lionel, do it. Let me see how strong the dragon skeleton pirate king who runs amok in the East Sea is. Are you sure you don't want to think about it? My father is the ancient golden dragon Robertini. He possesses frightening strength that can rival gods." A cold light flashed in Lionel's eyes. In an instant, 2 dragon horns grew out of his head, and the power of the dragon permeated his body. Suddenly, he unleashed the drawing technique, the dragon slash, which he had never lost in the East Sea for decades. A copious amount of dragon chi revolved around the legend rank magic blade, which, as if forming a roaring dragon, wrapped around the legend rank magic blade and slashed towards Yang Feng with frightening fluctuations capable of splitting the scales of starry sky warlock rank dragons. The dragon slash was the crystallization of Lionel's decades of cultivation. Within 10 meters of it, even a legend wizard would be slain in an instant. Faced with the fearsome blade strike, Yang Feng extended his index finger and tapped the sky splitter blade with a seemingly slow but actually fast motion. Ding! Along with a crisp sound under everyone's shocked gazes, the space splitter blade was flicked away by Yang Feng's finger. Lionel was also sent flying by himself. He spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated a dozen-plus meters, his eyes filled with shock. Yang Feng lowered his head slightly and glanced at his index finger, only to see that there was only a white mark on it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a smile. The strongest warlock path is indeed worthy of the title of strongest. The primal chaos imperishable body coupled with the power of the semiplane is really frighteningly powerful. Lionel, since I've taken your attack, I'll give it to you. Come and take a punch from me. Yang Feng barked, his figure shook, and he appeared in front of Lionel in a flash. Before Lionel could react, he punched Leobel in the abdomen. With a loud bang, the terrifying power instantly pierced through Leobel, and he exploded into a mist of blood that scattered throughout the Dragon Bones warship. When the pirates saw this scene, their limbs turned cold and they were filled with fear. Yang Feng waved his hand and a spatial gate suddenly appeared. A huge space door suddenly appeared on the Black Steel warship. Arlette and the naval soldiers who were ready for boarding quickly passed through the portal and arrived on the Dragon Bones warship. Arlette pointed her legendary spear at the pirates and shouted, "For His Majesty, kill them all! For His Majesty!" The Dragonborn naval soldiers roared loudly and followed behind Arlette as they charged at the pirates. Yang Feng walked towards a seat specially set up on the Dragon Bones warship. "Kill him! Everyone, let's go together and kill him! Only then will we have a way out!" The eyes of the pirates shimmered fiercely, and they rushed towards Yang Feng one after another. After being forced into a desperate situation, the pirates revealed their ferocious nature. As if he didn't see the ferocious pirates, when the more than 100 pirates rushed to his side, strange spatial distortions suddenly appeared. In an instant, the bodies of the more than 100 pirates were divided into strange spaces. In the next moment, a copious amount of blood burst out of the bodies of the pirates, looking like bewitching and strange flowers of blood. Seeing this scene, fear flashed in the eyes of the pirates, and they didn't dare to approach Yang Feng. Step by step, Yang Feng walked to the seat placed on the dais, reclined on a chair, held a large caliber hand cannon in his hand, and looked down like a god overlooking the secular world. Bang! A pirate with superb martial skills had just deflected the sword of a dragonborn and was about to kill the dragonborn with a saber strike, when a gunshot rang out, and the pirate's head burst open, blood splattering everywhere. "Thank you, Your Majesty!" The dragonborn naval soldier looked at Yang Feng sitting on the dais with excitement in his eyes. He roared, picked up the sword that was deflected, and continued to attack the pirates. Every time the dragonborn naval soldiers faced a crisis, a gunshot would ring out, and the head of a pirate would explode. Under such circumstances, the morale of the pirates was extremely low. In particular, Arlette was extremely powerful. In the wake of her silver dragon spear, pirates were easily pierced and cut apart. No one could withstand a blow from her. "I surrender! I surrender!" The pirates only lasted for a short while in this desperate battle before kneeling down and surrendering. The most unruly pirates jumped from the Dragonbone's warship into the sea. Not long after the Dragonbone's warship was occupied, it turned around and aimed at another warship on Dragonbone's island. The dragonhead cannon flashed, and a beam of light descended from the sky and blasted the warship. Boom! Along with a blare, the beam of light pierced through the warship, shook slightly, and then sank to the bottom of the sea. Seeing the Dragonbone's warship change sides, the pirates on the Dragonbone's island revealed looks of despair in their eyes, and they fled and hid on the Dragonbone's island. In the sky, Oben completely suppressed Roik, riddling the silver dragon Roik with wounds. When the silver dragon Roik saw the Dragonbone's warship change sides, he knew that the situation was anything but reassuring. He silently recited an incantation, and a spatial fluctuation enveloped him in an attempt to use spatial spells to escape. "You want to use spatial spells in front of me? You're overestimating yourself." The spatial fluctuation had just enveloped the silver dragon Roik, when it strangely disappeared. Yang Feng's voice sounded beside Roik. When Roik turned his head, he saw that Yang Feng had already appeared in front of him. Yang Feng smiled and slammed a fist into Roik's neck. A frightening power erupted in a flash, and Roik's neck was blasted to pieces. The dragon head separated from the body, and the dragon fell from the sky. When the black dragon Oben saw this scene, his eyes filled with fear. So strong! What a terrifying power! He's just a great warlock. How can he have such frightening power? The black dragon Oben was a demigod-rank dragon. Even if he used all his dragon force and slammed a blow into Roik's neck with all his might, he still wouldn't be able to smash Roik's neck. The frightening power displayed by Yang Feng was far beyond the black dragon Oben's imagination. Yang Feng glanced at Oben and said lightly, "Oben, you and Arlette go and arrest those scum pirates and put them on trial. Those guilty of the most heinous crimes will be hanged, while those guilty of lesser crimes will be spared." Oben responded even more respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." With that, Oben's figure fluttered, and he changed back into his human form and flew towards the Dragonbone's island. One after another, the Black Dragon Country's warships landed on Dragonbone's island. Countless naval soldiers rushed towards the island. In front of the demigod-rank Black Dragon Oben and the legend-rank Dragonborn expert Arlette, the pirates of the Dragonbone's island couldn't withstand a single blow. They were found in the tunnels and were either killed or surrendered. Yang Feng rescued 20,000 women and children who were plundered by the dragon skeleton pirates from the Dragonbone's island. The three pirate kings not only plundered merchant ships in the sea, but also landed on land from time to plunder the women and children of coastal cities to vent their desires. They were scum, so Yang Feng didn't feel any pressure killing them. After a simple trial, 10,000 of the surrendered pirates on the island were directly hanged, while the remaining 5,000 pirates who had committed lesser crimes were disorganized and temporarily reduced to slaves to see what would happen in the future. A day later, in the deepest secret chamber of the Dragon Bones Island's city master's mansion, Yang Feng pushed open the door of the secret chamber and saw gold coins and gems piled up inside, emitting brilliant light. The value of the gold coins and gems in the secret chamber alone was tens of millions of gold coins. Yang Feng glanced at the secret chamber with a tranquil look in his eyes, then went to the deepest part of the secret chamber. On an ordinary wall without any decorations, he silently recited an incantation and pressed with his hand. The wall twisted and eventually broke open, revealing a pitch-black passageway. Yang Feng walked into the pitch-black passageway. When he reached the end of the passageway, he saw a huge bronze gate appear in front of him. Yang Feng flicked his wrist, and a legend-rank sword suddenly shot out. With a flash of sword light, the bronze gate fell apart and scattered on the ground. As soon as the bronze door shattered, waves of extremely dazzling light surged out from within the bronze door, and it illuminated the dim passageway to the point it was extremely bright. As soon as Yang Feng entered, he saw mountains of gold, silver, and jewel, as well as chests of precious minerals, magic stones, magic ores, precious magic plants, and various other treasures laid out in the cave. If all the treasures in the cave were sold, it wouldn't be strange to sell them for 10 billion gold coins. Chapter 423. Not bad, the three pirate lords are really rich. With a faint smile on his face, Yang Feng's eyes roamed around the treasury. Finally, with a look of ecstasy on his face, he came to a pile of ores and picked them up. Yang Feng picked up the pile of ores, and his eyes flashed with ecstasy. This is top-notch inert alum stone. Haha, that's great. This inert alum stone is enough to make a semi-top-notch warp gate. At present, Yang Feng already had the Level 2 mobile fortified stronghold, which could synthesize the lowest-grade inert alum stone to make the lowest-grade warp gate. At present, he couldn't synthesize the top-notch inert alum stone. Now, the top-notch inert alum stone he obtained from the treasury was enough to increase the number of top-notch warp gates in Yang Feng's possession from 4 to 5. Each additional top-notch warp gate meant that Yang Feng could control an additional plane and obtain more resources. At the same time, he could make more choices. At present, Yang Feng had 4 top-notch warp gates in his possession. They were in the Feisua Plains Desolate Islands, the Turandot Subcontinent's underground base, and the Astral Boundaries Planar Star River. Once the 5th top-grade warp gate is created, Yang Feng will be able to freely travel between more planes. Yang Feng looked at the inert alum stone, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. The Feisua plane is one of the 36 primary material planes for it to have so many top-notch inert alum stone. In other words, as long as I get a few more treasuries, I may be able to have a dozen more top-notch warp gates. If I can put one on each of the 36 primary material planes, that would be great. Since top-notch inert alum stone could be found on the Feisua plane, then the amount of inert alum stone on this plane was definitely not small. It wasn't impossible for Yang Feng to get his hands on top-notch inert alum stone. Ghost Skull Island, in the castle where the Black Skeleton Pirate Lord lived. The Black Skeleton Pirate Lord Column said with a gloomy expression, "Lionel was killed. Are you sure?" In front of Column sat a beautiful Naga high priest. Her upper body was that of a beautiful human, but her lower body was that of a snake. She said, "This is an oracle from the great Naga high god. Do you want to question the authenticity of the great god's oracle?" Column's heart trembled as he hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare. I'm completely devoted to the great Naga goddess, and I'm willing to sacrifice everything for her." How could he question the divine decree of the great god? I'll follow your orders, Great Priest, and make the arrangements so that everyone is on high alert. Rumble. Boom. Before Colum could finish his words, a series of earth-shaking explosions resounded on Ghost Skull Island. The entire castle was shaken. Colum was shocked. What's going on? A pirate leader rushed to Colum's side and shouted, Your Majesty, not good. The attack was coming. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates had arrived. Those bastards from the Dragon Skeleton Pirates had arrived. Colum grabbed the collar of the pirate leader and pulled him up from the ground. With a ferocious look on his face, he roared, Dragon Skeleton Pirates! You idiot, calm down and speak properly. Why did you say that the Dragon Skeleton Pirates had arrived? The pirate leader screamed, Dragon Bones warship! There's a Dragon Bones warship in that fleet. The 3 legendary warships were the symbols of the 3 pirate lords of the East Sea. When the pirate leader saw the Dragon Bones warship, it was normal for him to think that the Dragon Skeleton Pirates had arrived. Colum roared with a gloomy face. Did that fleet fly the flag of the Dragon Skeleton Pirates? The pirate leader quickly replied, No, they flew the flag of a black dragon. Colum's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with wisdom as he said solemnly, It seems that it's as you said, Great Priest, the Dragon Skeleton Pirates had been swallowed up. Even the legendary warship Dragon Bones warship had fallen into their hands. The Dragon Skeleton Pirates and our pirate groups are about the same in terms of strength. Since that fleet was able to swallow the Dragon Skeleton Pirates, our Black Skeleton Pirates won't be able to resist them. Great Priest, please take action. Otherwise, I can only order my brothers to split up and flee. Although Colum looked like an ordinary pirate with muscles all over his head, looking like a bear, he was very clear-minded. But in fact, his mind was very clear, and he was extremely cunning. Based on the various pieces of information, he judged that he was definitely not a match for Yang Feng's fleet, and made the decision to have his subordinates flee in different directions. He didn't even want the treasures hidden on the Ghost Skeleton Island. The Naga Great Priest said calmly, Got it? We'll take action. In the sea, no one dares to ignore us Nagas. As soon as Colum and the Naga Great Priest walked out of the castle, they saw the legendary warship Black Steel warship in the distance shoot countless beams and shells bombarding the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates. Warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates sank into the sea one after another. The Dragon Bones warship flapped its wings and flew into the air, into the midst of the warships of the Black Skeleton Pirates, and then the huge dragon head bit down and tore a warship in half, sinking it into the sea. The Dragon Bones warship, which seemed to have turned into a huge bone dragon, dropped from the sky and pounced at the warship. Every time it pounced, a warship would sink. The Black Skeleton Pirates madly rushed towards the warships at the port. But they had just boarded a warship when it was destroyed. There was no hope for them to fight. Colum's face became extremely unsightly, and he looked at the Black Steel warship with apprehension in his eyes. He had seen the strength of the Black Steel warship before. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship was more than 100 times stronger than before. Whether in terms of firepower, range, or accuracy, the Black Steel warship modified by Yang Feng far surpassed the original Black Steel warship by more than a generation. After being modified by Yang Feng, the Black Steel warship could easily beat 10 original Black Steel warship. This was the huge gap in technology. The Naga Great Priest silently recited an incantation and pointed with her finger in midair. Blue divine light condensed in midair, and formed a 20-meter-tall Naga Great Priest projection constructed from water elemental particles. The Naga Great Priest projection suspended in midair said solemnly, I am the Naga Great Priest of the Black Skeleton Island, Kuna. Please have a chat with me, Your Majesty the Black Dragon Country. Sitting on the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng looked at the Naga Great Priest projection with disdain in his eyes, smiled coldly, and waved his hand. Arlette stepped forward and said loudly, "I am the Black Dragon Country's Saintess Arlette. If you have something to say it to me." Great Priest Kuna. Kuna's gaze swept past Arlette, and her beautiful eyes flashed with anger. She was a great priest of the Naga race, and her status was extremely lofty. Even the human coastal states had to act according to her wishes. If she went to the human coastal states, the kings of the human coastal states would be respectful to her. Now that Yang Feng was sitting on the black steel warship, yet he only let Arlette talk to her, she felt humiliated. Kuna spoke haughtily and threateningly. "The Black Skeleton Island is the territory of the Naga race. Please stop attacking the Black Skeleton Island immediately. Otherwise, you will be an enemy of the Naga race and the billions of merfolk in the East Sea. If you leave now and compensate us for our losses, then I can treat today's matter as if it never happened." Arlette frowned slightly and turned to look at Yang Feng. In the East Sea, the most powerful forces were not the three human pirate groups, but the merfolk with countless people living in the East Sea. Any human ship that wanted to pass through the sea had to offer sacrifices to the merfolk. If it wasn't for the fact that the merfolk gods were wary of the human gods, it would be impossible for human ships to sail on the sea. Although the dragonborn powerhouses of the desolate islands were very powerful, but they could not contend against the merfolk of the East Sea. The gazes of the dragonborn on the warship focused on Yang Feng, full of worship and expectation. These days, Yang Feng led them to crush the Dragon Skeleton Pirate King, and now he was about to destroy the forces of the Black Skeleton Pirate King. On the verge of dominating the East Sea, the Dragonborn worshipped Yang Feng very much, and treated his orders as if they were divine. "I am full of respect for the merfolk gods, and have no intention of being hostile to the merfolk." Yang Feng glanced at Kuna, and his eyes flickered with cold, killing intent, and he said overbearingly, "However, I want the East Sea. Anyone who stands in my way is my enemy. You Nagas, leave the Black Skeleton Island immediately, and I can treat it as if nothing happened. Otherwise, you Nagas, as well as all the merfolk in the East Sea, are my enemies and will be wiped out one by one." Kuna's pretty face changed, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her eyes filled with frigid, killing intent. "You? Very well. Your Majesty the Emperor of the Black Dragon Country, I will bring your words to our Naga Empress. Only destruction awaits your Black Dragon Country. Let's go." Her face ashen, Kuna ordered coldly. The Naga warriors in the temple on the Black Skeleton Island immediately followed Kuna and jumped into the sea. Colum was very cunning. He didn't even take the legendary warship Ghost Ship, and instead took dozens of his trusted aides to escape the Black Skeleton Island with Kuna. Chapter 424. After Colum and the Naga tribe warriors escaped from Black Skeleton Island was left without a leader and fell into chaos. As soon as Yang Feng's army landed on the Black Skeleton Island, the pirates surrendered one after another. The Black Dragon Country rescued more than 30,000 women and children from the Black Skeleton Island. After rummaging through the Black Skeleton Island, Yang Feng found treasures and cash worth more than 10 million gold coins. Obviously, the gold coins and various treasures that the Black Skeleton Pirate King had earned over the years were all offered to the Naga Sirens in order to gain their protection. Arlette pointed to the Naga temple and asked, "Your Majesty, what should we do with this temple?" Yang Feng looked at the Naga temple and couldn't help but frown. The Naga temple enshrined the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. She was an intermediate divine force rank god, a terrifying powerhouse on the same level as the fighting demonic sect's four great elders. If it wasn't for the planar tide, even with the agreement of the gods, Yang Feng wouldn't dare to offend such a powerful god. Yang Feng taking the black skeleton island away from the Nagas was nothing in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas. However, if he dared to blaspheme the statue of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, he would definitely make an irreconcilable enemy. Yang Feng pondered for a while and then said, "Pass down my order, no one is allowed to blaspheme the statue of the god inside. Arlette, I want you to keep an eye on this for me. Anyone who disobeys will be killed without mercy." Arlette's heart shook slightly and she uttered, "Yes, Your Majesty." 50,000 meters under the sea in the East Sea, there was a city full of art that stretched as far as the eye could see. In the city, there were giant spiral houses, coral mountains, and other buildings full of merfolk style and aura. On the streets, there were Nagas with human bodies and snake tails, octopuses with octopus heads and human-like bodies, and other strange merfolk powerhouses. In the center of the city, there was a magnificent palace with an area of more than tens of thousands of hectares. It was covered by a powerful barrier, and it was extremely exquisite and luxurious. That palace was the East Seas Sea Monarch Palace. The East Seas Sea Monarch Palace had a powerful barrier that prevented seawater from invading. The East Seas Sea Monarch Palace was filled with fresh air and powerful mana creatures. Even humans could live freely and comfortably here. There was an ocean palace in each of the 4 seas. Each ocean palace was beautifully built and possessed great power. The 4 great ocean monarch palaces were the palaces where the 4 great ocean kings resided. In addition to the 4 great ocean monarch palaces, there was also an ocean monarch palace in the Western Sea that governed the 4 great ocean monarch palaces. It was different from the separation of church and state in humans. The Sea Clan was basically ruled by a combination of politics and religion. The Sea Emperor was not only the emperor of the Sea Clan, but also the pope appointed by the gods of the Sea God sect. The 4 Sea Kings were the 4 deputy pope of the Sea God sect. However, with the passage of time, apart from the West Sea Imperial Palace, which was still firmly under the control of the Sea Imperial Palace, the other 3 imperial palaces of the 4 seas all paid lip service to the Sea Imperial Palace. Kuna's eyes flashed with malevolence as she swam towards the palace in the East Sea. "Damned Emperor of the Black Dragon Country! I will return this humiliation 100-fold." In a luxurious palace in the East Sea Imperial Palace, a beautiful 4-armed Naga with 4 arms, the upper body of a sexy and beautiful woman, the lower body of a snake, and a crown on her head, sat on a golden throne and indifferently looked at the kneeling Kuna. This peerlessly beautiful 4-armed Naga beauty was the current queen of the Naga race, Stephanie. It was under her leadership that the Naga race continued to grow and became a large race that could compete with the merfolk who occupied the Sea Palace. A great cleric like Kuna had a very high status in the Nagas. Originally, she only needed to kneel to the god worshipped by the Nagas. But every time they met, she would respectfully kneel to Stephanie, because Stephanie was one of the Naga divine system's gods appointed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne. For the gods of the Fesua Plain, the planar tide was both a huge disaster and a huge opportunity. If it wasn't for the planar tide, Daphne wouldn't dare to disobey the strong divine power-ranked god of the sea Hrihari. However, if the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to give birth to a few deities during the planar tide, then the Naga tribe could take the opportunity to establish their own mountain and form their own faction. Just like how the goddess Lolth established the dark elven divine system, they would no longer be under the control of others. After listening to Kuna's report, Stephanie tapped the golden throne with her lily-white finger, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a sharp, cold glint. Stephanie showed a beautiful smile, and her beautiful eyes flashed with a cold glint. Interesting. The sea is the world of our merfolk. Even if the giant dragon clan came to the sea, they would have to fear us. That little barbarian king of the desolate islands dares to provoke us merfolk. I want to know what cards he has up his sleeve. An 8-meter-tall whaleman expert stepped forward and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to lead troops to wipe out those barbarians. Stephanie glanced at the whaleman powerhouse and said coldly, Dan, the apple of wisdom is about to ripen. Our biggest goal now is to let Agatha and the others retrieve the apple of wisdom, not to tangle with those barbarians. Dan's heart shook slightly and he stepped back. Yes, Your Majesty. Stephanie's beautiful eyes flashed with a glint of wisdom, and she said faintly, Kuna, go to the Black Dragon country again. Tell the Emperor of the Black Dragon country that we can temporarily recognize his dominance over the Eastern Sea for 3 years. However, he has to cooperate with us to sink all ships heading for the Apple of Wisdom. Kuna's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, Yes, Your Majesty. The Red Earth Wasteland, the Miracle City's City Master's mansion, inside a secret room, the door suddenly opened, and Yang Feng walked out and went to his study. Inside the study, there were 2 sets of chairs, one for Yang Feng's office, and the other for Lena, the butler of the Miracle City. As soon as Yang Feng entered the study, he saw Lena, who was dressed up beautifully, reading various documents and handling various affairs. It was because of Lena and them that Yang Feng could travel around and practice cultivation in seclusion, and the Miracle City was still thriving. Sir Duke, you're back. The sound of the door opening alarmed Lena. When she looked up and saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she got up to greet him. I'm back. You've worked hard. Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Lena, and his heart suddenly stirred. The corners of his mouth rose slightly, and he reached out and embraced Lena. Lena's pretty face suddenly flushed, and her tender body trembled slightly. As if a timid bunny, she clenched her hands and closed her eyes, looking very cute. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he lowered his head and kissed Lena on the lips. After a while, Lena lay softly in Yang Feng's arms, revealing a blissful expression. There were a few bright plum blossoms on the soft sofa. When a blooming flower can be plucked, it must be plucked. Don't wait until there are no flowers to be plucked. It feels so good to pluck flowers. Yang Feng looked at the sweet smile on Lena's face and raised the corners of his mouth, and he lowered his head and kissed her on the face. For the next 2 days, Yang Feng accompanied Lena. While listening to the development of the Miracle City, he took a stroll in the city. 3 days later, in the study of the Miracle City's City Master's mansion, when the gorgeous, mysterious, and sexy Faldina, dressed in a black wizard robe, entered the study, her delicate nose twitched, and she creased her eyebrows, saying, The smell in this room is a bit strange. Lena, the grand butler of the Miracle City, blushed and lowered her head. Her heart was in her throat and she was extremely shy. Faldina raised her eyebrows slightly, and then gracefully sat opposite Yang Feng and said, By the way, Ian, it's almost time for that matter. If we don't move now, it'll be too late. Yang Feng got up and said, I'm ready. Let's go. Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with graveness, and she said solemnly, Ready? Are you ready to send warships and sailors? You need huge ships to go to the Golden Strait. Once you enter the Golden Strait, you won't be able to take off no matter what magic you use. Even gods will lose all their divine power and become mortals. Once you enter the Golden Strait, it'll be an era of naval warfare. Without a powerful enough ship, you won't even be able to reach the center of the Golden Strait. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said faintly, Don't worry, I'm ready. Is the legendary warship enough? Shock welled up inside Faldina, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with incredulity. She quickly asked, Legendary warship? Which one is it? It took countless resources to manufacture a legendary warship. On the Feisua Plain, every legendary warship was famous and belonged to a different major force. Faldina didn't expect Yang Feng to be able to get his hands on a legendary warship without making any noise. Yang Feng said with a smile, The Black Steel warship. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with an enigmatic glint, and she said with a sweet smile, "The legendary warship of the sword and skeleton pirate king in the East Sea. You're really amazing to be able to get your hands on this warship." Yang Feng continued, "The Dragon Bones warship." Faldina's complexion changed slightly, and she said, "The dragon skeleton pirates were also wiped out by you? They have the backing of the country of dragons. Aren't you afraid that the dragons of the country of dragons will come after you?" Chapter 425. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "Ghost ship." Faldina's eyes flashed with astonishment and she exclaimed, "You even wiped out the black skeleton pirates? Behind them is the Naga race, the strongest merfolk that dominates the East Sea. Are you crazy? You dare offend the Naga race? They control the route to the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, "Now that we have 3 legendary warships, can we go to the Golden Strait?" Faldina's eyes flickered for a while and she calmed down. Her beautiful eyes turned and she revealed a smile. She got up from the sofa and came to Yang Feng's side. "Of course." Yang Feng took Faldina to a secret room in the Miracle City. As soon as she entered the secret room, Faldina saw a warp gate full of sci-fi flair. As soon as Yang Feng operated the warp gate, a distorted space appeared inside the warp gate. Yang Feng said with a smile, extended his hand and invited, "Please come in." Faldina's beautiful eyes swirled, and she stepped into the distorted space with a smile. Yang Feng looked at Faldina's back with a peculiar glint in his eyes. Faldina's courage was also far beyond his expectations. Yang Feng stepped into the warp gate and came to another warp gate. Faldina silently followed Yang Feng through a dozen warp gates in a row, and finally arrived at a secret room in the Black Dragon country. When Yang Feng and Faldina walked out of the secret room, they arrived at the imperial palace of the Black Dragon country. "Greetings, Your Majesty!" When the beautiful dragonborn warriors in the imperial palace saw Yang Feng and Faldina, they immediately knelt down and saluted respectfully, their eyes flashing with adoration. The story of the destruction of the 2 pirate kings in the East Sea had spread in the Black Dragon country. The dragonborn experts with Black Dragon bloodline were full of awe for Yang Feng. Faldina looked curiously at the beautiful dragonborn around her and asked, "These are dragonborn? Is this the country of dragons?" Faldina raised her eyebrows and quickly analyzed. "No. The dragonborn of the country of dragons are loyal to the Dragon Emperor. Except for the Dragon Emperor, they don't address anyone else as His Majesty. This shouldn't be the country of dragons. Instead, he was a dragonborn born from the union of another giant dragon and a human. Ian, you're really impressive to be able to subdue a dragon man." There were no traces of dragonborn in the surroundings of the Red Earth Wasteland. This shouldn't be the Red Earth Wasteland, but a hidden place. The door we just passed through should be a spatial door similar to a teleportation portal, right, Ian? Yang Feng carefully looked at Faldina and said with a smile, "Yes, Faldina, you're really smart." Faldina's analysis of all this was accurate, displaying her powerful analytical ability and wisdom. Faldina smiled charmingly. "Now, can you tell me where this place is?" Yang Feng said with a smile, "This is the Desolate Islands." Faldina's beautiful eyes suddenly lit up, and she said in surprise, "The Desolate Islands? Are you trying to intercept those ships heading for the Golden Strait?" The Desolate Islands were relatively close to the Golden Strait. With it as a base, they could organize a huge fleet to intercept the ships heading to the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a peculiar glint and he uttered, "That's right." Shocked, Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered with endless shock and she uttered, "Are you crazy? Those who go to the Golden Strait are people favored by the gods. There are people favored by the gods, divine descendant families, clones of gods, and even gods who descend to the secular world and go to the Golden Strait. By doing this, you're offending all the gods. The apple of wisdom was a treasure that even the gods coveted. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, some feeble divine force rank and weak divine force rank gods would even take the risk to go to the Golden Strait to seize the apple of wisdom. For Yang Feng to want to set up a defensive line in the Golden Strait to intercept the many powerhouses heading for the Golden Strait was simply crazy. It could be said that if his plan succeeded, he would offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with madness, and he said with a smile, "But it's worth it, isn't it?" Faldina's beautiful eyes flickered a few times, and she revealed a smile, saying, "Yes, it's indeed worth it. As long as I get the apple of wisdom, then even if I have to become enemies with the gods, it's worth it." It took 30,000 years for an apple of wisdom to mature. Among the countless plains, only the Feisua Plain had an apple of wisdom. Every time an apple of wisdom appeared, it would cause countless powerhouses to fight over it. Those who seized the apple of wisdom and ate it, and then grew up smoothly, were at least weak divine power rank gods. There were even some mid-level divine power rank and strong divine power rank powerhouses. Weak divine force rank gods were powerful beings equivalent to glorious dawn warlocks of human warlocks. For an apple of wisdom to give people such formidable potential, it would naturally cause countless people to fight over it. For the sake of this apple of wisdom, Yang Feng didn't hesitate to become enemies with the gods of the Feisua Plain. Arlette strode out of the imperial palace and took a deep look at Faldina next to Yang Feng. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with hostility, and she said solemnly, "Your Majesty, the Naga Great Cleric Kuna requests an audience." When she heard that, Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with a peculiar glint, and she took a deep look at Yang Feng. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said lightly, "Cleric Kuna? Then tell her to come see me." Arlette responded, "Yes, Your Majesty." The Black Dragon Country, in a rear garden. Yang Feng comfortably reclined on a soft sofa, appreciating the various beautiful flowers in the rear garden. Beautiful dragon-born court dancers danced provocatively and coquettishly in the garden. Faldina sat next to Yang Feng without a trace of politeness. While admiring the beautiful dance of the dragon-born dancers, she leisurely ate all kinds of fruits. Kuna came to the rear garden, took a deep look at Yang Feng, and said with a charming smile, "Your Majesty, I am an emissary sent by the Naga. It's my honor to meet you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng's killing intent was biting cold, and he said with a cold smile, "Did you bring a message declaring war on the merfolk?" Kuna's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, yet there was a gentle smile on her pretty face. "No, Her Majesty the Empress is willing to rule the East Sea with you. However, there will be many outsiders attempting to go to the Golden Strait in the near future. Her Majesty the Empress invites you to join hands with us and eliminate those outsiders." In exchange, the East Sea's Sea Monarch Palace is willing to recognize the Black Dragon Country's dominance of the East Sea's waterways after this. Kuna sneered in her heart, "Humph! After you offend all the gods of the Feisua Plain, your trifling Black Dragon Country will be annihilated without the Naga needing to do anything." It wasn't that the Nagas couldn't intercept the countless ships heading to the Golden Strait, but that they needed a scapegoat. Even the Nagas weren't willing to offend the gods of the Feisua Plain. Yang Feng glanced coldly at Kuna and said indifferently, "You want to join hands with me? Sure, but you're not qualified to have the Naga Empress talk to me. By the way, my fleet will go to the Golden Strait today and set up a defensive line there. That's my territory. Anyone who comes within 300 kilometers of me without my permission will be regarded as an enemy and killed on the spot. Alright, you can go back." Kuna's complexion changed dramatically and turned ashen, and she said stiffly, "Your Majesty, you'll regret this. You'll definitely regret what you said today." The East Sea belongs to the Nagas. Not your East Sea. Without our permission, you won't be able to move an inch in the East Sea. You'll see for yourself soon enough. With that, Kuna turned around and strode out of the rear garden. Faldina asked curiously, Ian, why did you refuse their proposal? Yang Feng replied with a cold smile. It's very simple. They don't have any sincerity in cooperating, they just want to find a scapegoat. If they aren't willing to cooperate sincerely, then why should I give them a spot to enter the Golden Strait? Faldina's beautiful eyes shimmered with worry, and she said, But the merfolk are very powerful. They are the true masters of the East Sea. Even if your 3 legendary warships join forces, they still won't be a match for the merfolk powerhouses. Yang Feng showed a mysterious smile, got up and said faintly, Let's go. Faldina also got up and went to Yang Feng's side. Before long, the Black Steel warship, Dragon Bones warship, and Spectre ship anchored in the Black Dragon country's port formed a fleet and sailed towards the deep sea. In the sea near the Black Dragon country's port, Kuna emerged above the sea. Looking at Yang Feng's 3 legendary warships, she took out a communications stone and said, Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Black Dragon country refused to talk to me. He said that only you are qualified to talk to him. The Naga Empress's cold and cruel voice came from the communications stone. In that case, let's clear his head. I'll let him understand that the East Sea belongs to the Nagas. The 3 legendary warships had just sailed for about 300 nautical miles. Aboard the Black Steel warship, the corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and he said with a cold smile, They came so fast. More than 100 meters below the sea, octopus people with octopus heads, 10-meter-tall whalemen with whale-like heads, burly and majestic tiger sharkmen, and various merfolk powerhouses silently swam towards the 3 legendary warships. Chapter 426. Yang Feng said flatly, It's not good to punish without teaching, Arlette. Yes, Your Majesty. Dressed in a military uniform, the sexy and beautiful Arlette stepped forward, looked at the sea below, and said loudly, Merfolk below, this is the fleet of the Black Dragon country's great His Majesty Ian. Please stop approaching at once, or we will regard you as enemies and annihilate you. The Black Steel warship had underwater sound amplifiers, and sound waves spread towards the merfolk powerhouses in the depths of the sea. Among the countless merfolk, a beautiful legend-rank Naga general, Abina, sneered and said, You want to annihilate us in the sea? How arrogant! The sea is our merfolk's sea. Even if demigod-rank powerhouses come to the sea, they will only be food for us. General Mist, show them what you're made of. A more than 30-meter-long legend-rank swordfishman powerhouse with a swordfish head and bone spurs all over his body responded in a low, muffled voice. Yes, General. Fire. The swordfish Misty Chi roared, and more than 1,000 swordfish powerhouses covered in sharp bone spurs suddenly shot out countless sharp bone spurs like raindrops, turning into meteors that shot towards the Black Steel warship. The sharp bone spurs fired by the more than 1,000 swordfishman powerhouses were harder than steel. On the Feisua plain, only the Dragon Bones warship and some legendary warships refined from the most precious magic plants could barely resist them. Before Yang Feng's modification, the Black Steel warship could hardly resist the swordfishman's bone spurs. A scene that left the merfolk powerhouses dumbfounded appeared. When the sharp bone spurs fired by the swordfishman powerhouses stabbed into the Black Steel warship, they were immediately ricocheted, unable to harm the Black Steel warship in the slightest. General Mist's face changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. How is this possible? We have attacked the Black Steel warship. Its armor is definitely not that strong. The Black Steel warship was one of the 3 legendary warships that ran amok in the East Sea. However, for the merfolk, the Black Steel warship was the one they feared the least of the three legendary warships. That was because the Black Steel warship's artillery was so powerful that it could easily destroy a warship used by humans. On the other hand, the Black Steel warship's cannons would find it difficult to hit the merfolk powerhouses in the sea. Moreover, among the sea race, the bone spikes shot by the swordfish race powerhouse were somewhat difficult, but they could completely penetrate the armor of the Black Steel warship. But now, the attacks of the Swordfish clan couldn't harm the Black Steel warship at all. This naturally made the experts of the Swordfish clan dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Yang Feng's gaze was ice cold as he said coldly, "It's impolite not to reciprocate. Fire." Numerous hatches opened on the parts of the Black Steel warship submerged in the sea, and a dense rain of torpedoes flew out and shot towards the merfolk. A tiger shark expert sneered. He waved his bone saber and slashed at the torpedo. Fool, you think you can hurt us with just these things? Rumble. Accompanied by a deafening explosion, the tiger shark clan expert was blown to pieces in an instant, turning into countless pieces. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, terrifying explosions sounded in the midst of the merfolk army. The merfolk powerhouses had never seen anything like torpedoes before. They raised their weapons and launched an attack on the torpedoes. Countless torpedoes were detonated, and their bodies were blown to pieces. The complexion of the beautiful legend rank Naga general changed greatly, and she shouted loudly, "Don't attack those things! Dodge at once! Dodge! Clerics, Naga clerics, quickly take action!" When the merfolk powerhouses saw the terror of the torpedoes, their complexion changed greatly, and they quickly scattered to avoid the torpedoes. Sea whirlpool. Naga clerics dressed in dark blue cleric robes specially made by the merfolk swam down, silently recited an incantation, and pointed at the torpedoes with the staff in their hands. Terrifying ocean whirlpools suddenly appeared and swept the torpedoes into the terrifying ocean whirlpools. Rumble! Boom! Terrifying explosions rang out continuously as the torpedoes were sucked into the whirlpool and detonated one after another. Yang Feng looked at the sea whirlpool and revealed a smile. Interesting! Merfolk clerics really have some skill. Faldina rolled her eyes at Yang Feng and said angrily, "You can still smile? This weapon of yours has already been destroyed. Now there are no weapons that can threaten the merfolk." Yang Feng smiled faintly and ordered, "Why not? Sea hunters, set out." The hatch of the Black Steel warship opened, and sea hunters about 1.5 meters long, which were similar to sailfish, with blade-like fins on their bodies, sharp blade-like parts on every joint, and mouths full of beast-like sharp teeth, swam into the sea one after another. As soon as the swarm of sea hunters entered the sea, they immediately formed strange whirlpools and rushed towards the merfolk powerhouses like a school of fish. A 10-meter-tall whaleman expert let out a furious roar, raised a 10-ton anchor, and smashed it towards the sea hunters. A dozen-plus sea hunters drifted strangely along the current, and then strangely appeared in front of the whaleman powerhouse and pounced at him. Very strangely, as if defying the laws of physics, countless sea hunters appeared on the whale powerhouse and pounced at him. Ah! Help! Amidst a series of miserable screams, the whaleman powerhouse was devoured by the countless sea hunters and turned into a skeleton. This scene kept happening among the merfolk. Like the most ferocious demonic creatures, the sea hunters moved very strangely. Practically no merfolk powerhouses could hit them. As long as they surrounded the merfolk, they would be devoured. Skeletons of the Sea Clan continued to appear in the deep sea. It was a creepy feeling that made one's hair stand on end. Go to hell! Trash! The legend rank Swordfish Mist roared and waved the magic sword in his hand, which carried a trace of the law of water, and slashed towards the sea hunters. With a flash of blade ray, 3 sea hunters were chopped into countless pieces by the Swordfish Mist. In the next moment, dozens of sea hunters rushed towards the swordfish mist along the current like ghosts. A series of blood-curdling screams came from the mouth of the swordfish mist. In less than 5 seconds, it was devoured by the ferocious and terrifying sea hunter and turned into a pile of bones. The beautiful legend rank Naga general inhaled a breath of cold air and barked, "Retreat! We're retreating!" The 500-plus Naga powerhouses quickly swam over and gathered beside the beautiful legend rank Naga general. The beautiful legend rank Naga general tore a magic scroll, and a fearsome spatial force instantly enveloped the beautiful Naga general and her party. They instantly blurred and then disappeared. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "They escaped quickly. As for the rest of the merfolk, kill them all." Under Yang Feng's order, the dense swarm of sea hunters turned into a frightening shoal that swept towards the thousands of merfolk warriors that remained. 10 minutes later, thousands of merfolk warriors' skeletons appeared in the deep sea. After devouring the merfolk warriors, the dense swarm of sea hunters swam back into the black steel warship. Faldina stared at the holographic projection, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment, saying, "What an amazing golem! It's really amazing!" Faldina said with a dignified expression, "However, Ian, you've greatly offended the goddess of Nagas. In this way, it will be even more difficult for us to go to the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas may even attack us in person." The apple of wisdom contained endless mysteries, and even the goddess of Nagas yearned for it. For the sake of the apple of wisdom, it wouldn't be strange for her to attack in person. Although the god signed an agreement, but as long as the goddess of Nagas was willing to pay a huge price, there was still a way to break the agreement for a short period of time and attack the secular world. As an intermediate divine force rank expert, the goddess of Nagas was a notch stronger than the Tsangji Plains human bright world warlocks. Once she attacked in person, her power would be absolutely earth-shattering. Yang Feng said with a faint smile, "Don't worry, I have my own arrangements." Faldina took a deep look at Yang Feng, smiled sweetly, and didn't say anything else. The East Sea, inside the Sea Monarch Palace. The beautiful legend rank Naga general knelt in front of the Naga Empress Stephanie, her tender body trembling. The Naga Empress Stephanie glanced at the beautiful general and said coldly, "Jenna, since you lost, I will deprive you of all your official positions. Go to the Vanguard Battalion and become a soldier to atone for your crimes." Jenna heaved a sigh of relief and said respectfully, "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephanie said coldly, "You're dismissed." Jenna withdrew at once. "Yes, Your Majesty." Stephanie tapped with her lily-white finger. An extraordinary splendor swirled in her beautiful eyes, and she said in a low voice, "Since you can defeat Jenna's troops, it seems that Emperor Ian of the Black Dragon country really shouldn't be underestimated, as expected of the legendary figure who founded the miracle city in the Red Earth wasteland." Other merfolk aside, Stephanie was a peerless powerhouse of the Naga Empress who sought to dominate the Feisua Plain. She was one of the top emperors of this plain. Yang Feng's performance was so dazzling that she only had to do a little investigation to find out his origin. Chapter 427. Stephanie hesitated for a while, then her beautiful eyes flickered with enigmatic light, and she got up and walked towards the back of the royal palace. In the depths of the royal palace in the East Sea, there was an exquisite deep-sea temple. As soon as Stephanie entered the deep-sea temple, she prostrated herself on the ground and said respectfully, not daring to raise her head, "Great goddess, we failed. Ian used a kind of magical alchemy puppet to kill the troops I sent out. I don't have any confidence in defeating Ian. Only you can stop him from going to the Golden Strait." In the center of the deep-sea shrine, there was a golden throne, and on it sat a peerlessly beautiful and noble woman with 6 arms. This gorgeous woman was the avatar of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, who descended into the secular world. In the secular world, only the goddess of Nagas Daphne had the qualifications to make the Naga Empress Stephanie kneel. Daphne slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were golden, and wisps of golden divine light slowly radiated from her eyes. When she closed her eyes, she looked like a stone, as if she had merged with heaven and earth. When she opened her eyes, a vast divine might spread in the hall in an instant. Under the pressure of the frightening divine might, Stephanie's pretty face changed, and her delicate body trembled. The goddess of Nagas Daphne swept Stephanie with her golden eyes and said indifferently, "I know. You're dismissed." Stephanie replied respectfully, "Yes, great goddess." With a flash of azure light, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, disappeared from where she stood. The eastern sea, above the azure sea. Yang Feng was sitting on the bridge of the black steel warship. Arlette was kneeling in front of him, and two top dragonborn girls were peeling fruits for him. There were also two beautiful dragon human girls standing behind him, carefully massaging his body to relax his muscles. Suddenly, waves churned and surged, and the peerlessly beautiful goddess of Nagas Daphne with a noble temperament suddenly appeared in the sea. Gazing coldly at Yang Feng, she trod on the waves and walked towards him. "God! This is getting out of hand. How could a god take action? This is too shameless." And it was the goddess of Nagas, Daphne. He is a terrifying existence at the mid-level divine power level. When Yang Feng saw the goddess of Nagas Daphne, his face suddenly fell. He had expected that the Naga Empress would lead the merfolk army to fight him. Even if the entire East Seas merfolk army came to fight him, he wouldn't be afraid. However, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, came in person, even though she was only an incarnation, and her power was suppressed to the demigod level. He did not have the slightest confidence in defeating him. Faldina's beautiful eyes flashed with shock and she cried out, "The goddess of Nagas! The Naga god!" As soon as she said this, the expressions of the surrounding experts of the dragon human race changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with fear as they looked at the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who rode the wind and waves toward them. Gods were supreme. This was a fact that all intelligent life forms on the Feisua plane knew since childhood. When the dragonborn experts heard that an incarnation of a true god appeared in front of them, they were naturally filled with shock and fear. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, flickered above the sea and swam towards the black steel warship. A vast and terrifying divine might spread in all directions with her as the core. Under the pressure of the divine might, the dragonborn experts aboard the three legendary warships involuntarily knelt on the ground, trembled, and their eyes filled with fear. After receiving Yang Feng's guidance, Arlette's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds, and she reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. But still, under the pressure of the divine might, she knelt on one knee and held the silver dragon spear, unable to budge. "Greetings, mighty goddess of Nagas." Under the pressure of the divine might, Yang Feng got up and saluted the goddess of Nagas Daphne from afar. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw that Yang Feng was able to resist her divine might, her majestic golden eyes shimmered with an enigmatic gleam, and she uttered loftily, "Petty mortal, you can actually resist my divine might. Among mortals, you're a genius. I appreciate you very much. Abandon your original faith and believe in me again. In this way, I will grant you boundless power and glory. The entire East Sea will be your territory, and you will become the East Sea's Sea Emperor. In the future, I will even grant you the power to become a true god and make you immortal and immortal." Yang Feng spread his hands and said with a pious expression, "Mighty goddess of Nagas, I am the most devout believer of the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I have decided to dedicate everything I have to the mighty goddess of the Weave Gargerstave. I can sense that her gaze is always on me." The goddess of Nagas Daphne frowned slightly. She didn't want to offend a strong divine force rank god lightly. Normally, she would abide by the rules of the game of the gods and have the Naga Empress lead countless merfolk powerhouses to besiege Yangfeng. But for the sake of the Apple of Wisdom, she could only send her avatar out. The goddess of Nagas Daphne contemplated for a while, then her majestic golden eyes radiated golden light, and she looked at Yangfeng. Yangfeng's heart shook slightly. He operated a secret method to conceal the warlock life force inside him and simulated the trajectory of magic and martial dual cultivation. The golden light in the eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne extinguished, and she uttered coldly, "Mortal, I order you not to go to the Golden Strait. Go back to the Black Dragon country." Yangfeng was courteous yet resolute. "I'm very sorry. I'm determined to get the Apple of Wisdom. Even someone as great as you can't change my will." The eyebrows of the goddess of Nagas Daphne creased slightly, and she uttered coldly, "There are countless natural disasters in the East Sea, you're on your own." A wave rolled, and the goddess of Nagas Daphne disappeared. Only then did Yangfeng feel slightly relieved. At this moment, dark clouds churned and surged in the sky. The entire world was covered by dark clouds, light was obscured, and darkness enveloped the land. On the originally calm sea surface, a gust of wind blew and waves surged into the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the dark clouds, and rumbling sounds echoed incessantly. A dense hail fell from the sky, crashing downwards. The dragonborn powerhouses aboard the 3 legendary warships hid inside the warship. When the hailstones hit the 3 legendary warships, the sound of rain hitting banana leaves was heard. The temperature plummeted to below zero in an instant, and everyone was forced to urge their power to resist the frightening cold. A gust of wind blew. Amid the hail and rain, a violent tornado formed in the distance and grew larger and larger. A copious amount of sea water was drawn into the tornado, forming a terrifying whirlpool. The terrifying tornado that could devour the 3 legendary warships swept over at an astonishing speed. This frightening natural disaster was even more frightening than a level 5 divine spell. Once the 3 legendary warships were drawn into the terrifying tornado, even if they weren't destroyed, they would be swept away by the tornado and even blown away from the East Sea. Taking advantage of the unique geography and climate of the East Sea, the goddess of Nagas Daphne combined divine power with the power of nature to form this terrifying tornado. Dispel. Advanced dispel. Faldina's pretty face flickered. She silently recited an incantation and pointed at the terrifying tornado, and magic radiances fell on it. The Dispel and High-Tier Dispel spells that could dispel persistent spells disappeared. When they fell into the tornado, they had no effect. The giant tornado formed from the combination of divine power and natural force was not something that could be dispelled by ordinary dispel. Yangfeng sneered. "Sure enough, as long as the benefits are big enough, any agreement is fake." Dive. Numerous pieces of armor extended from the Black Steel warship, and the warship quickly transformed into a huge submarine. The Spectre ship and the Dragon Bones warship arrived next to the Black Steel warship. Numerous pieces of metal extended from the Black Steel warship and formed 2 huge cabins that wrapped around the 2 legendary warships, and then quickly dived into the depths of the sea. While the sky was raging, the sea below was very calm, not affected in the slightest. The terrifying tornado swept towards them, and its speed was getting faster and faster. Below the sea, a frightening whirlpool was also quickly moving this way. When the 3 warships dived to a depth of 400 meters, the frightening whirlpool formed from the tornado shrouded the stern of the Black Steel warship. A frightening attractive force instantly enveloped the stern of the Black Steel warship and pulled it towards the whirlpool inch by inch. Yangfeng ordered coldly, "Remove the aft armor." As if a lizard's tail, the stern of the Black Steel warship broke off and was swallowed by the frightening whirlpool, and then swept into the sky. The 1/3 of the black steel warship that was swallowed by the whirlpool continued to swim towards the Golden Strait. The goddess of Nagas Daphne strangely appeared behind the black steel warship. Her golden eyes shimmered gloomily, and she pointed at the black steel warship with a blue spear in her hand, and fearsome divine power fluctuations suddenly took shape on the blue spear. In an instant, a frightening whirlpool suddenly took shape, swept towards the black steel warship, enveloped it, and pulled it towards the whirlpool below the tornado. Chapter 428. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he ordered, "You don't even care about face, are you going to attack? Release the sea hunters." The hatch of the black steel warship opened, and a large number of sea hunters poured out, baring their sharp teeth and biting towards the huge whirlpool. There was a flash of contempt in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she sneered, "Idiot! That's the power of a divine spell. Physical attacks have no effect." In the next moment, an incredible scene suddenly appeared. Under the frenzied devouring of the sea hunters, the terrifying whirlpool strangely disappeared. One of the characteristics of sea hunters was the ability to devour energy, and divine force was no exception. This was their most terrifying characteristic. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, her face finally flickered. Yang Feng sneered in his heart, "Of course my sea rippers aren't that simple. They are battle robots that can devour any energy." After the sea rippers devoured the huge whirlpool, the black steel warship's large positron artillery turned and aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. Although the black steel warship's large positron artillery wasn't as powerful as the large positron artillery installed on the black steel warship, but even if it was a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse, their life force field would be pierced and their fleshly body would be seriously injured. There was a flash of anger in the beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and she uttered coldly, "Petty mortal! Do you want to attack me? Attack a mighty true god." Ever since the goddess of Nagas Daphne ascended to the position of god, no one dared to attack her. Even if she was just an avatar, no one dared to attack her. Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Nagas Daphne from the holographic projector and smiled coldly, not saying a word. If provoked, he wouldn't care whether the goddess of Nagas Daphne was a true god or not. The planar tide had arrived, and the Fesua Plains Dark Age was about to arrive. In the Age of Chaos, legends were as common as dogs, demigods roamed the streets, and it was easy to encounter avatars or even true bodies of gods. The majesty of gods was no longer as strong as it was in the past. Gods had a long lifespan and were far more powerful than their peers. They were powerful existences that stood at the pinnacle of various planes. Even on the Tsangji plane, among human warlocks of the same rank, only the most outstanding geniuses could deal with a god of the same rank. However, gods also had many weaknesses, the biggest of which was the planar tide. Once the planar tide arrived, they would be at their weakest. Yang Feng said coldly, "Great goddess of Nagas, please stop. Since you're a god, I can pretend that nothing happened just now. Otherwise..." When Yang Feng said that, Faldina's complexion suddenly changed, and she stared at him as if she didn't know him. On the Fesua plane, it was the first time that Faldina heard that someone dared to disrespect a true god. Moreover, this true god wasn't a feeble divine force rank god like the god of pirates, but an intermediate divine force rank merfolk god. "How dare you, lowly humans? How dare you threaten me? Threatening a true god? Then you can go to hell." Furious, the goddess of Nagas Daphne pointed at the black steel warship with the god armament Spear of the East Sea, and fearsome fluctuations of power spread from the Spear of the East Sea. Countless water elemental particles frantically gathered in front of the Spear of the East Sea, and in an instant 3 water blades, ignoring the laws of physics, slashed towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of 10 times the speed of sound. Virtually at the same time, the swarm of sea hunters opened their energy shields, gathered together, and formed a huge energy shield that blocked in front of the three water blades. The three water blades easily split the energy shield formed by countless sea hunters, slashed more than 100 sea hunters along the way, and then mercilessly slashed at the energy shield that the Black Steel warship had just activated. Boom! With a blare, the energy shield of the Black Steel warship shattered in an instant, and the three water blades containing the Law of Water slashed at the hull of the Black Steel warship, leaving 3 deep scars, and a copious amount of seawater poured into the Black Steel warship. Inside the Black Steel warship, a large number of engineering robots quickly rushed to the damaged armor area and repaired the Black Steel warship. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he immediately ordered, "Since we've shed all pretenses of cordiality, then go to hell." A dense crowd of sea hunters swam out of the Black Steel warship and rushed towards the goddess of Naga's Daphne in a strange manner. The space disruptors also silently hid among the sea hunters and charged towards the goddess of Naga's, Daphne. The space disruptors have been transformed into naval warfare type. Although their movement speed was far slower than that on land and in the sky, but they could still play a role. "Despicable mortal, how dare you attack me? Then you're dead. Today, I'll let you know the consequences of offending a true god." The goddess of Naga's Daphne looked at the dense crowd of sea hunters with a fierce glint in her eyes, and she slashed at the sea with the god armament Spear of the East Sea in her hand. A divine country shrouded by the endless sea with only a dozen-plus islands suddenly appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura full of the law of water exuded from the divine country. The sea in the divine country churned and roiled. A 500-meter-long giant octopus with countless tentacles and exuding moonlight warlock rank aura suddenly emerged from the divine country and crawled out of the opening cut by the Spear of the East Sea. When the giant octopus crawled out of the divine country, its pinnacle moonlight warlock rank aura dropped to pinnacle starry sky warlock rank. As soon as the 500-meter-long octopus crawled out of the divine kingdom of the goddess of Nagas, it immediately opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and sucked frantically. A fearsome whirlpool emerged from the giant octopus's mouth and swept towards the dense crowd of sea hunters. Under the terrifying suction force, the sea hunters flew into the mouth of the demon octopus. Then, the demon octopus twisted them into pieces and swallowed them. In addition to using its mouthparts to attack, the huge octopus also has over 100 tentacles. The 100 tentacles are like poisonous snakes slapping at the sea hunters, directly shattering the sea hunters. "Go to hell." Yang Feng glanced at the goddess of Naga's Daphne and uttered coldly. The Black Steel warship's large-caliber positron artillery flashed, and a resplendent beam tore through the sea and barreled towards the goddess of Naga's Daphne in an instant. The spatial disruptors hidden in various places launched at once, and spatial disruption ripples extended in all directions, making it impossible for the goddess of Naga's Daphne to escape the positron artillery through spatial spells. The goddess of Naga's Daphne slashed with the god armament Spear of the East Sea in her hand, and a fearsome spatial fluctuation enveloped her. Using spatial magic to avoid such a powerful attack was something that any battle god would do subconsciously. Very few gods would stand still and cast defensive spells to resist such a powerful attack. As soon as the spatial fluctuation appeared, it neutralized the spatial fluctuation released by the spatial disruptors. The goddess of Naga's Daphne's figure twisted, but she still stood in place. His expression changed slightly, and the positron cannon instantly blasted his body, shattering his lower body. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with excitement. "Did I kill it?" Faldina's breathing stagnated, and she stared at the holographic projection. Killing a god's clone, this lawless matter filled the usually rebellious Faldina with excitement, and she shuddered all over. Water rippled, and streams of water elemental particles gushed out of the god armament spear of the East Sea, interwove with each other, and formed half of Daphne's body. "You dare to hurt me! You lowly human ant, you dare to hurt me!" Holding the god armament spear of the East Sea in her hand, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's golden eyes almost spewed fire, her delicate body trembled slightly, and endless killing intent gushed out of her. Although the goddess of Nagas Daphne has reassembled her body, but she was indeed injured by the positron artillery bombardment. If it had been an ordinary peak demigod powerhouse, he would have been directly killed by that shot just now. Only a terrifying existence like him, who had the battle consciousness of a mid-level divine power level powerhouse, could cast a spell at the critical moment and survive. "I not only dare to hurt you, but I also dare to kill you." Now that they had fallen out, Yang Feng no longer had any scruples, and released the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship. The positron artillery installed on the Dragon Bones warship and the Spectre ship was slightly adjusted, and then aimed at the goddess of Nagas Daphne. "It's no use, lowly mortal. I was just careless just now, and that's why I was slightly injured. As long as I'm prepared, you lowly ants can't hurt me." The beautiful eyes of the goddess of Nagas Daphne shimmered coldly, and she spoke with a cold smile. Her body fluttered, and along with the water ripples, she looked like she had merged with the seawater. Yang Feng smiled coldly. "You think you're smart, fool? My target isn't you." In the blink of an eye, the two positron artillery beams tore through the seawater and slammed into the goddess of Nagas Daphne, easily pierced through her, and then slammed into the octopus's eyes. A copious amount of blood spurted out of the octopus's eyes, and the ferocious octopus was seriously injured. Chapter 429. The goddess of Nagas Daphne operated the law of water, and she merged with the sea water. Even the positron beams couldn't harm her. However, Yang Feng's goal wasn't her, but the supergiant octopus with almost endless power. The supergiant octopus was a pinnacle moonlight warlock rank extraordinary life form. After its eyes were pierced through by the positron beams, it still didn't die. The shattered eyes were regenerating at an incredible speed. The various parts of his body that had been penetrated by the positron cannon were also regenerating at a crazy speed. Taking advantage of the moment when the supergiant devil octopus was heavily injured, countless ocean hunters formed a school of fish and pounced towards the supergiant devil octopus in a strange trajectory. The hundreds of tentacles of the supergiant octopus were devoured by the fearsome sea hunters. The countless sea hunters swam to in front of the supergiant octopus and frantically gnawed at its eyes, causing it unbearable pain, and issued miserable screams. Although the supergiant octopus was far more powerful and had extraordinary talent than ordinary moonlight warlocks, but it had a single method of fighting, and was not the opponent of the countless sea hunters. In fact, among the countless planes, the opponents that human warlocks feared the most were races with similar wisdom and civilization. But they didn't fear extraordinary life forms without much wisdom. Some great warlock-rank human warlocks could even use some special means, such as elixirs, to hunt moonlight warlock-rank extraordinary life forms with obvious weaknesses. Whirlpool Waterblade. The goddess of Nagas Daphne slashed with the god armament spear of the East Sea, and a fearsome whirlpool suddenly emerged beside the supergiant octopus. Countless water blades entered the whirlpool and slashed at the sea hunters around the supergiant octopus. Under the precise manipulation of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, the sharp water blades slashed at the sea hunters around the supergiant octopus. Hundreds and thousands of ocean hunters were chopped into countless parts by the terrifying water blades, scattering on the ground. The dense crowd of sea hunters rushed towards the fearsome whirlpool of water blades, opened their mouths, and devoured the divine power contained in the whirlpool of water blades. The terrifying whirlpool of water blades only lasted for less than 30 seconds before it was devoured by the terrifying sea hunter. Sea God's domain. The goddess of Nagas Daphne's expression changed slightly, and a vast and boundless divine might emanated from her body. A divine country projection rose behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and an azure divine force beam descended from the divine country projection and entered the goddess of Nagas Daphne. A vast and terrifying aura diffused from the goddess of Nagas Daphne, and an azure light spread in all directions with her as the center. Wherever the azure light passed, everything turned into the sea god domain of Daphne, the goddess of Nagas. Within the scope of the sea god's divine domain, countless sharp water blades suddenly burst out and slashed the sea hunters. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were chopped into countless broken parts. Yang Feng watched as the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were smashed to pieces, and his eyes shimmered with astonishment. He grasped the button of the nuclear warhead. So strong! This is the power of an intermediate divine force rank god. Even if it's just a demigod rank clone, the might supported by divine force is comparable to that of a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse. The Black Steel warship was equipped with dozens of nuclear warheads. When necessary, Yang Feng would not hesitate to launch nuclear warheads to attack the goddess of Nagas Daphne. When the terrifying Azure Divine Realm was about to extend in front of the Black Steel warship, the goddess of Nagas, Daphne, who was holding the spear of the East Sea, suddenly trembled slightly, and drops of golden blood dripped from the corners of her mouth. The divine country projection behind the goddess of Nagas Daphne trembled, and then collapsed and disappeared. The Azure Divine Domain, which easily killed hundreds of thousands of sea hunters, collapsed as well. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, revealing a trace of a smile. Well done! How dare you use the power of a god in the middle of a planar tide? You're really reckless. In the planar tide, the secular world of the Fesua plane could only accommodate pinnacle demigod rank power. Once someone used power surpassing the pinnacle demigod rank, they would suffer a backlash. The goddess of Nagas, Daphne, was holding the spear of the East Sea. She stood on the giant octopus and said in a condescending tone, "Ian, I've destroyed all your alchemy puppets. Now it's not too late to surrender." After the hundreds of thousands of sea hunters were insta-killed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, the huge octopus quickly recovered its body and its hundreds of gnawed tentacles at an incredible speed of regeneration. Exuding a frightening aura, it stared at the three legendary warships. "Is that so? Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, I still have a lot of alchemical golems. Please don't stand on ceremony and try to eliminate them all." Yang Feng's voice sounded in the sea, and countless sea hunters poured out of the Black Steel warship and formed a frightening shoal that confronted the goddess of Nagas Daphne. When the goddess of Nagas Daphne saw this scene, she inhaled a breath of cold air. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body could easily insta-kill Yang Feng and his party along with the countless sea hunters. However, under the influence of the planar tide, even if the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body came, the power she could use wouldn't exceed that of a pinnacle starry sky warlock. With the goddess of Nagas Daphne's true body's understanding of divine power and laws, she could even kill Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses in the East Sea. However, not only did she have many enemies, but she might not be able to defeat Yang Feng. If she was careless, she might die. Faced with such a possibility, she wouldn't let her true body show up. Yang Feng said with a smile, "Great goddess of Nagas Daphne, there is no irreconcilable enmity between us. I personally believe that it is more in our interest to be friends than enemies." The goddess of Nagas Daphne smiled, retracted the frightening divine might she exuded in an instant, and the spear of the East Sea in her hand disappeared. She said lightly, "That's right, Ian, you do have the qualifications to communicate with me on an equal footing. It is more in our interest to be friends. The hundreds of tentacles of the giant octopus swept through the air and rushed towards the black steel warship. On the black steel warship, countless experts of the dragon human race were filled with fear as they stared at the terrifying giant demon octopus. When she arrived near the black steel warship, the goddess of Naga's Daphne's figure blurred, and she appeared on the deck of the black steel warship. Light instantly enveloped the goddess of Naga's Daphne, and she was teleported to a spacious and luxuriously decorated banquet hall inside the black steel warship. Inside the banquet hall, there were countless handsome dragon-born men and beautiful women. "I'm glad that you came to the banquet I held for you, great goddess of Naga's Daphne." With a courteous smile on his face, Yang Feng walked towards the goddess of Naga's Daphne. Faldina, dressed in a black evening dress, was holding his right arm. The goddess of Naga's Daphne said lightly, "Have the miscellaneous people leave." "Yes." Yang Feng waved his hand, and everyone in the banquet hall left. The goddess of Naga's Daphne looked at Faldina next to Yang Feng, and Faldina obediently left. Only Yang Feng and the goddess of Naga's Daphne remained in the banquet hall. The two came to a sofa and sat down. The goddess of Naga's Daphne stared at Yang Feng and said indifferently, "Ian, you are not from the Feisua plane. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a human warlock from the Tsangji plane. Besides, you are an alchemist who inherited the secret methods of the 6th warlock dynasty, the Golem dynasty." Yang Feng replied with a smile, "That's right. There were all kinds of incredible mechanical parts inside the Sea Hunters." If the goddess of Naga's Daphne couldn't guess Yang Feng's identity after seeing those mechanical parts, then she wouldn't be worthy of being a god who wanted to establish a divine system. The goddess of Naga's Daphne asked lightly, "Did you come to the Feisua plane for the apple of wisdom?" Yang Feng replied without concealing anything, "That's right, I'm determined to get the apple of wisdom." The goddess of Naga's Daphne said lightly, "Very well, then let's compete fairly. My divine chosen grace will also go to the Golden Strait to seize the apple of wisdom. We can join forces to block the Golden Strait. After we reach the Golden Plain, you two can compete for the apple of wisdom based on your own abilities. If you can get the apple of wisdom smoothly, then I'm willing to form an alliance with you and help you become a god." Yang Feng contemplated for a while and then said decisively, "Okay." The goddess of Naga's Daphne was an intermediate divine force ranked god, the ruler of the East Sea. Even under the influence of the planar tide, she was still extremely powerful and possessed terrifying strength. To get the support of such an ally, Yang Feng naturally wouldn't refuse. After Yang Feng and the goddess of Naga's Daphne reached an agreement, the journey was uneventful, and the 3 legendary warships smoothly arrived at the Golden Strait. As soon as they arrived at the Golden Strait, battleships, anti-air cruisers, and marine aircraft carriers immediately flew out of the Black Steel warship. Chapter 430. The Apple of Wisdom was hidden in the Golden Plain inside the Golden Strait. Using the Feisua Plane's origin force, the Time Lord set up a huge magic array in the Golden Strait. In this area, even god-rank powerhouses would be weakened and turned into ordinary people. Only great warlock-rank powerhouses could enter the Golden Strait and the Golden Plain. Even great warlock-rank powerhouses couldn't enter the Golden Plain before the Apple of Wisdom matured. The reason why the gods of the Xalia divine system could enter the Golden Plain and accelerate the ripening of the Apple of Wisdom was because they gathered the power of a divine system and forcibly opened a path to the Golden Plain. Now that the planar tide had arrived, the power of the gods of the Feisua plane in the secular world was weakened to the extreme. Even if the gods of the Feisua plane joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to break through the Golden Strait and open a path to the Golden Plain. Because of this, the huge fleet Yang Feng released from the Black Steel warship only covered the entrance to the Golden Strait. 20 battle fleets with steel carriers as the core patrolled around the Golden Strait, ready to sink any ships that dared to approach the Golden Strait at any time. Yang Feng's goal was to eliminate any warships qualified to enter the Golden Strait so that as few people as possible could enter the Golden Strait. On the surface of the sea, a beautiful woman with long blue hair, eyes as beautiful as sapphires, dressed in a blue dress, a curvaceous figure, skin as white as jade, a mixture of heroic and sexy temperament, rode the waves and floated to the surface of the sea. This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins, otherwise we'll treat you as an enemy and annihilate you. A loud voice rang out in the sea. Countless artillery fire from a steel fleet was aimed at the peerless beauty in an evening dress, exuding a heroic and sexy temperament. With an order, the countless artillery fire would tear the peerless beauty to pieces. Below the sea, the battle fleets formed by countless sea rippers were eyeing covetously from all directions. The peerless beauty smiled faintly, parted her cherry lips, and said in a magnetic voice, "I am Grace. I came to pay my respects to His Majesty, the mighty Emperor of the Black Dragon country. Please come in." The huge fleet moved, revealing a path to the Black Steel battleship. Grace curiously looked at the modern aircraft carrier battle group while riding the waves towards the Black Steel warship. As soon as Grace arrived in front of the Black Steel warship, the wave extended and carried her directly to the deck of the Black Steel warship. With a light leap, she jumped onto the deck of the Black Steel warship. On a dais of the Black Steel warship, there is a luxurious litter. Yang Feng is reclining on the luxurious litter, and there are several beautiful dragonborn sitting beside him peeling fruits for him. On the deck, a dozen-plus beautiful dragonborn dancers were dancing gracefully for Yang Feng. When it was time to practice cultivation, Yang Feng would practice cultivation more assiduously than anyone else. But when he could enjoy it, he would never torture himself. Grace took a deep look at Yang Feng, then bowed slightly in salute and uttered, "Well met, Your Majesty the mighty Emperor." Sitting in the luxurious litter, Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful and enchanting Grace and said in a slightly arrogant tone, "Has your merfolk army arrived? According to the agreement between me and the mighty goddess of Nagas Daphne. If your merfolk don't send troops, then don't even think about entering the Golden Strait. When the two forces join forces, either the east wind prevails over the west wind, or the west wind prevails over the east wind. If Yang Feng wanted to take the lead of the two forces, he had to be aggressive and unyielding. At this time, the top-grade warp gate of the Black Steel warship has opened, and a steady stream of sea hunters poured out. Every once in a while, Yang Feng's strength in this part of the sea would increase by a notch, so he had the confidence to speak to Grace in such a tone. Grace smiled sweetly and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. Our merfolk army has arrived. We are ready to cooperate with you, Your Majesty." Yang Feng pointed at the deck. "Take a seat." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Grace smiled, swayed her waist, and sat on a chair on the deck. "You came at a good time. Our enemies have just arrived." Yang Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows and pressed a button beside him. Projections shot out from the holographic projector of the Black Steel warship, interwove on the deck, and formed a holographic projection of the battlefield that has been shrunk by tens of thousands of times. He saw a huge fleet of more than 100 warships heading in the direction of the Golden Strait. Yang Feng's third steel fleet took the initiative to meet the huge fleet. Grace's beautiful eyes shimmered with an enigmatic light, and her heart shook slightly. "This spell is amazing. Is this the spell of the legendary Tsangji Plain where human warlocks reside? It's really scary." As a divine chosen of the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace's strength has reached the quasi-starry sky warlock realm. Similarly, she had a lot of understanding of other planes, Bound by the planar laws, the true bodies of the Fesua planes gods could not descend to other planes. However, their subordinates, divine chosen, and avatars could go to other planes and preach. Some low-level planes have been occupied by the gods of the Fesua plane and became their source of faith. Grace was not famous on the Fesua plane, but on a low-level plane, she was the Naga Valkyrie who once killed a hostile demigod-rank powerhouse. It was such a peerless genius that she was recalled from another plane by the goddess of Nagas Daphne and thrown into the fight over the Apple of Wisdom. As soon as Grace saw the holographic projection, she keenly felt the fearsomeness of this technology. This technology allowed people to have a god's perspective and grasp everything that happened on the battlefield. With this technology, even the stupidest person could easily become an invincible general. Faldina carefully looked at the huge fleet and said with a smile, "That fleet is the White Royal Fleet of the Anlu Kingdom. The main force of the fleet is the legendary warship White Steel Warship. The commander of this fleet is the famous naval general of the Anlu Kingdom, Bondas. He has defeated the attacks of the West Sea's pirate kings many times and is one of the strongest naval generals of the West Sea." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "What fleet? In front of my steel fleet they are nothing. They will soon be reduced to pieces." Faldina suddenly pointed at the White Steel Warship and said, "This person is Lance, a legendary hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. According to the intelligence analysis, he should be a divine chosen of the goddess of the sea Aronia, as well as the fiancé of the princess of the Anlu Kingdom. This time, the White Royal Fleet should be escorting him." The holographic projection was so lifelike that even the cook on the ship was projected, just that it was 10,000 times smaller. For an expert like Yang Feng, he could easily see the people on the White Steel Warship. After Faldina blessed herself with a spell, she could clearly see anyone on the White Steel Warship. Yang Feng said faintly, "It's a pity. It seems that the princess of the Anlu Kingdom will soon become a widow." In a sea area, in the center of more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet, there was a white warship that was 300 meters long, made of white steel, and covered with countless cannons. It was 80% similar to the Black Steel Warship. The White Steel Warship was the legendary warship White Steel Warship. On a dais of the White Steel Warship stood two people. One of them was a burly, ordinary-looking middle-aged man. The other person was a handsome young man with short blue hair and a romantic temperament. The middle-aged man was the famous naval general of the Anlu Kingdom, Bondas, and the handsome young man was Lance. The one in front, listen up. This is the territorial waters of the mighty Black Dragon country. Please report your origins. Otherwise, we will treat you as an enemy and annihilate you. The Steel Fleet had yet to come into contact with the White Royal Fleet, when a loud voice reverberated in the sea. Bondas frowned slightly and asked curiously, "Black Dragon country? What force is that?" Lance replied with a smile, "It's a force established by 6 black dragons who were exiled from the country of dragons and wandered to the desolate islands. Their naval strength is not worth mentioning." Bondas' eyes flashed with contempt and he ordered, "So it's just some clowns. Convey my order. Annihilate these clowns." The aboriginals of the desolate islands were barbarians without their own civilization. There might be some strong experts among the barbarians, but in the sea, those experts were of no use. Naval warfare was a competition of a state's comprehensive strength and shipbuilding ability. The monkey-like barbarians couldn't even build a warship. Under Bondas' order, the more than 100 warships of the White Royal Fleet separated and, like hungry wolves, rushed towards the source of the voice. Before long, a shocking scene appeared. A steel fleet composed of 1 steel carrier, 50 destroyers, and 60 frigates, braving the wind and waves, appeared in front of the White Royal Fleet with numerous ferocious steel cannons. Chapter 431. When Bondas saw the densely packed steel warships, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he exclaimed, "Steel warships! There are so many steel warships! Are these all legendary warships?" On the Faisua plain, there were only a few legendary warships that were steel warship. The rest of the warships were still wooden warship. The densely packed frigates, destroyers, and aircraft carriers, which surpassed the warships of the Faisua plain by God knows how many eras, were far beyond the imagination of the famous naval general Bondas of the Kingdom of Anlu. The huge fleet had just appeared in Bondas' field of vision, when the sound of cannons rang and countless rays of fire shot out from the steel fleets. Boom! Along with a loud noise, a 100-meter-long white royal warship was hit by a cannonball, and the frightening explosion blasted the warship in two, and it slowly sank into the sea. When he saw this, Bondas was dumbfounded and exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can there be such a powerful cannonball?" When the naval warriors of the White Royal Fleet saw the sunken White Royal warship, they couldn't help but feel their blood run cold. On the Faisua plain, it was common knowledge that warships of 100 captains could still fight even after being hit by hundreds of cannons. But now, the warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces and sunk. This reality gave rise to a cold feeling in the hearts of the naval elites who have been fighting in the sea for more than a decade. Before the flustered Bondas could give an order, overwhelming artillery fire enveloped the White Royal Fleet. One after another, wooden warships of the White Royal Fleet were blasted to pieces by the terrifying artillery fire of the steel fleets, and sank into the sea. In the sky, the rumbling of fighter engines lingered as supersonic fighters flew over like a flock of birds. When the supersonic fighters flew over the White Royal Fleet like dragons, they fired air-to-surface laser-guided missiles barreling towards the legendary warship, the White Steel warship. The mission of the supersonic fighters was to destroy the White Royal Fleet's only legendary warship, the White Steel warship. As for the wooden warships, any destroyer could easily destroy them. Heavenly water curtain! Lance looked at the laser-guided missiles flying down from the sky, then pulled out the god armament Sword of the Sea given to him by the goddess of the sea Aronia and pointed at the sky. Countless amounts of seawater rose from the sea and turned into a huge azure water screen that was more than 10 meters thick, blocking the sky. As soon as the numerous laser-guided missiles flew into the azure water curtain, they were immediately entangled by the azure water curtain, unable to move or self-destruct. In the sky, the supersonic fighter jets circled around the White Steel battleship. Their cannons roared and countless shells rained down on Lance. No matter how hard the supersonic fighter jets shot, they were unable to penetrate the azure water curtain. The ocean was the place with the densest concentration of water elements, and the most powerful water element magic cast here. Lance cast water curtain to block the attack of the supersonic fighters, but the rest of the White Royal Fleet turned into dazzling fireballs and sank into the sea. Damned beast! Under Bondas' pained gaze, the more than 100 warships sank, not giving him any leeway to give exquisite command. On the Black Steel battleship, Faldina sighed slightly. Amazing! The White Royal Fleet is the most powerful fleet among the coastal states of the Western Sea. For such a fleet to disappear just like that, it's really amazing. Grace watched as the White Royal Fleet was smashed by the bombardment of Yang Feng's steel fleet, and her heart was filled with shock. What a powerful fleet! It's really terrifying. As a Naga Valkyrie from another plane, Grace had experienced countless battles. It was the first time she had seen such an asymmetric attack. Even in Grace's eyes, the White Royal Fleet was a very powerful fleet. Even the merfolk would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to annihilate such a well-equipped, numerous, and experienced fleet. Now the White Royal Fleet was destroyed before it even had a chance to fight Yang Feng's steel fleet. This kind of battle made Grace shudder with fear. After the warships around the Steel Fleet annihilated the remaining warships of the White Royal Fleet, countless artilleries barreled towards the White Steel warship. A sky-blotting rain of bullets engulfed the White Steel warship like a meteor shower. Lance desperately operated the level 4 legend rank Spellwater Curtain Sky. The god armament Sword of the Sea in his hand, like a huge monster, frantically devoured his power, turning his face pale. Bondas gritted his teeth and barked, "Retreat!" The White Steel warship quickly turned around and fled in the direction from which it came. That aircraft carrier group chased closely behind, bombarding the White Steel battleship crazily. "I'm sorry, General Bondas, but I can't hold on any longer. I'm really sorry." Lance gritted his teeth, blurred into motion, and jumped into the sea, no longer guarding the White Steel warship. After all, the power of a god armament wasn't infinite. Even if a god obediently acted as a target, they would still be smashed to pieces by the firepower of a steel fleet. "No! Lance, you despicable traitor!" Bondas' expression changed drastically, and he let out an extremely shrill scream before jumping into the ocean as well. A dense barrage of artillery shells enveloped the White Steel warship. Boom! 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 The White Steel warship was bombarded by hundreds of large-caliber artillery shells. Steel splattered and disintegrated, and then sank into the sea along with dense smoke and fire. Along with the sinking of the White Steel warship, the entire White Steel fleet was annihilated by Yang Feng's Third Steel Fleet. Yang Feng's Third Steel Fleet didn't suffer any casualties. This was the huge gap of several eras in technology. When Lance jumped into the sea, the god armament Sword of the Sea in his hand immediately radiated faint blue light and absorbed the air in the sea water into his body. It allowed him to breathe freely in the sea. From the sea, 3 groups of more than 100,000 sea hunters crazily swam this way at an astonishing speed. When Lance saw the dense swarm of sea hunters, his face changed dramatically, and he crushed a blue pearl and shouted, "Great goddess of the sea Aronia, please save me!" Streams of divine power gushed out of the blue pearl and condensed in the sea to form a beautiful woman the size of a palm. She had ocean blue hair, skin as translucent as jade, and her entire body was enveloped in a holy, great, and holy aura. This stunning woman was the goddess of the sea Aronia. When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared, she swept Lance with her beautiful eyes, and disappointment streaked past them. She sighed slightly, merged into the water, and disappeared. In the next moment, a wave rose in front of the Black Steel warship, and the figure of the goddess of the sea Aronia emerged. "Lowly mortal, I am the goddess of the sea Aronia. Get your fleet out of the way and let my god's darling enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, I will inflict divine punishment on you." When the goddess of the sea Aronia appeared on the Black Steel warship, she looked at Yang Feng with her golden eyes, and vast and terrifying might spread from her and enveloped the Black Steel warship. She uttered in an aloof tone, "Under the pressure of the divine might, except for Yang Feng and Grace, everyone else on the Black Steel warship felt suffocated. Blessed by the goddess of Nagas Daphne, Grace could not be affected by any divine might." Sitting in the luxurious litter with Arlena in one hand, Yang Feng looked at the goddess of the sea Aronia and said with a cold smile, "Goddess Aronia, you don't have to pretend anymore. After seeing my subordinates, you should understand where I come from. You didn't even send an avatar, but just a projection, and you want to order me around? You're looking down on me too much." Shock flashed in Grace's beautiful eyes, and she stared at Yang Feng dumbfounded. He dares to speak to the goddess like that. Gods were supreme beings on the Fesua plane. Even a feeble divine force ranked God was much more noble than the kings of many states. Even the emperors of the 4 great empires had to remain humble and lower their noble heads in front of a true god. Any believer of the goddess of the sea who heard Yang Feng speak to the goddess of the sea Aronia in such a manner would go crazy and attack the heretic. The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and said, "When the planar tide arrives, anything and everything will jump out. Believe it or not, I can squash an ant like you to death before the planar tide arrives." Yang Feng smiled faintly and said full of confidence, "I believe it. Before the planar tide arrives, you might be able to kill me with a look. But now you can't." The goddess of the sea Aronia spoke in an unquestionable tone. "The god's darling I fancy must enter the Golden Strait." Yang Feng said with a smile, "I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. Otherwise, please tear apart the line of defense I set up and kill your way in." The goddess of the sea Aronia frowned slightly and stared coldly at Yang Feng. Chapter 432. The goddess of the sea Aronia said faintly, "I'll think about it and tear apart your defenses. Destroy all your golems and storm the Golden Strait." With that, the projection of the goddess of the sea Aronia collapsed in front of Yang Feng. An azure ray of light rose from the sea and swept Lance away. All of a sudden, dark clouds gathered in the sky, rolling and rolling. A strong wind blew, and a series of incomparably violent tornadoes suddenly formed. Clearly, the goddess of the sea Aronia was enraged by Yang Feng. That incomparably violent tornado had yet to completely form when a blue light shone on it. The incomparably violent tornado immediately collapsed and disappeared. A voice full of anger sounded in the sea, "Daphne! It's you!" There was no response in the sea. After the Steel Fleet dispatched by Yang Feng destroyed the White Royal Fleet, it continued to move forward, expanding its range of movement. In front of the Black Steel warship, waves churned from time to time, and one Steel Fleet after another rose from the sea, formed one Steel Fleet after another, and sailed into the distance. The 20 aircraft carrier battle groups quickly turned into 30 aircraft carrier battle groups, and in that area of the sea, huge steel battleships could be seen everywhere. Wherever the reconnaissance aircraft released by the aircraft carrier battle group passed, it was as if the fog of war had been pushed aside, appearing on the holographic projection. Not long after, a huge battleship appeared on the holographic projector. When she saw the huge warship, Faldina's beautiful eyes congealed, and she said solemnly, "This is Elgard, a human legend rank hero who rose to prominence during the Democalypse. He is very strong, and he has a holy flame sword in his hand. He once killed an Abyssal Fiend Lord. Demigod rank Abyssal Fiend Barons were terrifyingly strong. They weren't existences that ordinary human legend rank powerhouses could contend against. However, if the human legend rank powerhouse had a god armament rank treasure and used some tactics, then it wasn't impossible to kill an Abyssal Fiend Baron." Yang Feng said indifferently, "Then let's get rid of him." In the sea, on a battleship that was 80 meters long, stood a tall and sturdy legendary hero Elgard, who carried the divine artifact Flaming Sword on his back. On Elgard's chest, there was a black necklace, and an incomparably old voice came out. "Elgard, once you reach the Golden Strait, you must keep a low profile. In the Golden Strait, there were bound to be countless gods' darlings, gods chosen, and even gods' incarnations and true bodies that would descend there and head for the Golden Plains. Only when they kill each other and the situation falls into chaos will you have a chance to obtain the Apple of Wisdom." Elgard said confidently, "I know. As long as I have your help, that Apple of Wisdom will definitely belong to me." The old voice came from the black necklace again, "Remember your vow. When you become a true god, you must resurrect me." Elgard's eyes were burning with the flames of ambition, and he said resolutely, "Of course, I will definitely become a god, a true god. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, then get lost. Otherwise, we will regard you as an enemy and sink you. An overbearing and tremendous voice rang in the sea. When the voice sounded, the 17th Steel Fleet appeared on the horizon and surged over with biting cold, killing intent. Stupefied, Elgard looked at the dense steel fleet and asked, "Teacher, who are those people?" The black gem in the center of the black necklace flickered and formed an eye that looked at the steel fleet, and the eye flickered with astonishment. "I don't know. I've never seen them before. If you don't respond for more than 3 seconds, you will be regarded as an enemy. Attack." That domineering voice sounded again, and the frigates, destroyers, and other warships of the carrier battle group instantly fired their cannons, sweeping towards the battleship. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the warship was shrouded by countless shellfire, shattered, and sank to the bottom of the sea. Elgard drew the god armament Holy Flame sword, covered himself with a magic shield, sank to the bottom of the sea, and quickly swam towards the steel fleet. As long as he got close to the steel fleet, he could kill everyone aboard the steel fleet by himself. Not long after Elgard entered the sea, a large group of ocean hunters formed a school of fish and immediately pounced towards him. Elgard's face fell, and he frantically swam towards the surface of the sea. In the sea, the flame domain that he cultivated painstakingly was of no use. The speed of the frightening shoal of sea hunters was too terrifying. Within a few breaths of time, they appeared in front of Elgard and pounced towards him. Elgard roared and struggled desperately. After just a dozen seconds, he turned into a pile of bones, leaving only the god armament Holy Flame sword and the strange black necklace. If it was on land, Elgard would be a first-rate expert. With the god armament Holy Flame sword, he could even contend against Starry Sky warlock rank experts head-on. But in the ocean, he didn't even get to display a tenth of his abilities. He was killed by the ocean hunters in a single exchange. Before long, 2 sea hunters jumped onto the black steel warship and offered the god armament Holy Flame sword and the strange black necklace to Yang Feng. "So this is a god armament." Yang Feng grabbed the god armament Holy Flame sword and looked at it curiously. According to the Tsangji Plains secret treasure classification, god armaments were level 6 secret treasures or above. Moreover, in Plains with gods, the god armaments used by the gods contained various laws, which was why they could exert such terrifying might. If the god armament Holy Flame sword fell into the Tsangji Plain, it would be a treasure that many moonlight warlocks would fight over. Level 6 secret treasures and above were very precious. Except for generals of the Great Cloud Dynasty, true disciples of the 10 great sects, and moonlight warlocks of some great sects, many rogue moonlight warlocks didn't even have a level 6 secret treasure. Yang Feng poured life force into the Holy Flame sword. The Holy Flame sword flashed, and flames instantly enveloped the sword and emitted frightening fluctuations of power. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of admiration. What an amazing sword, worthy of being a god armament. It's much stronger than the weapons I used before. Yang Feng could clearly perceive that when he held the Holy Flame sword, he could even cast a level 5 fire attribute spell. Furthermore, the Sword of Flames was a godly weapon without an owner. Anyone could use it directly, so it was perfect for him. Yang Feng swept the black necklace in his hand with a glance and said lightly, "What should I do with you next?" An incomparably old voice came from the black necklace. "I am Vega, the god of fire. I have countless knowledge and experience. As long as you swear to fully resurrect me. In that case, I'm willing to become your master and guide you on how to become a god." Yang Feng showed a strange smile and said, "God of fire, Vega? You're a god? That can't be right. An ancient devil is your real identity." The incomparably old voice came from the black necklace, and it didn't waver in the slightest. "No, you have to believe me. I really am Vega," Yang Feng said lightly. "I am a human warlock from the Tsangji Plain, and I'm proficient in demonology. This black necklace is not a treasure for storing the soul of a god, but a sealing gem for sealing the soul of a devil." The incomparably old voice suddenly paused, and then changed into a seductive and charming voice. "That's right, I am an ancient devil, and a beautiful female devil marquis at that. Human warlock, if you let me out, I will offer you all my knowledge and power, and then be your little slave girl and assist you in becoming a powerful bright world warlock." Yang Feng's eyes flickered with a cold light, and he operated a secret method recorded in the primal chaos imperishable body. His right hand was enveloped in primal chaos light, and he pointed at the gem. "Ah, what do you want? It hurts. Stop. Don't you want my knowledge? My knowledge is enough for you to promote to a bright world warlock. Even if it's an infinity warlock, there's still a chance." From the gem came a hideous and painful roar that sounded like a man's. Yang Feng smiled coldly, unmoved. "Ancient devils are experts at playing with people's souls. They're extremely cunning. I admit that in terms of scheming, I can't beat you cunning old devils. Therefore, although it's a bit of a waste, but please go to hell." Miserable wails came from the black necklace. No matter how the archdevil in the necklace threatened and tempted Yang Feng, he didn't waver. Before long, the black gem finally turned into a resplendent soul gem. Grace watched the scene of Yang Feng destroying the ancient devil, and her heart shook. What a scary man! The ancient devil's promise could even tempt gods, yet Yang Feng didn't hesitate to kill his soul. Grace was very impressed by his steel-like willpower. If it were her, she wouldn't have been able to resist the temptation of the ancient devil. Chapter 433. In the sea leading to the Golden Strait, a 100-meter-long warship was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group suddenly appeared on the warship, and countless artillery fire enveloped the warship in a flash and tore it to pieces. A white light flew out of the warship and fled in a sorry state. In another part of the sea, a warship more than 80 meters long was speeding towards the Golden Strait. A steel carrier group appeared in front of the warship, and countless artillery fire rumbled and blasted the warship to pieces. This scene played out continuously in the East Sea. Warships eager to obtain the Apple of Wisdom had just appeared in the East Sea, when they were torn to pieces by Yang Feng's steel carrier group. The ever-increasing fleet of aircraft carriers spread across the East China Sea, intercepting countless forces that yearned for the Apple of Wisdom in a domineering manner. Some of the Feisua Plains powerhouses who had their warships blasted to pieces by the steel carrier group chose to give up, while others chose to linger outside the sphere of influence of the steel carrier group, and even formed alliances. With the passage of time, under the pressure of the steel carrier group, the alliances formed in the East Sea fell into chaos. Wherever the steel carrier group passed, they would flee, not daring to fight the steel carrier group. The legend-rank powerhouses cultivated by the hidden forces of the Feisua Plain were waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the most powerful force to arrive. A few days later, a 100-meter-long white dragon exuding the might of an ancient dragon flew over from afar. There was a man and a woman standing on the white dragon. One of them had a head of dazzling golden hair and a pair of golden eyes that were filled with majesty. He was an incredibly handsome man, as if he was born to rule. The other person had silver hair, a pair of silver eyes, and skin that was as fair as snow. She had a cold expression and was filled with a mysterious aura. Her figure was curvaceous and perfectly proportioned. She was a peerlessly beautiful woman. "The powerhouses of the country of dragons are here. Those are the geniuses of the country of dragons, Shenair of the Gold Dragon Clan and Cecilia of the Silver Dragon Clan. The experts wandering around the Steel Carrier Group were powerhouses with great origins. Many legend-rank powerhouses had gods or powerful existences comparable to gods standing behind them. Under the guidance of those powerful beings, they also recognized the two peerless geniuses from the country of dragons. 4 men and 1 woman, 5 human legend-rank powerhouses stood on a huge lotus leaf, coldly looking at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The scarred man in the lead asked in a deep voice, "Do you think they'll go to the Black Dragon country seas?" The knife-scarred man was Gardner, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster and killed countless abyssal demons. When the planar tide arrived, abyssal fiends swept through the entire Fesua plain. In the fierce battle against the abyssal fiends, countless legendary human heroes emerged from hidden corners and stepped onto the stage of history. No one knew which powerful existence stood behind those legendary heroes. Maybe it was a god, maybe it was a demon, maybe it was a devil. A handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes wearing a black knight suit said with a smile, "The dragons of the country of dragons are all arrogant and conceited. I bet they will definitely clash with the Black Dragon country's steel warship." This man in a black knight suit was Earl Tenney, a human legendary hero who rose to power during the demon disaster. During the several years of the demon disaster, by slaying countless abyssal demons, he obtained an aristocratic fief as a hereditary peer earl of the kingdom. The other 3 legend-rank powerhouses nodded and looked at the 3 powerhouses from the country of dragons. The white dragon exuding ancient dragon might descended from the sky and accurately stopped at the edge of the Steel Fleet's perimeter. Shenair raised his voice, and his dignified voice echoed in the sea. "I am Shenair from the country of dragons. Get out of the way, we're going to enter the Golden Strait." Everyone's eyes were focused on the Steel Fleet in the sea. Scout eagles, mage eyes, fiend eyes, magic spying crystal balls. At the edge of the Steel Fleet's perimeter, different legend-rank powerhouses cast various spells and stared at the Steel Fleet's reaction. The country of dragons was one of the most powerful forces on the Fesua plain. Disregarding the power of gods, the dragons and dragonborn in the country of dragons could easily destroy the 4 empires. Even on the Fesua plain, the number of dragon divine system was too small. However, no one dared to underestimate their fighting strength. Even the most powerful Zalia divine system and Titan divine system weren't willing to have a terrifying enemy like the dragon divine system. "This mountain is mine, this tree is planted by me. If you want to pass by, leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 8 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." An overbearing voice came from the sea and reverberated in the sea. Countless supersonic fighters roared and flew over. Starry Sky Rippers, Space Disruptors, and other main battle robots also flew into the air, forming a 3-dimensional battle group that combined the sea, land, and air forces as they closed in. Hearing the tyrannical reply of the Black Dragon country, gazes of schadenfreude focused on Shenair and his party. Shenair's complexion turned ashen. Looking at the various battle robots in the distance, his eyes almost spurted fire. He was a gold dragon genius since childhood. His father was an archaic dragon, and he had archaic dragon bloodline inside him. By virtue of his noble and formidable bloodline power, he even defeated many Starry Sky Warlock-rank dragon elders of his race. With his noble identity and formidable strength, no matter where he went, Shenair was the focus of attention. No one dared to disobey his words. Now, someone told him to fuck off, which was simply an insult to him. "Damn human ant! Let me destroy the golem you're so proud of." A cold glint flashed past Shenair's eyes, and he spat out countless mysterious dragon words and pointed at the sky. A vast amount of fearsome fire elemental particles filled the sky and gathered into a roiling cloud of fire. Forbidden spell. He's going to cast a forbidden spell. That's a large-scale forbidden spell. When the surrounding experts saw this scene, their eyes flashed with a peculiar glint. On the Fesua plain, large-scale meteorological spells cast by human warlocks were also known as forbidden spells. Once a forbidden spell was cast, tens of thousands of human warriors would die. Therefore, on the Fesua plain, this spell was forbidden by the gods. Once anyone used a forbidden spell, the gods had the right to kill them. Even if Shener was a dragon genius with archaic dragon bloodline, but once he violated this taboo, any human god could kill him. The dragons, who had always been protective of their people, wouldn't retaliate. On the Fesua plain, the two human divine systems and the human neutral gods were still the most powerful. However, the forbidden spell was only limited to internal use. Yang Feng's identity had been exposed, and many people already knew that he came from the Tsangji plain, where human warlocks dominated everything. Even if Shener used a forbidden spell on Yang Feng, no one would stop him, let alone a god who would personally kill him. Clouds of fire churned in the sky. As if a hornet's nest had been poked, thousands of starry sky rippers, space infectors, and other battle robots quickly flew this way. The numerous destroyers and cruisers loaded with large-caliber railguns, positron cannons, large-caliber heavy cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery turned into fearsome curtains of light barreling towards Shener and the other experts of the three dragon countries. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Annihilate the enemy! Annihilate them! Loud and clear alarms reverberated in the sea. Like a pack of wolves, the 10 steel fleets roaming in the vicinity pounced towards this area. In the ocean, countless ocean hunters swarmed over like a pack of wolves. The complexion of the ancient white dragon suddenly changed dramatically, and it uttered countless words in dragon language. In a flash, frightening demigod rank might erupted, magic radiance shone, and a huge rock wall formed in front of it. The cannons bombarded the huge rock wall like a curtain of light, and in just 3 seconds, the huge rock wall that was tens of meters tall was torn apart. A fearsome curtain of light engulfed the 3 experts of the dragon country in a flash. Shener, Cecilia, run! The ancient white dragon issued a heaven-shaking roar. Enveloped by magic shields, it stood upright and blocked in front of the 2 dragon geniuses, Shener and Cecilia. A rain of light slammed into the magic shields. After just 1 second, the magic shields collapsed. Railgun cannons, positron cannons, machine cannons, and other artillery bombarded the ancient white dragon and blasted him into a huge sieve. When Shener saw this, his face turned pale. Unable to believe his eyes, he cried out miserably, "Uncle Anta!" Anta was an ancient white dragon with a frightening starry sky warlock rank cultivation base. Yet such a powerful ancient white dragon couldn't even last a second in the face of countless artillery fire. This was far beyond Shener's expectations. He didn't expect the steel fleet to be so terrifying and powerful. Chapter 434. Without the intervention of a god, a starry sky warlock rank ancient dragon could easily destroy a human kingdom. Without the intervention of a god, it could easily destroy a human kingdom. Shener and Cecilia were also peerless geniuses who could contend against starry sky warlock rank dragons. 3 starry sky warlock rank experts of the country of dragons. This was the source of Shener's confidence. Now that the starry sky warlock rank ancient white dragon was seriously injured by the steel fleet, the peerless gold dragon genius Shener trembled and became dumbstruck. He realized how powerful his enemy was. In the sky, the starry sky rippers tore through the starry sky at Mach 10 speed, and appeared in front of the powerhouses of the three dragon countries in an instant. Their mechanical eyes flashed with cold red light, and they launched an attack. At this moment, Cecilia, who has been watching quietly from the sidelines, opened her cherry lips and said loudly, "We are willing to surrender and pay the ransom." Almost at the same time, the super high-frequency oscillation blades in the hands of the Starry Sky Rippers stopped at the vital points of the ancient white dragon. If Cecilia had been a step slower, the ancient white dragon would have been chopped into pieces and turned into a corpse. The countless beams of light shooting out from the fleet also stopped in an instant. When the countless beams of light disappeared, the sieve-like bloody holes on the ancient white dragon antennae healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The resilience of Starry Sky Warlock rank ancient dragons was terrifying. If it wasn't for the sake of protecting Chenair and Cecilia, the two peerless geniuses of the country of dragons, Antin wouldn't have been so easily injured. As long as he flew, he could avoid most of the attack. The figure of a Starry Sky Ripper blurred, and it appeared in front of Cecilia in the blink of an eye and said coldly in a synthesized voice, 3,000 standard divine force crystals. Here's your ransom. Chenair's heart shook. So fast. The Starry Sky Ripper moved much faster than Chenair. Without using spatial spells, Chenair's movement speed couldn't compare to that of the Starry Sky Rippers. At the sight of the thousands of Starry Sky Rippers flying towards him, Chenair's scalp went numb. He spat out a mouthful of blood, endured the pain of the backlash, and cancelled the forbidden spell. Cecilia waved her lily-white hand, and a space ring flew into the Starry Sky Ripper's mechanical arm. Here are 33,000 divine force crystals. I want a spot to enter the golden strait. Chenair's gaze focused on Cecilia with shock in his eyes. He did not expect Cecilia to be able to take out 33,000 standard units of divine power crystals. This meant that there was a dragon god standing behind Cecilia in the country of dragons. The mechanical arm of the Starry Sky Ripper grabbed the interspatial ring and suddenly moved, flying towards the black steel warship at a terrifying speed of Mach 10. The experts from the country of dragons lost. What a terrifying steel fleet! The expressions of the legendary powerhouses who were surrounding the perimeter and trying to fish in troubled waters changed drastically when they saw this. The three dragon powerhouses of the country of dragons possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. The fact that the three powerhouses were easily defeated by the Steel Fleet made the legendary powerhouses realize the power of the aircraft carrier battle group. Aboard the Black Steel warship, Yang Feng received the space ring. With a thought, divine force crystals filled with divine force appeared in his hand. Looking at the divine force crystals, Yang Feng showed a smile. Divine force crystals were very precious. A saint-level believer could only condense a single divine power crystal after a year of devout faith. The Morans Empire had a large population, yet the radiant primary god of the Zalia divine system could only get a little over 1,000 divine force crystals a year. Divine force crystals were a necessary material for building a divine country, upgrading godhead, condensing a divine avatar, and casting divine spells. If a strong divine force rank god didn't have enough divine force crystals, they wouldn't be able to compare to an infinity warlock. But if a strong divine force rank god had enough divine force crystals, they could beat up two ordinary infinity warlock. After every war between the gods, they would invariably stop fighting for hundreds or even thousands of years in order to accumulate enough divine power crystals. Among gods, divine force crystals were the most common currency, second only to soul stones. If Yang Feng's avatar wanted to become a god on the Feisua plane in the future, divine force crystals were indispensable. A Starry Sky Ripper descended from the sky and landed in front of Cecilia. Very good. Please come with me. The rest of you leave at once. Cecilia's figure fluttered, and she jumped onto the back of the Starry Sky Ripper. With the roar of an engine, the Starry Sky Ripper flew towards the Black Steel warship. And Tat took a deep look at Cecilia and said solemnly, "Let's go!" A gloomy expression on his face, Chenair gnashed his teeth and stared deeply into the distance. Filled with humiliation, he transformed into a gold dragon exuding a fearsome aura and flew into the distance. They even dare to make a move against the country of dragons. How audacious! The legend rank experts outside the range of the Steel Fleet were filled with shock when they saw this scene. The country of dragons was one of the strongest forces on the Feisua plain, and no one dared to offend it lightly. Without hesitation, the Steel Fleet seriously injured the ancient white dragon and almost killed the three powerhouses of the country of dragons. This decisive stance showed everyone Yang Feng's determination to defend the sea. As soon as Cecilia boarded the Black Steel warship, she bowed to Yang Feng in salute. "Greetings, Your Majesty Ian." No matter how proud Cecilia was as a dragon, she knew that in front of the young man in front of her, she couldn't be proud at all, because the man in front of her possessed power that even the gods feared. Yang Feng pointed and said with a smile, "Sit down." Cecilia sat down, and her gaze fell on the lifelike holographic projection covering the entire sea, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. What an amazing spell! That's a human warlock from a legendary plane for you. The colossal dragon race was incomparably arrogant, and they looked down on those weak humans. Only the Tsangji Plains human warlocks could win their respect, because the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were strong enough. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, even during the era of the Dawn dynasty, they still suppressed everything and controlled countless planes. The dragons of the Feisua plain were well aware of the strength and terror of the Tsangji Plains human warlocks, who were frightening existences that could rival gods and demons. A warship, which looked like it was made of countless skulls, was shrouded in a thick layer of demonic fog, and exuded dense ghostly chi, sailed over from afar. Aboard the warship stood one abyssal fiend after another, and there were even 6 abyssal fiend barons. "The abyssal fiends are here. They're here as well." When the human legend rank experts saw the 6 abyssal fiend barons, their countenance changed greatly, and they quickly fled in different directions, making way for the abyssal fiend fleet. Shortly after the abyssal fiend fleet appeared, a human fleet with 12 legendary warships as the core and 1,100-meter-long warships as the wings sailed over from afar. The Morance Empire's fleet. They're here as well. When the human legend rank experts saw the 12 legendary warships, their eyes lit up, and they discussed excitedly. The Morance Empire was one of the 4 empires. Behind this huge human empire stood one of the 2 strongest divine systems of the Feisua plain, the Zalia divine system. Even the Dragon divine system was far from being a match for the Zalia divine system. The human legend rank powerhouses wanted to see if the proud divine chosen of the Zalia divine system would clash head-on with Yang Feng's Steel Fleet. After a while, a human fleet consisting of 8 legendary battleships and 1,000 main battleships also appeared in this sea region. The Titan Empire's fleet. They're here as well. That's the Titan Empire's legendary warship, the Rushing Thunder warship. They actually set out. Excited voices sounded, and the human legend rank experts became even more expectant. Only when the situation became chaotic would they have a chance to sneak into the Golden Strait. 3 huge fleets capable of easily crushing a coastal state and tearing apart the East Sea's 3 pirate kings stopped outside the cordon of the Steel Fleet, confronting each other. Not long after, a huge legendary warship refined from the bones of an unknown giant extraordinary life form sailed over from afar. Along with the skeleton warship, there was also a wonderful elven legendary warship covered in all kinds of extraordinary plants and trees. The Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire have joined forces. That's right. In terms of sea power, the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire are the strongest. When the legend rank experts saw the skeleton warship and the elven warship, their eyes lit up and they uttered excitedly. The arrival of the fleets signified that the top forces of the Feisua Plain had gathered together to face Yangfeng's seemingly invincible mechanical legion. In that area of the sea, waves surged, and a huge dragon whale with a body length of more than 5,000 meters soared out of the sea. On the back of that huge dragon whale stood a beautiful mermaid with snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair, and exquisite facial features. She was holding a trident in her hand. She was a beautiful mermaid girl with the lower body of a fish and the upper body of a voluptuous woman. She had snow-white skin, a pair of big and bright eyes, long purple hair, and exquisite facial features. Chapter 435. Behind the mermaid girl stood 20 burly, 10-meter-tall whaleman warriors. The 20 Whale Clan warriors all exuded a terrifying aura comparable to a legend-rank powerhouse. Next to the huge dragon whale, the waves churned and countless merfolk warriors poured out of the waves, stood on the surface of the sea, and stared coldly at the surrounding powerhouses. Mermaid Empress Brihea. That's the most beautiful mermaid empress, she really deserves her reputation. When the human race legend-rank powerhouses who had hidden far away saw that beautiful mermaid girl, their eyes flashed with a hint of amazement. In this part of the sea there were many top beauties, but in terms of beauty and temperament alone, no one could compare to the mermaid Empress Brihea. Even the top elven beauties were slightly inferior to her. As if they had a tacit understanding, the 5 forces appeared in different places and confronted each other. The abyssal fiends were originally the mortal enemies of the Feisua Plains forces, but now everyone turned a blind eye to them. All eyes were focused on the sea that seemed to be filled with steel fleet. Countless warships separated from the Morin's Empire, and the legendary warship Windmark, covered in magic sails and engraved with countless mysterious runes, swam towards the sea where the steel fleets were located. The legendary warship Windmark was the fastest legendary warship on the Feisua Plain. Aboard the Windmark, an old man dressed in an archbishop's robe said in a dignified voice, "Duke Ian, I am the vice-pope of the Radiant Temple, Kabam. I order you to open this route and let the Morin's Empire's fleet enter. Otherwise, I'll deprive you of your dukedom and all your fiefs in the Morin's Empire. At the same time, you'll become a mortal enemy of the Morin's Empire. I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by, you have to pay for the passage. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a quota to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 quotas to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, get lost. Otherwise, we'll regard you as an enemy and eliminate you." A loud sound came from the sea, and a number of aircraft carrier battle groups that were cruising in the nearby sea quickly swam towards this direction. A burly, bear-like man, wearing silver armor and standing in the Titan Empire sneered, "Ha ha! Kabam, the dukes of your Morin's Empire don't seem to listen to you." Kabam said flatly, "From now on, he is no longer a duke of the Morin's Empire. The great Lord God will send an angel to purify this incomparably evil heretic." Kabam silently chanted an incantation and pointed a scepter at the sky. In the sky, an incomparably sacred image of a divine nation with countless luxurious palaces, verdant hills, clear waters, and beautiful scenery suddenly appeared. A vast, sacred, and mighty aura slowly spread out from the phantom of the divine kingdom. An incomparably sacred ray of light shot out from the divine nation phantom and streaked across the void. A gate of light made of pure light suddenly appeared in the void. A dense crowd of beautiful angels flew out of the gate of light and stood proudly in the sky. Every beautiful angel exuded a terrifying aura comparable to the peak of the legendary realm. Angel Legion. Zalia Divine Systems Angel Legion. Those are radiant angels. the most powerful radiant angels. The faces of the surrounding legend rank powerhouses changed drastically when they saw the angels emerging from the Divine Kingdom's projection. Angel legions were the most powerful legions of the Xalia Divine System's gods. The most powerful angels were even stronger than many gods. Radiant Primary God Prados had 3 blazing angels of the highest rank under his command. Each of the 3 blazing angels had killed an intermediate divine force rank god with their god armaments. In the Xalia Divine System, some feeble divine force rank gods had angels guarding them that were even more powerful than themselves. On the Fesua plane, during the long years of War of the Gods, angel legions raised countless carnage wherever they went. Countless powerhouses fell at the hands of the powerful angel legions. Is the era of War of the Gods coming? Ever since the gods signed the Treaty of the Gods, there was no trace of angel legions in the secular world. Now, when the Fesua Plains legend rank powerhouses saw angel legions, they felt their blood run cold. In times of peace, legend rank powerhouses were the strongest fighting force of the major forces. However, in the Battle of the Gods, legendary powerhouses were merely soldiers and cannon fodder. In the divine country of the gods, legend rank angels were just ordinary soldiers. Angel Legion! The eyes of the bear-like man in silver armor flashed with a dignified glint, and he took out a silver sword and pointed at the sky. A divine country phantom suddenly appeared, and a 9-story tall majestic palace covering an area of who knows how many tens of thousands of kilometers appeared inside the divine country phantom. Inside the majestic 9-story palace, countless male and female warriors were gathered. Each and every one of them was displaying their most exquisite martial skills as they fought against each other. Their martial skills seemed to have been tempered thousands of times. When a human sacred swordsman saw their exquisite martial skills, they would feel ashamed from the bottom of their heart. A golden divine radiance shot out from the temple and landed in the void, forming a golden gate. From the golden gate, heroic and extraordinary warriors exuding frightening fluctuations of power walked out. Brave warriors! Brave warriors of the Titan Empire! Those are the most powerful warriors of the Titan Empire who died and turned into brave warriors. How terrifying! When the surrounding legend rank powerhouses saw the frightening warriors walk out of the divine country, they inhaled a breath of cold air. The Xalia Divine System's Angel Legion and the Titan Divine System's Brave Legion were the 2 most powerful legions of the Fesua Plain. The angels of the Xalia Divine System's Angel Legion were the most devout believers. After their souls entered the divine country, they would go through all kinds of mysterious and inexplicable changes before finally being reborn as fearless angel warriors without any memories of their death. The Titan Empire's Brave Legion, on the other hand, was formed from the most powerful experts of the Titan Empire who died. After their souls were received into the divine country, they obtained new divine bodies, trained day and night, and fought ceaselessly to become the most powerful warriors. In terms of individual strength alone, the Titan Empire's brave warriors were far stronger than the Angel Legion. However, the Angel Legion was far more numerous than the Brave Legion. In previous battles between Angel Legions and Brave Legions, the odds of victory and defeat were about 70% to 30%. This was because of the 3 radiant blazing angels subordinated to the radiant primary god, the war-blazing angels subordinated to the god of war Barrios, and the fire-blazing angels subordinated to the god of fire Thames. In the Titan Empire, only the war holy spirits subordinated to the god of war Amigo, the lightning holy spirits subordinated to the strong divine force ranked god of thunder Gaba, and the earth holy spirits subordinated to the strong divine force ranked goddess of the earth Victoria could contend against them. Only by joining hands could the Beastman divine system and the Elven divine system contend against the Xalia divine system or the Titan divine system. If it wasn't for the fact that the two human divine systems, the Xalia divine system and the Titan divine system, were mortal enemies, the two sides fought endlessly and sowed countless blood feuds. Moreover, there were still the neutral divine system, the dark divine system, the sea divine system, the giant divine system, the dragon divine system, and many other divine systems. There was no room for other non-human divine systems to exist on the Fesua plane. Kabam swept the demonic fleet composed of countless abyssal fiends with his gaze and said faintly, "Ventosi! Those damn fiends shouldn't stay here. They should be sent to their deaths." "That's right." The man in silver armor showed a ferocious smile, looked at the abyssal fiends and said coldly, "Fiends, are you going to the sea, or are you going to be killed here?" Led by a beautiful angel with 2 pairs of wings on the back and a curvaceous figure, a dense crowd of angels blocked the retreat of the abyssal fiend fleet. Led by a handsome and burly brave with a huge dragon spear in hand, 60 brave warriors emerged from the brave legion and blocked the rear of the abyssal fiend fleet. As if overlooking ants, they looked at the abyssal fiends amidst the abyssal fiend fleet. The beautiful and delicate face of the 4-winged angel shimmered with cruelty, and she said frigidly, "I am the angel Ansai. You fiends! Charge forward. I'll give you 5 seconds. After 5 seconds, you'll die if you don't move." The eyes of an abyssal fiend Baron Rank Horned flickered with a cunning gleam, and he barked, "Gods do not interfere in the affairs of the secular world. This is an agreement between the gods. You angels dare to come to the secular world. Aren't you afraid of the backlash of breaking the agreement of the gods?" It was because the abyssal fiend lords were aware of the agreement of the gods that they exposed their identities and came to the Fesua plane. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to appear in front of the gods so easily. "You talk too much nonsense." The beautiful eyes of the 4-winged angel shimmered with cruelty. A spatial fluctuation surged, and she disappeared in an instant. Strangely, she appeared behind the abyssal fiend Baron Rank Horned and stabbed the abyssal fiend Baron in the heart with the spear of light in her hand. Chapter 436. Endless light poured into the Horned, and it suddenly issued miserable screams, and small bumps bulged on its body. In the next moment, endless light shot out from the horned demon's body, forcibly purifying it inch by inch. An abyssal fiend Baron beside the Horned was startled and angry. He suddenly burst out and stabbed Ansai with his claw. Ansai's body collapsed in an instant, turned into countless motes of light, and dissipated. Gazes looked towards the sky. Ansai was already standing in her original position, as if she hadn't moved at all. A feeling of fear enveloped the minds of the abyssal fiends in an instant. These abyssal fiends were powerful beings at the great warlock rank or above. Like intelligent life forms, they possessed wisdom and fear. Ansai, the angel, could insta-kill an abyssal fiend Baron. Her fighting strength was far greater than that of any abyssal fiend Baron here. Moreover, there were a large number of angels behind her. If a fierce battle broke out, the abyssal fiends wouldn't stand a chance. An abyssal fiend Baron looked at Ansai with fear in his eyes and said solemnly, "Got it. Let's enter that area." Compared to the steel fleets of unknown strength, the abyssal fiends were more afraid of the powerful angel legion. The abyssal fiends flapped their wings, soared into the air, and turned into streams of light flying towards the sea occupied by the steel fleet. "I opened this mountain, I planted this tree. If you want to pass by, then leave behind a toll. 30,000 standard divine force crystals for a spot to enter the Golden Strait. There are a total of 7 spots to enter the Golden Strait. If you don't have the money, then scram. Otherwise, we will regard you as an enemy and wipe you out." A domineering voice sounded in the sea. An abyssal fiend Baron shouted, "Human warlock, we have no ill intentions. Please let us pass through the strait." In exchange, we can give you 100 great fiends as slaves and offer you all the knowledge we have. Knowledge and resources were what human warlocks worked hard to cross many planes in search of. For knowledge and power, the Tsangji Plains human warlocks were even willing to make deals with cunning devils. Light flashed from the countless muzzles of the surrounding battleships, and dense beams of light bombarded the demons in the sky like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, the fiends in the sky were riddled with holes. The bodies of the great demons were as hard as iron, but in the face of the bombardment of the aircraft carrier battle group, they could not withstand a single blow. One after another, great fiends with broken bodies fell from the sky into the sea. Like peerless beasts, countless sea rippers pounced on the great fiends that fell into the sea and tore them to pieces. There was no safe place in the sky or in the sea. They were all shrouded in all kinds of light beams. The great fiends and abyssal fiend overlords frantically cast blink to avoid the bombardment of the light beams. From time to time, one or two greater demons would be directly hit by the various beams of light and torn to pieces. So strong! What a terrifying steel warship! The destructive power of these steel warships is probably comparable to that of deities. When the spectating legend rank powerhouses saw the greater demons in the sky being blasted to pieces, they felt their blood run cold. Most of them were far weaker than the greater demons in terms of physique, and there were not many among them who were proficient in the legend rank spell Blink. The greater demons proficient in Blink were often blasted to pieces, and the abyssal fiend overlords were also riddled with scars. If they were targeted by the artillery, few of them could hold on for long. Ansai and the brave with the dragon's spear in hand looked at the dense number of light beams in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. They were all experts who had gone through countless battles for a long time. They quickly determined the threat of the aircraft carrier fleet. Space disruptors quietly flew out of the sea, and waves of space disruption ripples enveloped the sky. An abyssal fiend baron was about to launch Blink, when its face suddenly changed dramatically. The spatial fluctuations that enveloped it merely flickered, and then collapsed completely. No! The abyssal fiend baron issued a miserable scream. In a flash, light beams hit it and blasted it into countless pieces. I surrender! I surrender! Great human warlock, I surrender! Spare my dog life! The complexion of a sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron changed dramatically, and it roared wildly. The light beams practically brushed past the sheep-headed abyssal fiend baron and barreled into the void. In the next moment, countless bright light beams enveloped the remaining abyssal fiend barons and destroyed them in an instant, leaving only the sheep-headed abyssal fiend behind. 8 starry sky rippers flew over from afar, appeared beside the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, and placed countless sharp blades on the sheep-headed abyssal fiend, locking its movements. Once the sheep-headed abyssal fiend makes a move, it will be chopped into countless pieces. They were killed so easily. How could these abyssal fiends be killed so easily? There are many abyssal fiend barons among them. When the surrounding legendary powerhouses saw this scene, they were all dumbfounded and couldn't believe their own eyes. Each of the abyssal fiend barons possessed demigod rank strength. The abyssal fiend fleet could destroy many small states of the Feisua plain. For such a powerful abyssal fiend to be wiped out so easily, it was naturally shocking. The eyes of Ansai and the Titan Empire's brave soul with the dragon's spear in hand shimmered with dignity. The 8 starry sky rippers flew the sheep-headed abyssal fiend to the black steel warship and arrived in front of Yang Feng. When the sheep-headed abyssal fiend saw Yang Feng, it immediately knelt on the ground and uttered flatteringly, "I am Rick, great master, please accept my loyalty." Even the prideful gods of the major planes had once prostrated themselves at the feet of human warlocks, becoming their lackeys. Similarly, there were countless abyssal fiends who once became lackeys of human warlocks. In the era of the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, countless gods were enslaved by human warlock. In the era of the Second Warlock Dynasty, the Taboo Lord even captured countless gods for dissection and research. Yang Feng swept Rick with a glance and silently recited an incantation. Black runes appeared on his index finger and condensed into a black chain. When Rick saw the chain formed from countless black runes on Yang Feng's index finger, his complexion changed dramatically, and he exclaimed, "Demonic Lock Chain!" Demonic Lock Chain was a spell developed by the Third Warlock Dynasty, the Transcendent Dynasty, and it was specially used to enslave fiends. Once the soul of an abyssal fiend was bound by the demonic lock chain, it would be unable to betray or disobey the orders of the caster. This was the first time Rick had seen this legendary spell. Yang Feng said coldly, "Do you want to live or die?" Rick's eyes turned and he said respectfully, "I want to live. Master, please cast the demonic lock chain and engrave it on my soul." Yang Feng got up and pointed at Rick's forehead with a finger, and the black chain entered Rick's forehead. Rick was very respectful, and allowed the black chain to enter his forehead. He obediently gave up resisting and let the black chain wrap around his soul. Yang Feng waved his hand and said coldly, "Stand aside." Rick stood aside respectfully and looked at Yang Feng with a look of awe. "Yes, Master." After subduing the abyssal fiend Rick, Yang Feng's gaze immediately fell on the holographic projection. A trifling fiend was nothing. The Angel Legion and the Saint Legion were the most terrifying enemies. Besides, the experts of the Beastman Empire and the Elven Empire could summon the beast emissaries of the Beastman Divine System and the Battle Elves of the Elven Divine System at any time. The beast emissaries were the Beastman Divine System's Battle Legion, while the Battle Elves were the Elven Divine System's Battle Legion. In terms of individual strength, the Beast Emissaries and Battle Elves weren't the slightest bit inferior to angels. However, their numbers were far less than that of the Angel Legion. Moreover, among the Beast Emissaries and Battle Elves, only two powerhouses could contend against the 5 blazing angels of the Angel Legion. Even so, the strength of the Beast Emissaries and Battle Elves shouldn't be underestimated. If it wasn't for the planar tide, the Divine Legions couldn't exert their full strength, and Yang Feng wouldn't have dared to send countless fleets to seal the entrance to the Golden Strait. "I'm willing to pay 30,000 standard Divine Force crystals. Please let me in, Your Majesty the Great Emperor of the Black Dragon Country." An expert shrouded in darkness and wearing a cloak came to the edge of the steel fleet, opened his hand, and revealed a storage ring. After receiving the storage ring, a starry sky ripper flew back to the black steel warship in the blink of an eye. "You come here." Shortly after, a starry sky ripper flew to the side of the expert and said. The expert, shrouded in darkness blurred into motion, appeared on the starry sky ripper, and had the starry sky ripper carry him to the black steel warship. Chapter 437. Everyone's gazes were focused on the cloaked man with complicated expressions. Everyone knew that the cloaked man had the support of a deity. He might even be a god himself, or an incarnation of a god. A loud voice echoed in the sea. "Now, there are only 6 places left. Whoever wants to go to the Golden Strait, hurry up and pay the Divine Force crystals." An expert in a cyan cloak took out a storage ring and said coldly, "Here are 30,000 Divine Force crystals. I want to go." A starry sky ripper descended from the sky. After verifying the authenticity of the storage ring, it immediately carried the expert in the cyan cloak to the black steel warship. "Now, there are only 5 places left." A great beauty with a voluptuous figure, long purple hair falling in waves, exuding a strong femininity, took out a storage ring with a smile and handed it to a starry sky ripper. "Here are 30,000 Divine Force crystals. Please let me enter the Golden Strait." After verification, a starry sky ripper flew towards the black steel warship with the purple-haired beauty. Now, there are only 4 places left. The surrounding legend rank experts looked at the aircraft carrier fleets in the depths of the sea, their eyes flickering, but they were silent. If 30,000 divine force crystals could buy an apple of wisdom, it would naturally be a big profit. But paying 30,000 divine force crystals might not be enough to get that apple of wisdom. The powerful existences hidden behind the legend rank experts were all racking their brains and hesitating. 30,000 divine force crystals was not a small number. On the desolate islands, many demigod monsters would only accumulate a few hundred divine force crystals after hundreds of years. Even the Radiant Church, with countless believers, could only accumulate about 1,000 divine force crystals in a year. The 30,000 divine force crystals were like a huge threshold blocking countless experts who longed to go to the Golden Strait to get the apple of wisdom. Ansai looked deeply at the aircraft carrier fleets and said indifferently, "Avalon, how about we join forces and destroy those puppets together?" "Avalon, it's him. The strongest hero of the Titan Empire, who inherited the name of Titan in the 10th generation. The legendary hero of the Titan Empire, who slayed a demigod-rank ancient evil dragon and a kindred baron. Reportedly, during his lifetime, he was a peerless powerhouse who could rival gods." Upon hearing the name Avalon, the knowledgeable legendary powerhouses at the side thought of a famous figure in history. All of them looked at Avalon with shock in their eyes. Avalon was one of the 10 strongest human heroes of the Titan Empire and even the Fesua plane since the War of the Gods. During his lifetime, he killed several demigod-rank freaks. According to legend, his strength was even comparable to that of gods. It was naturally shocking for such a powerful hero to emerge from a divine country. The Titan Empire's hero spirits were transformed from the souls of legendary powerhouses of the Titan Empire. Every hero spirit was a peerless genius of the Titan Empire. After those peerless geniuses transformed into martyrs, they fought and practiced cultivation in their divine countries, and their strength improved continuously over the past tens of thousands of years. During his lifetime, Avalon already possessed the strength to rival gods, and after fighting for tens of thousands of years, his battle prowess was immeasurable. Avalon smiled slightly, then turned to look at Brihea. "Your Highness Princess Brihea, would you like to join us in exterminating the human warlock from another plane?" "Of course. Respected Mr. Avalon, we merfolk are willing to join hands with you to eliminate that damned human warlock." Brihea smiled coldly and politely, and then slashed at the void with her trident. A divine country projection suddenly appeared. The divine country was shrouded in endless sea water, and was accompanied by gales, torrential rains, lightning, tornadoes, and all kinds of natural disasters. A boundless, endless, terrifying aura that seemed to be able to devour and contain everything gushed out from the phantom of the divine kingdom. Sea gods' guards with crocodile-like heads, fins, and blue gills rushed out of the divine kingdom with blue tridents in their hands. The sea guards were divine legions that the god of the merfolk god Hrihari created from various formidable souls. In the sea guards were the most powerful divine legions, and even the Angel Legion and the Brave Legion were not their match. Avalon swept the Beastman and Elven fleets with a glance and said majestically, "Cavril, Fran, will you join us to fight the human warlock from another plane, or will you leave immediately?" Brihea and Ansai's gazes focused on a Lionman expert and a beautiful Elven expert aboard the Beastman and Elven joint fleet, and their beautiful eyes filled with frigid killing intent. The Angel Army, the Hero Army, and the Sea God's Guard, these 3 divine legions could easily crush the Beastmen and Elven fleets if they joined hands. "Let's join hands and get rid of that human warlock." Cavril grinned, then took out a beast bone necklace and tossed it into the air. The beast bone necklace radiated resplendent light, and a divine country projection suddenly appeared. countless beastman emissaries dressed in black armor were fighting inside the divine country. One after another, beastman emissaries dressed in black armor flew out of the beast bone necklace. Each of them had bloodshot eyes and flickered with a fearsome beast-like aura, looking like peerless beasts ready to devour humans. Fran raised her eyebrows and waved her lily-white hand, and a leaf filled with the aura of nature flew out. The leaf that was filled with the aura of nature shone brightly, and the phantom of a divine kingdom suddenly appeared. Within the divine kingdom, there were countless forests, and battle elves that were incomparably beautiful and gave off a valiant aura shuttled back and forth in the forest. The battle elves were weapons made from the souls of elven powerhouses who died and were reborn in a divine country. They were fused with elven divine wood and divine power through various outrageous methods. Their individual combat strength wasn't inferior to that of the angel legions. However, their numbers were far inferior to that of the angel legions. Amazing! That's the 5 divine legions. Is this a sign that a war of gods is about to begin? When the divine legions of the 5 divine systems that dominate the Fesua plane appeared in the sea, the gazes of the legend-rank powerhouses filled with shock focused on the 5 divine legions. Although due to the planar tide, the strongest of the 5 divine legions didn't appear, but this part of their strength was enough to raise some low-grade planes. Although the foundation of the Fesua plane's gods was on the Fesua plane, but they would also send countless divine legions to attack, preach, and harvest faith force to other low-grade planes. It was very difficult for the true bodies of the gods to descend to a plane other than the Fesua plane. As such, the divine legions were their strongest subordinates on a punitive expedition to other planes. Each of the divine legions was an elite expert who had gone through countless battles. Their fighting strength could be well imagined. Attack. Destroy them. Kill that wretched human warlock. A cold glint flashed in Avalon's eyes. With a loud roar, his figure flickered slightly, leaving behind countless afterimages as he flew toward a fleet of aircraft carriers like lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever Avalon's figure passed, the dragon spear in his hand constantly flashed, and the starry sky rippers along the way were all shattered and exploded. In midair, it was as if a gorgeous flower had bloomed. As soon as Avalon moved, the heroic spirits of the Martyr's Palace immediately followed behind him and rushed towards the aircraft carrier fleet. The braves of the Martyr Palaces were of various professions, such as priests, wizards, druids, knights, sacred swordsmen, assassins, archers, and so on. The braves possessed demigod-rank battle prowess. After fighting for tens of thousands of years, they not only reached the pinnacle of martial arts, but also improved their tacit understanding in battle. Under Avalon's leadership, the braves could even kill moonlight warlock-rank existences. The heroes of the Martyr's Palace were like shooting stars as they slaughtered their way into a fleet of aircraft carriers. As soon as the monstrous martyrs got close, the destroyers and cruisers exploded one after another. Ansai led the huge Angel Corps from another direction and attacked another aircraft carrier cluster. The Radiant Angel Legion was proficient in healing, defensive, and buffing spells, and it was very agile in the air. Under Ansai's leadership, once the Radiant Angels were injured by the beams, they immediately retreated, and the stronger angels acted as meat shields in front of them. At the same time, they cast healing spells to heal the injuries of the Radiant Angels. Ansai, who was in the vanguard, was even more astonishingly powerful. Wherever she passed, starry sky rippers would explode and turn into countless components that collapsed in all directions. Only 10 Radiant Angels of the powerful Radiant Angel Legion were blasted to pieces, before the Radiant Angel Legion pounced on a steel fleet. With countless flashes of light, spears of light and arrows of light stabbed into the steel fleet, pierced through the steel fleet's defenses, and blasted the steel fleet apart. Like ferocious beasts, the Beastman emissaries braved the artillery fire, rushed into a steel fleet, and frantically destroyed it. The battle elves unleashed incredible archery skills. Streaks of emerald light shot into the sky, shooting down the supersonic fighters one after another. Chapter 438. The Sea Guards plunged into the sea. Exuding the law of water and wielding blue tridents, the Sea Guards flickered in and out of sight in the sea, and then rushed into the midst of the sea hunters like ghosts. Like large piranhas, countless sea hunters formed a school of fish that could devour everything and pounced on the sea god's guards. A sea guard stabbed forward with the blue trident in their hands. The law of water surged, and a violent whirlpool of water suddenly appeared and swept towards the sea hunters. Large swaths of sea hunters were drawn into the violent whirlpool of water, which contained countless fearsome water blades. With a twist of those terrifying water blades, the sea hunters were shredded into pieces one by one. The sea god's guards were like a sharp knife that pierced into the group of sea hunters and tore open a huge hole. The mermaid Empress Brihea led the merfolk's high priests to cast all kinds of buffs on the sea god's guards, continuously strengthening them. The 5 divine legions charged into the sea under Yang Feng's control from 5 different directions. Explosions rang incessantly among the steel fleet. One by one, the powerful battleships exploded and sank into the sea. In the sky, fighter jets exploded one after another and fell into the sea. Aboard the black steel warship, Faldina frowned, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with worry. Cecilia's gaze shifted slightly and fell on Yang Feng. The gazes of the other 3 powerhouses of unknown origin aboard the black steel warship also focused on Yang Feng and flickered with an enigmatic light. Yang Feng glanced at the holographic projection and said with a faint smile, "Interesting. As expected of a divine legion, it's really powerful. Unfortunately, there are still too few of them." In an instant, 20 steel fleets were mobilized and quickly cruised towards the main battlefield. A rain of light fell from the sky and barreled towards the 4 fleets of the Morance Empire, the Titan Empire, the Beastman Empire, and the Elven Empire. Boom! 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 Amid the fearsome rain of light, one after another, the warships of the Morance Empire turned into fireballs and sank into the sea. The non-legendary battleships in the Titan Empire's fleet also turned into fireballs and sank to the bottom of the ocean under the artillery fire. The complexion of Cavril, the leader of the Beastman Empire's fleet, changed, and he silently recited an incantation, took out a huge cyan shield, and threw it into the sky. The huge cyan shield expanded in the wind and turned into a terrifying shield that was over 100 meters tall. It firmly protected the Beastman Empire's warship. The leader of the Elven Empire, Fran, silently recited an incantation and pointed ahead with the emerald scepter in her hand. A brilliant law of nature surged and formed a huge tree that took root in the sea, absorbed a copious amount of seawater, and blocked in front of the Beastman Empire's fleet. The dense hail of railgun and positron beams slammed into the huge cyan shield like raindrops. The huge cyan shield only lasted for less than 30 seconds before cracking sounds sounded, and a huge crack appeared on it. Even a Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouse with a level 6 secret treasure wouldn't dare to stand still and withstand the bombardment of railgun and positron beams. The huge cyan shield was a demigod rank defensive treasure of the Beastman Empire, yet it could not withstand the almost endless artillery fire. Cavril's face fell and he roared wildly, "Run! Scatter and escape!" The legend-rank geniuses of the Beastman Empire fled from the warship like raindrops. Boom! With a blare, the huge cyan shield was blown apart, and a fearsome rain of light engulfed the flagship of the Beastman Empire and blasted it apart, and it slowly sank into the sea. The starry sky rippers flying at Mach 10 speed flew out of the clouds in the blink of an eye and pounced towards the legend-rank powerhouses of the Beastman Empire like grim reapers reaping lives. A burly werewolf legend-rank expert with a pair of wolf ears and a pair of fierce eyes was holding a scimitar in his hand. There was a hurricane badge on his chest that was releasing a hurricane that lifted him into the air. Engines roaring, 6 starry sky rippers slashed towards the werewolf expert from 6 different directions with super high-frequency oscillation blades in their hands. The face of the werewolf expert changed dramatically. In midair, his body twisted slightly, and he brandished the blade in his hand, which turned into 6 blade images that slashed towards the 6 starry sky rippers. After images flashed by, and the werewolf legend-rank powerhouse in midair was torn apart, turning into countless fragments that fell from the sky. When the 8 starry sky rippers pounced, a Lionman legend-rank powerhouse was turned into countless pieces in midair and scattered on the ground. So long as the starry sky rippers pounced on the Beastman legend-rank expert, they would be turned into countless pieces that scattered on the ground. The Beastman legend-rank experts were not good at aerial combat. They could barely fly in the sky by relying on flight treasures. Starry Sky Rippers were speedy battle robots with terrifying fighting strength and fearless of death. In a one-on-one battle, the Beastman legend-rank experts may not be their match. Moreover, the Starry Sky Rippers besieged a Beastman legend-rank expert in groups of 6 or 8, and the Beastman legend-rank expert would be killed in a single exchange. After Cavril destroyed 2 Starry Sky Rippers with a huge wolf-tooth club, he saw the legend-rank experts of the Beastman Empire turn into pieces and fall from the sky. His eyes widened in anger, and he issued a shrill roar. "Stop!" Even though Cavril roared wildly, the Starry Sky Rippers still coldly and mechanically killed the Beastman legend-rank experts, and a mist of blood fell from the sky. Soon, only Cavril remained in the sky, as well as a burly, handsome Lionman expert with short blonde hair and a monarch's aura, and a burly, Tigerman expert with a domineering aura and the character King on his forehead. The young Lionman expert was Odino, one of the strongest Lionman geniuses of this generation. The Tigerman expert was Avril, one of the strongest Tigerman geniuses of this generation. These 2 geniuses were God's darlings, blessed by the Beastman Divine System's gods. They were far stronger than other powerhouses of the same rank, and could even contend against Starry Sky Warlock rank powerhouses. Although Odino only had a legendary realm cultivation base, his combat power was terrifying. He was clad in black armor with a pair of wings made of magical metal on his back, allowing him to fly freely in the sky. With a great sword in hand, Starry Sky Rippers were chopped into countless pieces in the wake of sword rays. Avril was also wearing a similar golden armor and wielding a large blade. He used a domineering blade technique to cut the Starry Sky Rippers into countless pieces one after another. After all the Beastman legend-rank powerhouses in the sky were killed, the Starry Sky Rippers immediately rushed towards Cavril's group of 3. Even though Cavril's group of 3 were comparable to demigod-rank powerhouses in terms of battle prowess, but they still felt the pressure increase greatly, and were forced to retreat. By joining forces, the 3 barely resisted the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers coming from all directions. Just as Cavril's group of 3 converged, the countless Starry Sky Rippers suddenly scattered. The muzzles of the 10 steel fleets rushing over from afar flashed, and countless light beams barreled towards Cavril's group of 3. "It's over." Cavril's eyes shimmered with despair and regret. If he had known that this would happen, he would never have attacked Yang Feng. At the moment when the light beams were about to devour Cavril's group of 3, a mysterious rune appeared on Odino's forehead. Boundless energy surged out of Odino's body and condensed into a domineering figure with golden eyes in the void, emitting a terrifying pressure. The expert with golden eyes and a pair of lion ears frowned slightly. He stretched his hand out, and the countless light beams distorted and shot in all directions. They couldn't harm the expert in the slightest. When Cavrill saw the mysterious powerhouse, his eyes filled with excitement. He knelt on the ground and said respectfully, "Greetings, my lord, the great beast god Arketh." The complexion of the always unruly Avril flickered, and he knelt on the ground. "Greetings, my lord, the great beast god Arketh." The lion god Arketh, also known as the beast god Arketh, was the only strong divine force rank god in the Beastman Empire, as well as the sole divine monarch of the Beastman divine system. The beast god Arketh. The strong divine force rank god Arketh. The Beastman divine system's divine monarch actually took action in person. The legend rank powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air, unable to believe their eyes. Strong divine force rank gods were even more terrifying than Infinity Warlock. Even on the Tsangji plane, they were bigwigs among bigwigs, terrifying existences at the pinnacle of all life forms. Everyone was shocked that such a big shot had appeared here. Arketha's projection shot Yang Feng an indifferent look and said frigidly, "Petty human warlock, open the passage and surrender to me. I can forgive your sins. Otherwise, you will suffer eternal pain in the purgatory I set up." Chapter 439. Mighty Beast God Sir Arketh, if it was your true body that came to this world, then I would be somewhat afraid of you. But you're just a mere projection. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Yang Feng's overbearing and unruly voice came from the sea. The Steel Fleet's battleships shone brightly, and countless beams shot towards the beast god Arketh like raindrops. The beast god Arketh casually waved his hand, and the beams of light were immediately directed to the side by his marvelous power. The beams that could even smash moonlight warlocks were twisted by the beast god Arketh, displaying his pinnacle fighting skills and battle awareness. Even a moonlight warlock rank expert might not be able to defeat the pinnacle demigod rank beast god Arketha's projection. The beast god Arketh was a strong divine force rank expert. If he used divine force, then his true body could even defeat an infinity warlock rank human warlock. Unless the battle demonic sect used the foundation passed down in the sect, it was not the beast god Arketha's opponent. He was such a powerful existence. When Yang Feng saw the fighting skills of the beast god Arketha's projection, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "As expected of the beast god Arketh, he's really powerful." Unable to use spatial force to deflect the various attacks into the space. Even if a moonlight warlock stood still, when hit by the countless beams, they would be blasted apart. Glorious Dawn warlocks couldn't stand still for a long time to resist the bombardment of the various beams. Using the power of a demigod as well, the ancient white dragon was smashed into pieces in an instant. The beast god Arketh, on the other hand, was able to stand firmly in front of the three geniuses of the Beastman Empire. This was the gap between the two sides in terms of fighting skills. The aircraft carriers that were cruising in the sea kept moving, heading towards the battleground. Countless beams barreled towards the elven fleet like raindrops. The blue tree in front of the elven fleet collapsed under the bombardment of the countless beams, and turned into specks of blue light scattering in all directions. Just as the elven powerhouses were about to be devoured by the rain of light, a jade pendant suddenly rose from the elven genius, Doreen. A dazzling light flashed, and a beautiful girl with long silver hair, a curvaceous figure, wearing a green leaf armor, and a flower wreath suddenly appeared. A powerful divine aura emanated from her body. As soon as the fairy clan's goddess appeared, she lightly pointed with her jade-like hand and countless forests suddenly appeared, forming an incredibly beautiful forest that covered the entire region. The rain of light bombarded the forest, destroying all kinds of trees. In the next moment, the trees quickly regenerated, as if there was no end to them. Greetings, great forest goddess Sevilla. When the city powerhouses saw the enchanting goddess, they all prostrated themselves on the ground and respectfully said. The forest goddess Sevilla was a weak divine force rank deity. She was also a famous powerhouse among the elven gods. Sevilla frowned slightly in the face of the endless light beams. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of strain. The speed at which the trees in the forest domain were destroyed was far faster than the speed at which they regenerated. At this rate, the forest domain would be destroyed in less than 5 minutes. After all, Sevilla was just a weak divine force rank god. When using the same power, she couldn't compare to the beast god Arceth. After all, she was just a projection that could use pinnacle demigod rank power. Yang Feng suddenly showed a smile and ordered indifferently, "Interesting. Steel fleets 60 to 70 attack the goddess of the forest Sevilla. In the sea, the 10 steel fleets that have just arrived at the battle zone flashed with countless warships and shot towards the goddess of the forest Sevilla. Under the bombardment of countless beams, the forest domain of the forest goddess Sevilla suddenly trembled, and countless trees were destroyed, showing signs of collapsing at any time. An enigmatic gleam flashed in the eyes of the goddess of the forest Sevilla, and she sighed. Ian, the Elven Empire is willing to leave this place. Please stop the attack. The words of the goddess of the forest Sevilla have just fallen, when the rain of light shooting towards the forest domain disappeared. The tyrannical battle elves treaded on air and quickly returned to the side of the goddess of the forest domain. Yang Feng's voice came from the endless sea. I don't want to be enemies with the elven gods. Please leave this place. You can withdraw. The goddess of the forest Sevilla glanced at the elven powerhouses, and then looked deeply into the distance. Then, her body collapsed and turned into countless rays of light and disappeared. The jade pendant also collapsed in midair. Fran gritted her teeth and said, "Let's go." The battle elves treaded on air and walked into the air. A huge divine country gate appeared in the void, and the battle elves with astonishing battle prowess entered the divine country one by one. With a wave of Fran's lily-white hand, a green leaf suddenly flew out, expanded in the wind, and turned into a 10-meter-long leaf boat. The elves jumped onto the leaf boat and walked into the distance, withdrawing from the fight for the Apple of Wisdom. As soon as the elven powerhouses left, the countless beams originally aimed at the elven powerhouses barreled towards the Morance Empire's fleet. Boom! Boom! Under the bombardment of the countless beams, the warships of the Morance Empire exploded. The remaining 12 legendary warships that rampaged through countless seas were blasted into pieces by the beams of the positron cannons and railgun cannons, and sank into the sea. Before they could engage the enemy, countless naval warriors of the Morance Empire were killed and turned into corpses in the sea. The figures of the Morance Empire's legend-rank powerhouses flickered, and they rushed towards the warship where the Radiant Temple's Vice-Pope Cobham was. No. Along with flashes of light, a handsome legend-rank young man with a magic sword in hand, who looked like he could enchant women with just a glance, issued a shrill scream in the face of the countless beams of light. A ray of light suddenly flashed between the beautiful young man's eyebrows. In the void, it condensed into a stunning beauty wearing a black mesh leather coat. She had dazzling blonde hair and a curvaceous figure. She exuded a coquettish aura from head to toe. This gorgeous woman, exuding a coquettish aura, was the goddess of joy of the Zalia divine system, Dorothy. She was the daughter of the radiant primary god Prados, and she had a flirtatious and licentious disposition. She liked beautiful boys and girls the most. Stop. As soon as Dorothy's projection appeared, she saw the countless beams of light barreling towards her. She screamed pitifully and raised her lily-white hand, and a pink scarf formed a pink barrier in front of her. Boom! When the rain of light slammed into the pink boundary was blasted apart. In a flash, the frightening rain of light engulfed Dorothy and the beautiful young man behind her. No. Along with Dorothy's shrill scream, the beautiful young man was blasted to pieces in an instant and turned into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. In addition to the beautiful young man, there were 7 or 8 legend-rank powerhouses in the air that were blasted to pieces by the rain of light and fell into the sea. Face pale, Cobham opened a white barrier filled with endless light with a scepter in hand. It was the level, 5 divine spell radiant wall. When the rain of light slammed into the radiant wall, it set off ripples. Every time Cobham resisted the bombardment of the rain of light, he would cough and spit out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion would turn paler. 20 archbishops of the Radiant Church silently recited an incantation to support the radiant wall. Every time Cobham spat blood, they would spit blood as well, and their complexions would turn paler. Onsai frowned slightly and barked, "Avalon, let's go kill Ian together." Onsai's Angel Corps and Avalon's Holy Spirit Corps had already destroyed 2 aircraft carrier battle groups, but if they continued to fight like this, then the fleets of the Morance Empire and the Titan Empire would be torn to pieces by the artillery fire. The geniuses of the 2 empires would have no chance to enter the Golden Plain. The Apple of Wisdom was something that the gods of the Xalia and Titan pantheons were determined to get their hands on. Even the 2 divine legions had been dispatched. Naturally, they wouldn't give up. Okay. Avalon made a prompt decision. With the dragon spear in hand, he trod on air and shot towards Yangfeng. The Saint Legion followed Avalon and shot towards Yangfeng. Onsai, along with the huge Angel Legion, turned into white rays of light and shot towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng sighed slightly and said indifferently, "What a bunch of idiots! Kill them!" A rain of light barreled towards the Saint Legion and the Angel Legion. The 2 legions desperately rushed into the midst of the numerous steel fleets, and were engulfed by the terrifying net of firepower woven by the Level 2 optical computer. At every moment, a large number of angels and demigod-rank holy spirits were blasted to pieces. The tens of thousands of starry sky rippers were like meteors in the rain of light. They formed battle groups and blocked in front of the Holy Spirit Legion and Angel Corps, then fiercely collided with them. Chapter 440. The horde formed by the Starry Sky Rippers revealed their fearsome might. No matter how the 2 peerless powerhouses Onsai and Avalon killed, the number of Starry Sky Rippers didn't decrease. Moreover, the Starry Sky Rippers, unafraid of death, slammed into them one after another. Even though they did their best to destroy one Starry Sky Ripper after another, they still couldn't advance an inch. Countless beams of light barreled towards the Angel Legion and the Brave Legion from all directions. An angel's protective magic shield was bombarded by the countless beams of light, and it trembled slightly before directly collapsing. Countless beams of light slammed into her body, causing her body to explode, turning into countless fragments that scattered on the ground. A demigod heroic spirit assassin kept twisting his body, moving in a mysterious trajectory as he dodged one light beam after another. But the beams of light were too dense. As soon as he appeared, the beams of light slammed into him and blasted him apart. A rain of blood rained down from the sky. With every step the Angel Legion and Brave Legion took, a large number of angels and powerful braves would fall from the sky. Advancing almost at the cost of their lives, they looked like huge targets, extremely miserable. Onsai and Avalon each possessed Moonlight Warlock rank battle prowess, yet they still couldn't break through the siege of the Starry Sky Rippers. When the countless Starry Sky Rippers flew in front of Onsai and Avalon, they collapsed and turned into countless parts that scattered on the ground. So strong! Those golems are really strong. To be able to fight against 5 divine legions to this extent. Although the casualty ratio between the golems and the Angel Legion is 5, 1, and the casualty ratio between the golems and the Brave Legion is as high as 40:1, but they're really strong. To think that there are existences that can contend against divine legions, how fearsome! The legend rank powerhouses standing outside the perimeter of the Steel Fleet watched the battlefield from afar, their hearts filled with shock. The divine legions were the most powerful warriors of the gods, specialized in suppressing heretics and colonizing other planes. The fact that an angel had emerged from the divine kingdom before the planar tide had arrived was already a remarkable miracle. A heroic spirit walking out of the divine kingdom was enough for the Titan Empire to obtain victory after victory. Now, the Angel Corps and the Spirit Corps were fighting to the death. Even Avalon, who was comparable to a god and a legendary hero, was being forced into a difficult situation. One could imagine how terrifying the mechanical army was. Grace looked at the angels and heroic spirits being blasted into sieves on the holographic projector, and her beautiful eyes flashed with shock. So powerful! They can actually block the Divine Legion. What a terrifying mechanical legion! On the Black Steel warship, several strange passengers looked at the falling angels and heroic spirits in the holographic projection with a strange gleam in their eyes. The indifference and schadenfreude in their eyes had completely disappeared. Aboard the Morance Empire's warship, Cobham struggled to support the level 5 divine spell radiant wall, constantly spitting blood, unable to utter a word. Yang Feng had more than 100 steel fleets under his command. 2 of the steel fleets were destroyed by the Angel Legion, the Brave Legion, and the Beast Emissary Legion. The remaining steel fleets rushed over while frantically attacking the Morance Empire's fleet, the Beastman Empire's fleet, the Angel Legion, and the Brave Legion. A large number of Starry Sky Rippers were locked in combat with the Beast Emissaries. At every moment, many Starry Sky Rippers were destroyed by the Beast Emissaries. Similarly, from time to time, a Beast Emissary would be slain by the Starry Sky Rippers. Under the almost endless artillery barrage, Cobham almost overdrafted his life force to maintain the level 5 divine spell radiant wall. Run! Cobham suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and roared desperately. His skin contracted, countless wrinkles covered his face, and a gray aura of death extended from him. Before Cobham's words fell, streams of light ejected from the Morance Empire's fleet and quickly fled in different directions. Cobham's body shook slightly, and he turned into dust that scattered in the wind. The figures of the archbishops behind Cobham also shook, and they turned into ashes and disappeared from this world. Even Moonlight Warlock rank powerhouses could hardly resist the attack of the Steel Fleet. Cobham and the archbishops behind him paid with their lives to barely block the artillery barrage for a while. The geniuses of the Morance Empire had just ejected from the fleet when countless beams of light enveloped them. One after another, the tyrannical legend rank powerhouses of the Morance Empire were blasted apart by the beams of light and turned into fragments that fell from midair. In less than a minute, only a young man dressed in a snow-white armor remained among the legend rank powerhouses of the Morance Empire. His figure was like a ghost as he shuttled back and forth amidst the artillery barrage. Even though some of the artillery barrage hit him, it was blocked by his white armor. The young man dressed in a snow-white armor was the hidden peerless genius of the Morance Empire, Planus, a god's darling of the radiant primary god. The engines of 200 Starry Sky Rippers rumbled as they flew towards Planus like meteors. After a few breaths of time, they surrounded the young man from all directions. 10 Starry Sky Rippers rushed towards Planus from all angles and brandished their super overclocking oscillation blades, completely sealing off all of Planus's space of activity. A resplendent light imprint suddenly appeared on Planus' forehead, and a vast divine might diffused from his body. The projection of radiant God King Prados, who was enveloped in endless light and would be blinded by the light from a single glance, suddenly appeared. Faced with the 200 starry sky rippers rushing towards him, the radiant primary god Pratos slowly spread open his right hand, and a resplendent beam of light burst out and engulfed the 200 starry sky rippers in an instant. Boom! Boom! Illuminated by the pure light, the starry sky rippers were blown to pieces and turned into countless parts. Light full of the power of distortion suddenly appeared around Pratos. When the beams of light formed from artillery fire slammed into the distorted light shield, they ricocheted and shot into the surroundings. Radiant primary god Pratos! That's the radiant primary god! When the legend rank powerhouses hiding aside saw the radiant primary god Pratos, they inhaled a breath of cold air and their eyes filled with shock. The radiant primary god Pratos was the strongest expert of the Fesua plane, and his strength was unfathomable. In the battle of the gods, not a single god had defeated him in a one-on-one battle. Even the strongest god of war Amigo of the Titan pantheon had been defeated by him. Similarly, the beast god Arkath of the Beastman pantheon had been defeated by him in a one-on-one fight. On the Fesua plane, the radiant primary god Pratos was recognized as the god most likely to break through the limit and advance to the mighty divine force rank. Aboard the Black Steel warship, when Yang Feng saw the projection of the radiant primary god Pratos, his eyes narrowed. Radiant primary god Pratos. The radiant primary god Pratos was a pinnacle strong divine force rank existence. Even infinity warlocks were not his opponent. On the Fesua plane, even a warlock monarch rank powerhouse might not be his opponent. Even if such a fearsome powerhouse only used pinnacle demigod rank power, he would still be terrifyingly powerful. Heretics of the Tsangji plane perish under the divine judgment. A cold look in his eyes, the projection of the radiant primary god Pratos pointed at the sky, and his golden eyes shimmered with indifference as if he was stating a truth. In the blink of an eye, the sky was enveloped by endless light. Sink! Yang Feng's complexion changed dramatically, and he barked. The Black Steel warship quickly deformed, and a large amount of steel extended and formed a huge steel shield. At the same time, the warship dived rapidly. Countless mechanical shield troops rose into the air, activated powerful shields, and raised their shield. After the more than 100,000 mechanical shield troops activated their shields, they quickly formed a 500-layered mechanical canopy that enveloped the Black Steel warship. A white beam of light 500 meters in diameter, filled with pure radiance, barreled towards the warship. Under the bombardment of the white beam, the shields of the mechanical shield troops collapsed in an instant, and the mechanical shield troops vaporized. After the fearsome white beam pierced through 500 layers of mechanical shield troops, its power finally declined to the extreme. When it slammed into the Black Steel warship's steel shield, it collapsed and dissipated. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Black Steel warship dived into the depths of the sea. It was blocked. That divine judgment was blocked. The radiant primary god Pratos' divine judgment was blocked. This is simply heaven-defying. When the legend rank powerhouses saw this scene, their eyes shimmered with astonishment. Divine Judgment was a radiant divine spell that required the radiant primary god Pratos to consume a lot of divine force. Since the radiant primary god Pratos became the god king of the Zalia pantheon, his divine judgment was unstoppable. Many darkness gods were instantly turned into ashes by his divine judgment. Now that Yang Feng blocked the divine judgment, everyone was naturally shocked. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.